You are listening to Reckless, Book 6 of the Breathless series by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Please subscribe to this channel so you'll know when new books come out. It also lets me know that people are listening so I can keep getting you more great audiobooks. Remember to like and comment on the videos too. This helps the channel keep bringing you more great content. 1.
There are 3 religions in the South: Baptist, Methodist, and football.
Tyler's jaw clenched, both from irritation and getting ready for the hit his little brother was about to throw. He leaned casually on his porch railing, nursing a beer. Noah's voice on the phone made him tense, and it made him check the label. His beer probably wasn't one of the bougie brands his little brother now preferred after making it big in Hollywood. But Tyler didn't care. He was on edge given his brother's call from out of nowhere. He and Noah hadn't been close since they were kids, so he was more than a little wary about what Noah wanted. He took another swig of the beer that now tasted cheap even to him. Sure enough, Noah spoke words that Tyler felt like a punch to the gut. "How did you ever get over Kay?" Tyler hit back for no good reason, his tone snarky and rude. "Why? Did you lose some girl?" But when Noah simply repeated the question, Tyler felt the shame creep up his neck. Even another swig of the beer didn't fix it. His little brother had called for advice, and Tyler was being an ass. For whatever reason, he decided to be honest. Maybe it was the combination of the alcohol and the direct hit. Maybe he'd finally realized it was just time to move on. He took a deep breath. "The truth is, I never did get over her." He waited for Noah to make fun of him, the way that little brothers did. To point out that Tyler knew where Kay lived, who she'd married, and that she already had a couple kids. But Noah didn't hit back. That only made the conversation worse. Fighting was something Tyler could understand. It was the way he and Noah operated. But his little brother wasn't in the mood. They said a terse goodbye, and he'd been no use to his little brother. Or maybe he had, because only a few weeks later Noah had fixed things with the woman. It turned out her name was Zoe. Little brother had even landed a primo role in the next big superhero film. So now Noah Preston wasn't just going to be famous, he was going to be famous, the kind you'd put in all caps. Noah had gotten his dream, and Tyler was still standing on his damn porch drinking cheap beer. Their mother and his older brother Wills had simply barked at him to find a new dream. But it wasn't that easy, Tyler knew. The NFL didn't come knocking for guys who blew out their knee their junior year of college. And the lawsuit had taken almost a decade to pay off. Despite Tyler's new money, there was still no new dream. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have Kay. He didn't even have a decent job, just one that made him need cheap beer and made his damn knee ache. Everywhere he turned were memories of high school, memories of Kay. At least she was happy. But Tyler couldn't stay here. He set the beer down on the railing and told his landlord he was moving out. Then he called his job and gave 2 days' notice. Tyler bought a Harley Davidson and hit the road.
2. No. Mara put her hands on her hips. "You can't come in here looking like that." "I'm in uniform," Grace replied staunchly, even though the words made the bruises on her jaw ache. "There's nothing in the bylaws that says I can't work." She'd memorized the handbook, because the past 3 years it had grown necessary that she be able to come to her job. This wasn't the first time she'd pull out the rules and regs, only the first time it wasn't working. Grace's dress and apron were freshly laundered and pressed. She'd done the load and ironed it despite the cuts and aches, because she knew today's shift would be the last one she ever worked. Smoothing her hands down the front of her apron, unfortunately brought attention to the marks on her arms and hands, rather than to how amazing her uniform looked. They both knew well and good what Mara was talking about. "Now honey, I can't." At least this time, her manager sounded sincerely regretful. Not that it helped. Grace believed the makeup had done a better job of hiding things. Apparently not. She'd made it through the back door and clocked in, but only because no one had seen her. By the time she reached the kitchen, Lena was raising her eyebrows. And before Grace made it onto the floor, Mara stopped her. They'd come out to the parking lot for a private conversation, and her manager had demanded she take a sick day. "I can't have this in my store," Mara said, waving one hand up and down to gesture at Grace. It was Grace's turn to raise an eyebrow, even though the move pulled the right side of her poor face. Surely Mara had seen worse. Her boss had to be running from something herself. Her name could not actually be Mara Lago. And this wasn't her store. She was simply the day manager. "You've got to get out of here," Mara told her. Well, that was the damn plan, Grace thought. But she needed today's tips in her pocket first. She'd planned to maybe beg or borrow from her friends. She'd hoped to hug them gently goodbye. But Mara had sequestered her out back, and wasn't even letting her re-enter the store. There would be no tips, no borrowed cash, and no farewells. Grace didn't say anything, as her heart sank in her chest. She'd been saving for so long, and it still wasn't enough. For a year she'd skimmed from what was left after Johnny ravaged their accounts. Grace tried one more time. "Mara?" But she cut herself off as she heard noise to her right. "What, honey?" Grace decided to ignore the man climbing onto the very nice bike. In California, even though this was a dive chain pancake house, customers often came in their very fancy cars. They tended to park around back, to minimize the people touching the paint job. "Just let me work today's shift," Grace begged, "then I'll leave. You can tell them you fired me, and you'll never see me again. I just need today's money so I can go." Mara at least looked conflicted, and Grace pushed harder. Everyone who hadn't been certain about her relationship with Johnny could easily see the answer now. Grace was fooling no one. So she told the truth. "I miscarried." She was barely able to push through the words without breaking the dam, holding back her heartache. Johnny had killed her baby. What he'd done to her seemed of little consequence in comparison. Still, she felt every inch of it, and it was why she was leaving today, even though she didn't have enough money. Even though she didn't know where she was going. She knew that if she stayed, she'd be next. "One day, Mara. That's all I need." Still, Mara waffled. "Please." Grace hated begging. But she clasped her hands together, which meant that her whole right shoulder ached. The long-sleeved shirt hid the worst of the damage. Mara would never let her in if she could see the extent of it. "I can't let you work." Mara sighed it out, as though she was sad about it. But before Grace could get angry, her boss held up one finger. "Give me a minute." For the first time, a glimmer of hope sparked, but Mara was frowning and looking over her shoulder. Then she headed back inside, leaving Grace standing in the back lot, arms wrapped around her waist, waiting. The tall, dark-haired man had gotten off the bike and seemed to be checking the tires. For a moment, Grace wondered if he was waiting to hear the outcome of her personal soap opera, but that would be ridiculous. The back door slapped open as Mara flew through the opening. Zoe said he called. "He's on his way over here." With that, Mara pushed a handful of crumpled bills into Grace's hands. "Everyone contributed. We love you, but you've got to get out of here." Holy shit, Grace thought. Even as she looked at the money, she fought the urge to cry. "Go this way," Mara told her, one hand on her back, aiming her away from the store. Grace didn't comment on how much the simple touch hurt. She watched where her boss pointed. "If you walk through the woods, there's a small footpath. You'll wind up along the highway. You should be far enough gone before he gets here." Mara didn't stay for a hug or a goodbye. She wished Grace good luck and ran back inside, but the money was what Grace really needed. She stepped off the pavement into the soft dirt just as the voice found her. "No car?" Turning her head, she saw him. He stood by the bike, arms crossed, expression fierce. It was all Grace could do to look at him, without a horrifyingly rude expression on her face. Of course, she didn't have a car. Johnny didn't let her have a car. If she had a car, she would have left long before now. "Boyfriend trouble?" he asked, as if that wasn't obvious. Grace replied, saying out loud and with conviction the words she hadn't dared to utter for too long. "He's not my boyfriend anymore." The man smiled at her response, revealing wide, even teeth. He had a devastating grin and a dimple in one cheek. You could have been in one of those superhero movies, she thought. But she didn't have time to think much further than that. It was clear he was trouble. And the last thing she needed was trouble. But he hooked the thumb toward his bike and said, "Hop on. I'll get you out of here." She could walk away and be completely on her own, or she could take a ride from a complete stranger. So Grace made the second dumbest decision of her life.
3. The bike felt off balance to Tyler from the moment Grace climbed on and wrapped her arms around him. The feeling of her perched behind him and holding on tight was opening floodgates to memories he'd rather ignore. Suddenly, he felt as if he was riding his old Honda bike with K plastered to him, screaming like it was the best roller coaster ever. His mother had always warned him that the bike would be his undoing. One accident could ruin his football career. But it hadn't been the bike that ruined football. It had been football. But now, what did he really have to lose? Tyler simply hadn't planned to put anyone on the back of the Harley, as evidenced by the fact that he now wasn't wearing a helmet. Grace had his one piece of safety equipment strapped onto her head, as he'd insisted. She might be legal wearing his helmet, but it probably wasn't much protection because it was too big, rattling around on her head. He went about 3 blocks, just far enough to get away from this Johnny guy, before he pulled to the shoulder, grabbed his phone, and looked up the nearest place to get her proper headgear. As he touched one foot to the ground to steady the bike, he felt it sway again from Grace's movements. She seemed confused, as though she were getting off, but he motioned absent-mindedly for her to stay put, and she stopped squirming, as though she were a child simply doing what he told her. His mother had never done what anyone told her. And she'd always told him what to do, and how to do it. Even Will's wife Sarah, and No's soon-to-be bride Zoe, didn't get cowed by any Preston man. So having this young woman on the back of his bike, nodding along meekly, tugged at him in an odd way. He'd been praying the whole 3 blocks that he didn't get ticketed. Being away from home meant he wouldn't be around to contest the fines. And he didn't plan on sticking around, so it was best not to get one in the first place. Luckily, the GPS directed him to a shop nearby, and they made it without triggering any flashing lights or sirens. This time he put down the kickstand and waited while she climbed off. Throwing a leg over, he turned around to see she was already several feet away, her back toward him as she left. "Wait," he called out, having already forgotten her name. Grace. That's what her boss called her, right? She turned around, frowning as though she might not answer, then her eyes cleared and she looked a lot less wary. Grace waited for him to say something. "Do you know where you're going?" "Away. Far away." Tyler nodded, not quite ready to commit, but willing to go farther than the 1.5 miles he'd taken her. "You don't have to leave." He hooked a thumb over his shoulder, toward the store. "We're here to get you a proper helmet." "Oh," she said, as though that were an interesting idea, but she was shaking her head. "Don't worry about it." Then she added softly, "I can't afford one." He nodded. He'd seen the handful of cash her manager had shoved into her hands, but it was probably earmarked for other things. No one could miss the bruises. "It's okay. I need a spare anyway." "You need a helmet in my size?" Her doubt was obvious as she started to cross her arms, then clearly thought better of the move. He was growing too warm with the bike not moving. Tyler unzipped the front of his leather jacket. He wasn't going to ride all over the country in a t-shirt and shorts. But Grace hadn't planned to get on a bike today, so why was she wearing long sleeves? He didn't ask. He was about to tell her, "Come on in, we'll find something you like," when he realized that he couldn't take her inside with him. Anyone would think the bruises on her face were his fault. All the more reason to get her a helmet. If someone turned him in, he'd be arrested in no time flat. And if no one turned him in, that would make him even more angry about the whole situation. So instead he said, "You wait here, I'm going to." He watched her eyes narrow at his command. "Hold on. Man, Was he messing this up with a woman who clearly did not need to have anything else go wrong today? It had not been her morning. Or maybe her week, or the way she'd said it, probably a year or more. And here he was playing awkward savior. He figured starting over at the beginning would be the best thing he could do. So he held out his hand. "My name is Tyler." Then he realized that, given her situation, he should go one step further. "Tyler Preston." He pulled out his driver's license and showed it to her. She looked at the license just long enough to get the name, and maybe figure out that his sign was Leo. Still, she eyed him as though knowing his name wasn't enough protection. It was probably a dumb move. He'd been making dumb moves for the past 10 years, why stop now? But he went one step further. "Whoever did this to you, I'll get you away from him." With a breath, and a prayer that it was the right thing to say, he added, "And I won't ever do anything like this to you. Or to anyone." Grace still looked at him with a whopping dose of side-eye. Though he desperately wanted to tell her to stay put, he also realized probably one of the biggest problems with this Johnny asshole was that he'd never given her a chance or a choice. So Tyler said, "I'm going to go inside. I'm going to buy you a helmet. I'd love if you're still here when I come out. And then I'll take you too." He didn't know. He didn't even really know where he was going. He sighed, figuring she'd be smart to run away from him about as fast as she was running from Johnny. "Well, I'm heading to LA, then up the coast and across the country," he cut himself off then. Was he really offering her a spot on his bike for his whole trip? That was a bit much. Maybe she was whiny or rude. Not that there were any reasons for her boyfriend to have done any of this. But there was nothing indicating Tyler would like her well enough to have her on the back of his bike for the next 1,000 miles. So, he simply nodded and headed into the store. Maybe she'd be here when he got out. Maybe not.
4. Grace stood beside the bike trying to make a decision, any decision. Tyler's helmet still hung from her fingertips, a heavier emotional weight than it should have been. She figured she had maybe 10 minutes to choose whether or not to stay with him. She tried talking herself through the options. If she stayed, he could turn out to be as bad as Johnny. Or worse. She could leave. But Grace looked around. She wasn't even 5 miles from the pancake house. Johnny would likely find her sooner rather than later. This Tyler guy would have to make stops along the way. If she needed to, she should be able to make a break for it. And she could be far from here when she did it. Her heart was still pounding from leaving Johnny. Her stomach turning with fear that he would still find her. Staying on the bike was a dangerous proposition. As much as Tyler had treated her kindly, that didn't mean it would last. And as much as she'd acted like an idiot disregarding her own safety and hopping on his bike, she wasn't one. She knew men like Johnny were possessive. They were known to hunt down and even kill the women who escaped them. In fact, her ex might be driving around the neighborhood right now. He would have gone into the diner, seen that she wasn't there, and probably flown off in a rage. Her heart rate kicked back up as her eyes darted from side to side. Checking quickly down the road, she searched for his old black Mustang. Then she whipped her head around to check the other direction. Johnny had a tendency to come from where she least expected. Grace slowly inched back, away from the road into the gap between the two stores. She wasn't truly hidden. There were no bushes or trees to conceal her, but at least she wasn't standing in the open in the parking lot anymore. Shit. She was wearing a very obvious striped uniform. Even on the back of the bike and wearing a helmet, she would be a beacon in these bright, odd colors. She was almost grateful to be as bruised as she was, because it meant she'd worn long sleeves and leggings under the poly-blend dress. Reaching behind her, Grace untied the apron, then slowly unzipped the back of the dress. Letting it puddle stiffly at her feet, she stood there in her skin-tight clothing. It wasn't what she would normally wear in public. But that awful uniform was not going to be what let Johnny catch up to her today. If he caught her, he'd put her in the hospital. Grace was certain of that much. He might even kill her. In a heartbeat, she found she hated the very uniform that had once represented the only freedom she had, because even it had become about Johnny. As she was breathing out her own anger, suppressed and silenced for so long, she saw him. This Tyler Preston guy, whoever he was with his dark hair and bright blue eyes, had no dimple right now. He wasn't smiling as he approached his bike. She watched as he turned and scanned the area, most likely looking for her. But he'd told her she was free to go. Did he mean it? Or would he get mad? She stepped back a bit behind the wall. The sparkles of a purple helmet caught and made her wonder if he'd figured out it was her favorite color, or if maybe everyone liked purple. Maybe her favorite color was just as stupid as Johnny had said. No, she told herself, no negative thinking. It didn't even matter if what Johnny said was right, she wouldn't believe it. She couldn't afford to, if she wanted to stay alive. She could sort out right from wrong and lie from truth later when she was safe. So she stayed put, watching as he searched the bike for his helmet, which, oh crap, was still in her hand. The one he held appeared to be just a little smaller. Which meant he probably couldn't ride off in his new shiny purple helmet if she didn't give him back the old one. Double crap. But he seemed confused more than angry, so she slowly stepped out of the space and let him see her. There was that dimple. It shouldn't move her. She needed to be immune to every man who would want something from her. She held out the helmet, but as he took it, she let her hand fall back, her decision still not made. Should she go with him? She needed to get out of here. The question was she better off with the devil she didn't know? 5. Grace didn't want to ask for anything from him. Though she understood mentally that it was okay to ask people for help, she still didn't feel she could do it. So she did as he requested and held on tighter. It felt more than a little strange to be wrapped around a man she'd met less than an hour ago. He'd asked her about the uniform and told her that he agreed with her. Taking it off was a good idea. But then suggested that they pick it up and throw it into a trash can, rather than leaving it on the ground. One, he'd said, if there are any cameras here, they'll think I kidnapped you because they probably won't see you did that yourself. He waved his hand up and down at her new look. He was almost laughing, but she could tell he was getting nervous about what might come after him because of her. If he was as decent as he claimed, sicking the cops on him was a terrible way to repay him. 2, he'd added, if they find that on the ground like that, he'd motioned to the crumpled dress she'd left behind like trash, the police won't think you walked away from your life as a choice. You'll be considered a missing person, and they might start a manhunt. Grace had stopped and tried to figure out if she was being manipulated. But even if he had been manipulating her, what he said rang true. The last thing she needed was the cops looking out for her. Johnny finding her was a bit of a long shot, but the police? They had a huge network. And it wouldn't be the first time Johnny had claimed she'd run off and had everyone out searching for poor Grace. This wasn't her first attempt at freedom, just the most recent. So Tyler's advice was good enough to manipulate her, and she'd gone back and scooped up the clothing and shoved it into the nearby dumpster. So at least if there were any cameras on them, she would be seen to be leaving willingly with this man. Maybe the police wouldn't look too hard then. Then again, Johnny had friends and she was still too close to home. Another reason to stick with Tyler and get far, far out of town. She rode in silence with her arms around his waist, glad that she wasn't squeamish about touching him. On the one hand, touching any man was faulty in her precarious position. On the other hand, after she'd been slapped and hit and called a whore for simply being polite to other men in the past, wrapping herself around Tyler Preston felt like a big fat F you to Johnny. After a while, Tyler pulled the bike over again, this time at a convenience store. Surely there were cameras here, but Grace tried not to balk. We both need a restroom break and a snack break, he said, then quickly added, I'm buying, so get what you want. What she wanted was to tell him that she didn't need his money. She was already indebted to him enough as it was, and she'd promised herself in her new life she wouldn't owe anyone anything. But she didn't have enough money to say no. At least she was smarter than she was stubborn. Her heart broke as she reluctantly grabbed a bottle of chocolate milk. Tyler picked something up from near the cash register and waved it at her, one of those crazy expensive little boxes of ibuprofen. She didn't have it in her to say no to that either. The bike was vibrating at a low level, and every bone hurt. Damn Johnny for putting her in the position to need this too. When she showed up at the register with just the one bottle of milk, he looked down at her and managed not to be pitying. You should get some actual food. These things, he shook the box of probably 4 pills, can upset your stomach. So can a bike if you're not used to it. He seemed to want to say get whatever you want, as though he were throwing money around. The shiny new Harley outside suggested he just might have it, but Grace wasn't going to spend anything she didn't have to, even in what was given to her. She'd chosen a bag of Cheetos and wolfed them down. In another 10 minutes they'd eaten their food and headed back outside, ready to climb onto the bike again. This time she ached everywhere. Even putting the helmet on would feel like fighting one giant bruise. She let it dangle from her fingers still. Her stomach was feeling odd, though whether it was from the medicine she'd taken for the bruises or because she was on the run without enough money, and with a man she didn't know, was hard to tell. I thought I'd go to LA first and see the beach, he told her as he strapped on his helmet and handed hers to her. She couldn't help but scrunch up her face. That hurt. Have you been out there before? She might as well make herself useful. Tyler shook his head. I should have visited, but I haven't. My brother lives in Hollywood and, he stopped short as if interrupting himself. Interesting, Grace thought, but instead said, you should probably visit your brother. However, the beaches in LA are nothing to write home about. You should go north toward Malibu or south toward San Diego. I was going to head north anyway, he said. Go up Pacific Coast Highway. She didn't correct him and say it's the Pacific Coast Highway. Instead she offered, Malibu is gorgeous. He would certainly drop her off somewhere before then. West Covina, where she lived or where she had lived until this morning, wasn't a tourist destination. But she did know her way around Southern California. She gave in and put on her helmet, trying not to flinch. Where does your brother live? Hollywood. He'd already said that. I meant the hills? The canyons? Sunset? Oh, I don't know. He reached out to check the clasp on her helmet, and his fingers brushed under her chin. Then her stomach clenched down hard on the chocolate milk and Cheetos she'd eaten far too fast. If you have an address or a phone number, you should probably go see him. Hollywood was expensive. And not as far away as she would have liked. But this was a much better start than she would have gotten on her own. She could get a bus ticket to somewhere. She'd be gone before Tyler met up with his brother, so she asked on a whim, is he anyone I would know? Her eyes flew wide when he said the name. She was not expecting that answer.
6. Tyler bit the bullet. He told her who his brother was and watched as her eyes went wide. He hated it. Every time he mentioned who his little brother was, everything went sideways. No one gave a shit about him once they learned who he was related to. The upside of living in a small town was that everyone already knew about Noah. No one got that surprised. You're related to a movie star. Stare. Instead they asked, how was Noah doing these days? What new movie is Noah going to be in? Isn't it so cool to be related to a big-time movie star? So Tyler had casually said, maybe you've heard of him. My brother is Noah Preston. Then he'd watched as her eyes flew open. Her face lit up in a way he'd not seen before. For a moment, her bruises faded beneath her glee. And that hurt worse. His relationship to someone she'd never met made her glow like a light bulb, when him saving her from the man who'd clearly been using her as a punching bag hadn't had nearly the same effect. Noah wasn't even here, and he was still coming out on top. Tyler told himself that he had no real investment in this waitress that he'd allowed to hop on the back of his bike. She'd been scared, determined, and more. It didn't matter that her smile made her more than pretty, and put her into the realm of beautiful, bruises and caked on makeup and all. "I knew you looked familiar," she cried. "With the dark hair, he looks just like you in Danger Games." At least she said Noah looked like him. Tyler remembered. Noah had snapped a picture in the makeup trailer and commented that they could be twins. Well, that was never going to happen. "Do you want to meet him?" Why did he ask that? But as soon as the words were out, the strangest thing happened. The light turned off, just like a switch. Grace shook her head, suddenly her same small self. Shit. She was hiding the real Grace, the happy Grace behind the timid one. The one who didn't want anything, and didn't care. He found he wanted the bright light Grace to come back. Even if that meant using his brother as bait. It's a simple yes or no question. "I couldn't. I don't want to bother you. I don't." He was going to interrupt her and say it wasn't a bother. Hell, it might even be better to show up with someone who would drool all over his brother and make Noah have to do the work of fending her off. But as he was getting ready to say something, she cut her own refusal short. She began to shiver. Her head swiveled fast enough to mimic an owl. Her eyes flew wide again, but not in joy this time. What Tyler saw was terror. Grace slowly started edging to the right, so he stepped aside to get a better look at her, and she slid to the side again. It took him ridiculously long to grasp that she was trying to hide behind him. He would have reached out and touched her shoulders to hold her in place, except she probably didn't want to be touched. Not by a man, certainly. And he didn't even know where she had bruises. Jesus, this girl was a mess. So he leaned just a little closer, trying to give her space and still block the street. "Do you see something?" Her eyes darted side to side. She more resembled a rabbit than anything else right now. No. She practically ate the word. "I'm sorry. It was just... no worries." But for the first time, he stopped and thought about what he had actually done. He'd picked up a hitchhiker who wasn't even hitchhiking. She just looked desperate. Now he had her on the back of his motorcycle for some unknown duration of his trip. The chances that she was a cold-blooded serial killer taking him for a joyride were probably very low. There was now also the chance that she'd recognized him right off the bat. He'd shown her his ID later, and it clearly said Preston. And she was a lunatic Noah Preston fan trying to get at his brother. It hadn't even occurred to him until now that he would need to watch out for that kind of thing. It should have, but it hadn't. Over the years, he'd had 3 different women who seemed to only care that he either was related to Noah, looked like Noah, or might get them into a position where they could meet Noah. It would have broken his heart, except it seemed he didn't have one to break. He was still in love with Kay. Still on searching out her profile online, watching as she posted happy pictures of herself with her 2 kids, or playing in the wading pool in the backyard. He'd seen one of her and her husband holding up the keys to their new McMansion. Another of her driving a slick new minivan. The guy she'd married didn't have NFL money, but he had enough. And even as he thought about it, the sinking feeling in his chest let him know that he was ashamed he'd looked. He told himself that Kay was just a gold digger, and that as soon as the money was gone, or the hope of it, she'd leave this guy too. But Tyler knew that was a lie. Though it didn't make him feel any better, he kept repeating it to himself. He told himself that she'd settled for Jeff, because she'd certainly had plans to be an NFL wife, his wife. It was time Tyler faced the possibility that maybe she hadn't left because of the money at all. He stood there, still sheltering Grace from the street, and blocking her from the cars going by, while he had awful thoughts about what he'd done. She stayed quiet and didn't move, much like a rabbit. But her eyes watched each car as it went by. They'd never left city streets. They'd simply passed from one town into another as they got closer and closer to Los Angeles. Apparently, they weren't yet far enough from Johnny. He understood. They hadn't been going fast, traffic hadn't been jammed, but it had been thick, and Tyler had insisted on stopping, twice now. He didn't remember all the names of the side streets and small towns they'd passed getting here. They were on 101 highway, but he didn't know how close he was to Hollywood. He'd intended to be a halfway decent brother. When he got close, he'd call. If Noah didn't answer, he'd pull the address from his contacts, drop by the house, and say hi. If he was lucky, no one would be home, and he could just tap out a message that said, "Sorry I missed you." But something about having Grace along for the ride made it start to feel like more of a reckoning. He was about to ask her if she was ready to go when she suddenly stiffened. With her chin up and her shoulders back, she stood frozen, her eyes staring straight over his shoulder.
7.
Every Southern family has at least one eccentric relative. They provide the color at family gatherings.
Grace stood as still as possible as an old Mustang pulled into the parking lot a few spaces behind Tyler. Same color, same model year, same dings. She closed her eyes. She should have run farther, faster. Her breath sucked in even though she was trying to stay so still, and her eyes began to fill with tears. Somehow, Johnny had found her. Had Mara found Tyler's receipt and shown Johnny? Had Johnny beaten or threatened it out of her? Honestly, any answer was possible. Once Johnny figured out who she was with, he could track Tyler's credit card use. Or hell, even follow him online. She didn't know how it had happened, she just knew that Johnny was here now. "I can take him," Tyler whispered the words to her as his gaze drilled into hers, but then he turned to face her boyfriend as she felt her mouth open. No. She wanted to yell it. Tyler could probably beat Johnny in a fair fight, but Johnny didn't fight fair. There were no winners when Johnny was involved. Grace didn't want to give her ex too much credit, because there were times when Johnny seemed so dense. It was so hard, being held under the thumb of a man who couldn't put two and two together. But then other times, he was struck with a sudden clarity that indicated he understood exactly how things worked. Her throat constricted, and her lips pulled back so she could suck air in through her teeth. She wanted to scream and bring the whole world down on the man who would climb out from behind the tinted window at any moment. Her every muscle ached with her tension, but she couldn't stop it. Why couldn't she run? The door of the car swung open, and she felt the air shift as Tyler tensed and leaned forward. But the man who got out wasn't a man at all. It wasn't Johnny. Just some blonde kid who had the misfortune to pick the same car as her loser boyfriend. Tyler lunged, but Grace squeezed her flat hand into a fist. She'd had her hand flat on his back and hadn't known it, and she held his shirt, holding him back. "It's not him." When Tyler relaxed, lifting a hand to wave an apology to the kid he just threatened, everything in her let go. Her knees started to buckle, and stars started pushing at the edge of her vision. It was Tyler who reached out to catch her. Even so, her reaction was to duck away. Johnny never caught her. He'd backhanded her on the way down. Tyler managed to set her back on her feet, before quickly letting go as though she burned him. He stepped back, his hands down at his side, palms aimed out toward her in a sign of peace. He wasn't going to hit her. Grace knew this, but she was breathing too heavily and shaking too hard. Her stomach revolted, but she fought it back. "I think we should get back on the bike," he said. "If you're up to it." For a moment, Grace seriously considered bolting. The man in front of her was Noah Preston's brother. That should make it harder for him to murder her and hide the parts and get away with it. The voice in her head said going with a stranger was stupid and she should know better. But that was Johnny's voice, and she believed Tyler was Noah's brother. She thought he looked familiar from the start. She wanted to shake her head and shake all the damaging thoughts out of it. There were nice people in the world. She knew. Well, she believed, even if she didn't know. Maybe this man was one of them. "Can we wait one more minute?" Of course. He didn't even look at his watch. Breathing in through her nose and out through her teeth calmed her a bit, but it brought back all the doubting voices. She shouldn't have told him that the beaches in LA were not where he wanted to go. She didn't know what he wanted. The adrenaline rush was fading away, and she fought the sensation of her stomach rolling backwards again. She couldn't puke, if only for the reason that she didn't have enough money to feed herself twice. He tilted his head at her. "You look pale. Are you okay?" She nodded once, sharply. It looks like you got yourself in a bad spot, Tyler said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have quite enough money to make it as far as you need to go. Eyes closed, nails biting into her palms, she clenched her fist harder. She hated that he was right. Her stomach churned, fear washing over her again. Just a normal, everyday reaction, she told herself. She nodded again. I don't know where I'm going, but you're welcome to hitch along. Her eyes flew open and her voice found her. In exchange for what? Johnny liked to say gas, grass, or ass. Even though no one had ever paid him in gas, and it usually wasn't grass, but often something harder. Company. Tyler shrugged as though there were no other reasonable answers. His head turned slightly to the side, and he looked at her from the side of his eyes as though she was strange. Then it changed, as though he knew something. I'm not going to get mad or explode. No matter what you do. I think it will take some time for you to believe that, so it's up to you if you want to hop on. He headed slowly back toward the bike, her helmet dangling from his fingertips, twinkling purple in the light. When he turned and held it out toward her, she still hadn't moved. Holding the helmet out, he asked, Is there somewhere in particular you're trying to get to? She shook her head. She had relatives in Georgia, but she wasn't sure if Johnny would remember that. He didn't give two shits about anything about her, until it was useful to him. Then he had an uncanny ability to find her. This wasn't the first time she'd run, it wasn't even yet the longest she'd been gone. Staying at a friend's house across town hadn't worked. That gambit had left her right back with Johnny, but unable to leave the house for a week. So if there was one thing Grace was certain of, it was that she had to get farther away. And she had to find a place where Johnny wouldn't find her. She had to get to somewhere she could be her own person, in charge of her own decisions. And she wasn't there yet. That was made clear by the man holding out the motorcycle helmet. So she decided that her backup option was to steal his money or his bike or both, and ride off without him. She told herself she would pay him back at some later date. It was a shitty plan that would leave him stranded, but he would survive it. Today had been a year in the making. Her meager savings weren't enough, but she was already out the door. And there was no going back. The only question now was whether to get back on the bike, or start walking her own path.
8. The door flew open, and Tyler felt himself flood with happiness and excitement at seeing his little brother. Those weren't the emotions he'd expected. He'd been ready for the regret, it was there in spades too. For these last several years, he'd been a damn idiot, and an asshole. Noah engulfed him in a hug, one that he didn't deserve. Standing there in his brother's sincere embrace, Tyler was able to admit his jealousy. Because Noah was not only living the dream he'd aimed for, but getting way ahead of it. Tyler knew his little brother had come to Hollywood to make it as an actor, but Noah understood that almost no one does that. So his brother had a goal of simply supporting himself by acting. Instead, here he was about to become a movie superhero, about to hit some Avenger-level shit. For the first time, Tyler realized that it was okay to be jealous of Noah's luck, and still sour about his own bad luck, and that it wasn't okay to write off his brother's success as a random fluke. Noah had worked his ass off. He'd lived on friends' couches for more than a year. He'd slept in his car a few times and eaten ramen and macaroni and cheese more times than he could count. But he'd stuck with it. In return, Tyler had been a monumental ass. Somehow, it was easier to be forgiving now, and to wish for forgiveness of his own when he had money in his own bank account. It had been harder when he was living paycheck to paycheck, and feeling he owed his mother for the lawsuit she'd fronted. Maybe it had helped that most of the times he'd seen his brother in the past 10 years, he'd had a beer in his hands. But right now, he was stone-cold sober. It occurred to him for the first time that, though he'd been able to set the beer aside quite easily and he hadn't been addicted, he certainly had a problem. Noah's hug was fierce and tight and undeserved. And maybe that was the best thing about his brother. "It's really good to see you," Tyler told him. The words felt gravely from disuse, but, for the first time in about 6 or 7 years, he actually meant it. As Noah stepped back and let him go, Tyler noted that he was almost 2 full inches taller than his brother. He grinned internally. He'd always have that, even if his little brother was a bona fide movie star. "This is a beautiful house." The words came from over his shoulder, floaty and full of awe. Tyler turned immediately, having almost forgotten she was there. "Noah, this is my friend Grace," the word cut off midway. "Grace what?" He didn't even know. "Grace Rodriguez." She smiled as she stuck her hand out. He watched as Noah's hand clasped hers and thought it must hurt her with those bruises. But she didn't flinch. She'd protested initially, saying she couldn't meet his brother like this, that she would simply stay at the bottom of the driveway and wait. But Tyler had insisted. It became pretty clear as shyly she shook Noah's hand that she wasn't much of a stalker. Noah tugged her into the house and let Tyler trail along. He was smiling as if their visit was the best thing, when he and Zoe had all of 20 minutes warning to get ready for Tyler and Grace's arrival. Still, there was food set out on the table. "It's 11 a.m., Tyler protested, about to say, "I ate a big pancake breakfast at 9. It had taken them almost 2.5 hours to get here with all the stops. But as he watched, Zoe led Grace to the table. He remembered Grace had only Cheetos and chocolate milk. Had she eaten anything else this morning? Hell, it hadn't occurred to him that he should feed her something substantial. Inside a minute, Zoe seemed to have seen the need. "So what do you do?" she asked Grace as she popped a loaded chip into her mouth. "I'm a waitress," Grace replied, and didn't fill in much more than that. Tyler didn't add in that she'd quit her job dramatically this morning. It wasn't his place to tell her story. "Come on outside, it's beautiful," Noah's voice was inviting, but his grip didn't let go, and Tyler found himself pulled through the back doors out to the deck and the pool that looked out over the valley. "The weather's beautiful." But Noah quickly amended it with, "You already know that, you're on your bike. So, how's the trip going?" "I've only been on the road for 4 days. And I spent one of them at the Grand Canyon." "That sounds cool. Where to next?" "Malibu," Tyler told him, repeating what Grace had recommended. The conversation was light and floaty, the easiest they'd had in years. But as soon as the sliding door shut behind him, Noah revealed himself as the consummate actor and allowed his facade to fall away. "Tyler, man, I know you, and I know you've been angry for a long time. But tell me you did not do that to that woman."
9. Grace wrapped herself tightly around Tyler. The bike felt like a buzz beneath her legs, and she was shaking everywhere. But she held on tight because this was freedom, or as close to it as she could get right now. It had been only 5 hours since she'd left Johnny. That morning before she'd gone to work, he'd been tender and sweet. He'd told her it would be okay, but it had been a long time since she'd believed him. After the last time he'd hit her, she'd called in sick to work. There was no way she could go in with a puffy lip and the side of her eye swollen. He'd made it seem like it was her fault she was missing the income. Screw him. Grace grabbed tighter to Tyler and wondered if he felt it, wondered what he thought about being her ticket out of town, away from a dangerous man into her own future. But he'd offered, and she'd been in no shape to say no. She smiled. She wasn't just running, she was zooming up the Pacific Coast Highway, watching the scenery through the face shield of her sparkly new helmet. The sun didn't burn her retinas today, either, as Zoe had casually handed over a pair of designer sunglasses. She claimed she wasn't using them anymore, practically shoving them into Grace's hands. Grace didn't want pity, but the sunglasses were awesome. So was the photo Noah insisted of printing up for her. He'd set up a little tripod and lined the 4 of them up, but he'd given her the photo. She'd squeezed her eyes shut most of yesterday's ride, scared that Johnny would catch up to them. Then she'd opened them, but the glare had made her squint. Now with Zoe's sunglasses, the problems were solved. She'd learned to savor the little things. Grace had met the man who was going to be the newest, hottest superhero. They'd all looked at her, surprised that she didn't know the movie was coming out in a month. But she didn't know so many things. She was no stalker, but she more than knew who Noah Preston was. She'd seen Zoe in pictures from premieres too. Who would have thought? Johnny would kill her just for having too good a time. But she was far enough away now that he shouldn't be able to find her, and with every mile, her stomach settled a little. Grace watched as the beach went by on her left. The tall thin houses licked at the shoreline, made of glass in odd angles. They told her she was somewhere different. She hadn't planned to go to Noah Preston's house, to meet his fiancée Zoe, or to shove food in her face like an ingrate. They'd been so generous about everything, the house as beautiful as they were happy. Grace decided she had goals. For the first time in a while, she was contentedly full. The food had looked simple but been delicious. It was probably high-end, Hollywood movie star fare, certainly not the kind of thing she'd been serving at the Pancake House. The salsa had tasted of garlic and homegrown tomatoes, the kind her grandfather had used to shove into her hands as soon as she'd legally become an adult. "You need vegetables," he would say, and give her a bag of whatever had come up in his garden. It hit her then, as it often did, how much she missed her grandfather. She'd hooked up with Johnny right after he died. How much she would love to blame one on the other, but the truth was it was all her own mess. She'd been too slow to realize what was really happening with Johnny, and far too trapped before she even thought about escaping. She was getting out of it now, though. How long would she stay with Tyler Preston before she hopped off the back of the bike permanently and started a new life? Probably not long. She felt a shift that indicated Tyler thought it was time to pull over. For someone fleeing and trying to put as much distance between herself and her ex as possible, Tyler had been the wrong man to hitch a ride with. He stopped every 15 feet. Well, that was an exaggeration, but he was clearly here to see the sights and not to cover distance. "Let's go see the beach." He hopped off and peeled his helmet, then reached out as if to hold her hand, as though they would just dash across the traffic. There were yellow warning signs indicating they weren't the only ones who did it. The Pacific Coast Highway was plenty busy, as Grace watched the cars whiz by. Tyler had picked a pullout where it looked like it was intended that they climb the mountain, and not cross to the beach. He was determined though, and after a few minutes traffic cleared. She dashed across the freeway, tugged along behind him. Her sturdy waitressing shoes, Target brand leggings and thermal t-shirt out of place in swanky Malibu. But before she knew it, she was in the sand. Tyler had her convinced to take off her socks and shoes, and she was following him down to the water. She had her feet in the sand, and her toes in the Pacific for the first time since she was a kid. Tipping her head back, she looked up to the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Johnny would not find her at the beach. He would never expect her to come here. She reveled in the sunshine and the heat that she was overdressed for, but she wasn't willing to pull up her sleeves and show off the handprints on her arms. It would be at least a week before that could happen. With her face up and her arms out, her toes digging into the cool sand, she softly recited the words she'd been thinking since she'd walked out the door. "I will never belong to anyone again." "What?" Tyler looked over, curious. She must have spoken too loudly. "Just a promise I made to myself this morning." An easy silence settled between them as they each wandered the beach. Tyler aimed toward the water, then tried to outrun the waves as they chased him. Grace picked up pretty shells and put them in her pocket. She found a piece of sea glass that was likely once part of a Coke bottle, but it was pretty, and she added it and a delicate purple clamshell to her growing collection. Sometime later, Grace decided to break the spell. Still looking up a little toward the sun, she said to Tyler, "You can leave me here if you want." It was half joke, half serious. She could be herself in Malibu, hop a bus to somewhere else once Johnny stopped looking for her. "Where would you go?" he asked. Then rightly asked, "Is there even a bus station in Malibu?" "We passed some bus stops." "Those were local buses." "Don't local buses go to a train or bus station though?" He shrugged. Neither of them knew Malibu. From what she could see, there were little bars and businesses, mostly residential homes behind them. She couldn't afford anything near the water, but if she could get to the bus system, then she could get to the beach, and that held a lot of appeal. "I'll find a way. I'm heading up the coast." she wasn't sure if he was changing the subject or saying something more. He added, "I want to ride the highway all the way to San Francisco. But once I hit the bay, I'm cutting inland." Interesting, she thought. And then he said the words she was wondering about. "Do you want to come with me?"
10. Tyler woke the next morning in a blind panic, feeling as though he hadn't rested at all. He'd spent a good portion of the night awake and listening for noises, wondering if the mysterious but clearly dangerous Johnny had arrived and stolen Grace back. Tyler hadn't heard any noises, but that didn't mean she was safe. Grace would be safer in the room with him, but that hardly seemed wise. She needed to feel safe too, and that had meant a separate space. He'd gotten her the room next door to him, then spent the night agitated. At some point, he must have fallen asleep. Now he jolted awake, wondering not only if Johnny had arrived, but if Grace was still here. Maybe she'd left of her own accord. He told himself he worried about Johnny, but part of him knew he was simply worried she'd decide to leave. Tyler ignored whatever was behind that fear to unpack later. It was her place to leave if she wanted, and he'd told her so. He told himself that he was fine with whatever decision she made. Though the sun was already up, he thought it was still too early to knock on her door. He was really hoping she'd look him in the eye and let him know she was making the decision of her own accord. Maybe shake his hand or say she'd had a good time. Sighing into the dark of the room, Tyler rolled his head to look at the clock. Just after 7, not as early as he'd thought, though still a little early for a vacation day. Then again, Grace was hardly on vacation, and Tyler was naturally an early riser. Before he realized what he was doing, he was out of bed, dressed, and standing outside her closed motel room door. Should he knock? Did he have that right? He'd insisted on paying for the room for her, not a practice he could keep up for long. But how long would Grace be with him anyway? Even if everything went according to plan, it might be only for another 10 minutes. He fully expected her to ask him to drop her at a bus station today. Without further thought, he tapped quietly on the door, thinking if she was asleep at least it wouldn't wake her. As soon as he'd made the slight noise, it occurred to him that might be scarier than waking her outright. So he whispered at the seam of the doorway, "It's Tyler." Grace pulled the door wide, filling it more than her slight frame would suggest she could. She smiled up at him, but something was wrong. Maybe not wrong, but different. With a little analysis, he still couldn't place his finger on exactly what it was, but he could say she looked cleaner, happier, a little more comfortable. All good things, he thought, though the bruises were showing a little more. "Oh." He almost yelped it out as he realized. "You're wearing different clothing." She nodded, but still looked at him oddly. "Where did you get different clothing?" She hadn't brought anything other than her small purse. There was no way she could have kept a shirt in there, along with a pair of jeans and who knew what else. "I couldn't sleep," she said, still tilting her head at him as though he were being nuts. "So you found clothing?" He wondered if she'd managed some kind of super-fast online order. Grace looked as though she was trying to decide something, and then she'd clearly made the decision. There was a store. This time, he raised an eyebrow at her. They'd come far enough inland to find a good deal on the motel rooms, but he hadn't seen any stores where she could have gotten clothing between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Still frowning at her, he pulled out his phone and searched for nearby stores. This one? He held the screen out to her, incredulous. It was over 3 miles away. She nodded. "It was open and it's cheap." "Did you walk there, in the middle of the night last night?" "I got back just an hour ago." She said it with a shrug, as if it were no big deal that she walked miles she didn't have to in the dark in a strange city. "Jesus, I would have driven you." Her lips pressed together, and Tyler wondered what he might have said wrong. "I needed to do it for myself." Her words were short, clipped, and strong. It hit him then. His brain suddenly put together all the bits and pieces he'd heard about abusive boyfriends in the past. When the women they held under their thumbs left, they would try to kill them. Their wives or girlfriends had no autonomy. Walking into the store, buying her own clothes, might have been one of Grace's first true acts of freedom. Because even on his bike, even when she jumped on the back and made a break for it, he'd been in charge. So instead of asking what the hell she'd done, he took a breath. "Did you get everything you needed?" This time she smiled and nodded, her sweet grin pulling a little more evenly today. The bruises changing shade from blue to purple. Soon they'd be green and yellow, and eventually he figured they'd fade. Maybe her memories of it would fade too, as long as they could keep her away from Johnny. Tyler had been planning to continue up the coast towards San Francisco. But as he thought about it, about how much he was enjoying her company, he changed his mind. "Do you want to go back to sleep? Maybe make up for what you missed?" She shook her head quickly. "I'm up, and I might as well start my day." She had gone back to looking at him oddly, as if he were a little off his rocker, but he ignored it and asked his next question, hoping she'd say yes. "Do you want to get breakfast?"
11. You still haven't figured it out. Grace didn't accuse, but she continued to prod him about something he hadn't figured out yet. All he knew was that she'd bought new clothing. "I colored my hair." His mouth dropped open, as his brain burst with a sensation of the puzzle pieces coming together. "I knew something was different, but, wow, I didn't see that. It used to be blonde." She nodded, the shiny auburn color with caramel highlights swishing as she did, but the new hair didn't hide a shadow that crossed her face. What? Johnny liked the blonde. There were so many things he could say to that. So many questions that burbled through his brain, though none of them were his to ask. There were probably certain words or phrases that were the right things to say, but Tyler didn't know them. So he said, "You can make it whatever color you want now. Maybe pink. Or purple." This time, she lit up again. His first thought was that wasn't his preference on a woman, but the next thought was that his preference didn't mean jack shit. How many times had he told someone he dated what he liked or wanted them to do? How many times had he told Kay that? It bothered him that he didn't know, but he couldn't say he hadn't done it. So he didn't say it now, and enjoyed her smile. After they ordered, he started in asking the occasional question, glad she was willing to talk. "How old are you, if I can ask?" "Legal." She said it with one raised eyebrow. Ouch, but he laughed. "I didn't doubt that part, or I wouldn't have let you hitch." "I didn't hitch. You offered." He laughed again until he said, "Really, can you tell me how old you are?" 26. A little older than he'd expected. Not too many years younger than him. She said she'd been with Johnny since she was almost 20. That was a long run. At least by Tyler's standards it had been. She shrugged. There weren't many options. And honestly, he was amazing for the first couple years. Or I thought he was. This then was probably the nitty-gritty. She'd already told him she graduated from high school in West Covina. That she'd lived close to Hollywood and Vegas, but not visited either since she was a kid. He knew her mom had disappeared when she was 8, and later they found out her mother had overdosed. Grace's grandparents had raised her, and her grandfather died just before she met Johnny. But this was more of the why rather than just the what. "What about your grandmother? Is she still around?" Tyler asked, wondering if the woman was still alive or even part of Grace's life. If she was, why hadn't Grace run to her? Grace paused as the food arrived, and Tyler figured the interruption meant he wouldn't get his answer. After all, his breakfast date was staring at the eggs, bacon and toast as though they were the friend she'd come to breakfast to see. They probably were. But after a few bites, Grace surprised him. Her eyes darted up and to the left, and her shoulders shrugged. "My grandmother's still alive. And she loves me in her own way." That did not bode well. Tyler took a bite of his breakfast burrito and worked on the art of listening. "But I haven't checked in with her since I left yesterday." He fought his surprise and tried to keep his tone calm. "Why not? Won't she want to know that you're safe?" "She never really believed that I was unsafe." Oh shit, Tyler thought. She's very religious and seemed to think that if I prayed hard enough, or if I just married him, Johnny would find God.
You didn't marry him, did you?
Thoughts swirled. Was it worse if she was married? That was the whole thing. It didn't matter how tied she was to this Johnny guy. She was her own person and deserved her own autonomy, even if that meant leaving him. Oh God, no. Her words fed a sigh of relief that he tried not to show, and also triggered an uneasy feeling that it shouldn't have mattered at all. Maybe it really was my fault. I believed a lot of the same things she did, and I wonder if maybe that isn't part of the reason I stayed as long as I did. Families all had their issues, he knew. His own mother was eternally optimistic, even in the face of blazing evidence to the contrary. She decided her own mother's stage 4 cancer diagnosis didn't mean the end. Right up until Grandma had died. His mother still ignored the fact that his older brother Wills was stuck on a rat wheel of life and could use some help. But Wills had children. She had grandchildren. And therefore, everything was wonderful. It hadn't bothered her that Noah had lived who knows where for a while in Hollywood, because she was hopeful. And no subsequent success was only proof that her hope was well placed. But Tyler still loved her. There was something he could see in Grace's grandmother that felt the same. It's not your fault for following the advice of someone who raised you. That's not on you. Her expression said thank you, but her words changed the subject. What about you? Surprisingly, he found himself telling her. I was supposed to go to the NFL. The scouts had come to see me several times. And honestly, the whole debacle is probably my fault. He'd never admitted that part before. How is it your fault? And what was it? He deserved the probing question. He'd done it to her. Tyler owed her an honest answer, even though he'd never said these things out loud. We're trained how to take a hit. We know how to run around a tackle and how to avoid getting hit in the first place. And I was showboating. Ooh. Her tone conveyed her sympathy for him, as well as the acknowledgement that he was probably right. Grace picked up one crispy piece of bacon with her fingers and took a delicate bite out of it. Even as they talked, her eyes followed the servers around the space, and she seemed to enjoy sitting at the tables for once, rather than bustling between them. Tyler held tight to what he'd been saying. It took 4 surgeries. The third was supposed to fix me. He forked up eggs that had tumbled from his burrito, and stabbed one of the fat quarters of new potatoes that had come with it. But it didn't. The third surgery made everything worse. Something went wrong with the anesthetic. They cut off circulation to my leg for a while. So I wound up with a 4th surgery, which definitely improved things. But there was no way I was ever playing football again. And there went the NFL. He'd woken up and everything he'd ever wanted, everything he was supposed to get, was gone. And he could never get it back. Oh no. Looking back, any dreams of the NFL probably went out the door with the first hit. Because it took a year and a half to get to that 4th surgery. I probably could have gone back to college and finished the last semester. Just 1 semester? You were close to graduating. She even frowned with pity and he hated it, but she wasn't wrong. Tyler may not have liked her reactions, but he still felt better for having told her. So he plowed ahead, getting things off his chest with a woman who was almost a perfect stranger, even if this conversation had felt more natural than any he'd had in the past 10 years. When the 4th surgery didn't work, my girlfriend dumped me. Was she long-term or just a fling? Long. He sighed it out and put his fork back down. There was something symbolic about leaving the last bit of potato behind. We'd been together since early high school. We went to college together. She handled talking to the scouts and everything. We were engaged and then, when it became clear I was going to never make it into the NFL, she disappeared. Grace nodded her understanding and went back to eating the eggs. As he watched her enjoy the food, he didn't mention the screaming fights or the fact that K2 had waited tables. They'd lived off of next to nothing until she graduated. That had been in the middle of all the surgeries, and despite her wounded and surly boyfriend, Kay had landed a decent office job. She made enough to keep one person in a pretty good lifestyle, but two people at less than what they would have preferred. He didn't tell Grace that he had practically refused to get a job, opting instead to claim disability because of the knee. It wasn't unwarranted, but there were things he could have done. He hadn't done them. He didn't tell Grace that Kay had yelled at him, that he should get up and find a new damn dream, that the NFL wasn't going to happen. Maybe, like Grace, he'd gone with optimism when there wasn't any to be had. So he opened up and said out loud for the first time something he'd always wondered. It's easier to believe that she left me because she wanted to be married to an NFL star, and I wasn't going to be that. But it's entirely possible that she left me because, once I took that first hit, I didn't handle anything very well. Grace was dipping a fry into ketchup, having opted for fries instead of potatoes. It was an odd breakfast choice, but he didn't begrudge her any of it. He probably wouldn't begrudge her anything if she didn't call him on his shit. She didn't. Not yet. Define didn't handle it very well. Tyler set down his fork and knife and stopped eating for a moment. Everything was wrong and none of it was my fault. I was the consummate asshole.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to Reckless. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
12. You've been quiet, Tyler nudged her verbally as he paid the check. Grace had pushed him to let her cover breakfast, then when he'd refused, she'd pushed to cover at least her own meal. She was stuck. She wanted to be independent, but at what cost? She'd starve before she could find a job or a home. Tyler had mentioned her new clothes. You already spent some of what you had. I'll get this. Though she'd needed breakfast paid for and was grateful he took care of it, it was a rough feeling. Once again, she wasn't on equal ground and she hated it. During those early years when she'd thought she was in love with Johnny, before he'd ever hit her, that's what he'd done, he'd taken care of her. She'd loved it but hadn't realized then what it meant to not be an equal partner. She was now determined to be her own person. Barely 24 hours into her escape, the only promise she'd made herself was that she would never belong to anyone again. And she wouldn't, but she was already indebted to someone again. I'm doing it to get away from Johnny, she told herself, the mantra winding its way round and round in her brain. She was better off with the devil she didn't know. Now she looked sideways at Tyler, these thoughts scrambling her brains and making her heart race as they headed out the door. This time, when he offered her helmet, she didn't immediately reach out to take it. He hesitated, and the helmet dropped an inch from where he'd held it. Now he frowned. Are you okay? She wasn't, not really. Standing there in the parking lot, Grace looked around for an open space. There were houses around here. A stand of short trees sat behind the restaurant. She was fast. She'd practiced running when Johnny wasn't around, making sure she could fly far if she had to. So she sucked in a deep breath and asked the scariest question she could ask because she wasn't quite ready to run from Tyler. What do you mean you were an asshole to Kay? She watched as understanding bloomed across his face, and she waited for his expression to turn to fury. For his hands to form fists. She was on her toes, balanced to spring away, her shoulder blades tense, her stomach tight. He can't get me, she told herself, and realized that even without thinking she was slowly backing away. Though Tyler shook his head, the fury didn't come. I was an asshole. I yelled. Sometimes I said stupid things that I regretted, that I still regret. Grace felt some of her tension start to flow away, even as her brain went through all the possible twists and turns of what Tyler might mean. Johnny would have said he'd never done anything wrong. But if anyone asked him straight out, have you ever hit her, he would have told them that he had to. So Grace tested Tyler. Did you ever hit her? No. One word. Short. Clear. Decisive. She didn't know if he was telling the truth, but still she nodded. She felt she could trust him, then reminded herself that clearly she was an idiot when it came to trusting men. He looked as though he wanted to reach out and take her hand, but he refrained. Instead, he bent his knees a little bit and tipped his head, as though he were trying to get down to put their gaze on the same level. Grace, I was awful. I was short-tempered and mean. I didn't give Kay any credit for all that she was doing. But I didn't ever hit her. I never hit anyone. Even on the field, I never threw a punch. And I won't. She watched his eyes the whole time, and for whatever reason, she found she believed him. He seemed to be waiting for an actual answer though, so she reached out and took the helmet from his hand. Strapping it under her chin, she clicked the lock together, noticing that he didn't try to double-check it this time. Maybe he figured she knew what she was doing now. He tilted his head one more time, not putting on his own helmet. Well shit, she thought, he was going to cut her loose, and just when she had made the decision to stay with him. He'd probably decided he didn't want company anymore. That was okay too, she told herself. She was already much further down the road than she would have been on her own. He'd been good to her, really good. So maybe it was better if she left now. He could continue his trip, and she wouldn't owe him anything more than she already did. She was costing him hotel rooms and breakfast, and she couldn't be that kind of a burden for long. He would want something in return. Tell you what, he said, a half smile playing on his lips, the dimple starting to form in his cheek. She was braced for rejection.
13. Tyler pulled out his wallet again. He'd already spent too much money at the pier. But it had been so easy to do that he did it again. He'd asked Grace what she wanted to do today. Though she seemed surprised by the question, she only said she wanted junk food and something fun. He'd steered the bike into the Bay Area that evening and come straight here. 2 corn dogs, please. They'd already had French fries in a paper cone and Cokes big enough to bathe in. Grace had eyed some pink cotton candy, and though it cost way too much for spun sugar, it was worth her smile when she held it and closed her eyes and stuck out her tongue. He'd laughed until his side hurt. He'd lost more money playing a few of the games that were set up to ensnare him. Tyler had bought 3 rounds of softballs, attempting to hit the little targets that rolled by. He'd handily lost. As Grace watched him avidly, he realized maybe she'd have a better shot than him. You want to try? Oh, I don't have the money. That was her usual answer. Each time he talked her into taking his. He could easily believe he was being played, but he reminded himself of 2 things. First, that the bruises were real, and second, that he'd offered her the ride. She hadn't asked. When he talked her into it, she'd gotten 3 balls and hit on the second throw, winning herself the stuffed yellow bunny she was carrying now. Grace had shrugged the win off, saying, I played high school softball. Tyler had laughed until she looked at him oddly. He'd picked up a carnival game ringer. She'd watched him make an idiot out of himself for 3 rounds, saying nothing, and then she'd nailed it. When they finished the best corn dogs he thought he'd ever had, he asked, Do you still want that funnel cake? They'd both been eyeing the booth as they'd first stepped onto the pier. Now her eyes grew wide. Tyler had learned that she often didn't say yes, but he knew she wanted it. How long had it been since she'd had a funnel cake, or a fun night at an amusement park, that wasn't overshadowed by pleasing an irrational and violent man? He didn't wait for the words. I want one. Let's go back to the booth. Help me eat it. They'd arrived in town incredibly late and headed straight to the pier. The area was shutting down, and he had had to beg the woman at the funnel cake stand to make just one more before she closed. It was dark and getting a little bit buggy, but Tyler was glad there was still something fun open when they'd gotten in. The city itself didn't seem too crowded, but what did he know? While they waited for the funnel cake, he kept his mental fingers crossed that they could still find a place to stay at a good price. The cake arrived piping hot, and Grace carried it over, beautiful despite her bruises. Even if some of the people walking by probably believed he was the cause of them, her smile was worth it. As he reached the maximum amount of greasy food he could eat in one night, he promised himself that he would eat a salad or at least a vegetable tomorrow. Eventually, they'd thrown away the trash and climbed back on the bike. Grace had used his phone and looked up motels and hotels that had good rates. But they'd arrived at the first one to find it full. Tyler had nixed the second one she'd pulled up. If the picture is that bad, the actual place is worse. Grace seemed to open her mouth. It doesn't have to be nice. I'll pay for my own room. So it's better if it's cheaper. Don't worry about it. I have you covered. But it was 1 a.m., and 3 stops later before they found a place willing to give them a room. We only have the one room left. The woman at the desk wasn't even apologetic, just tired. You've got to be shitting me, he thought. She must have read his mind or his expression. There's a banking convention in town. You're lucky we have one. From what I hear, there aren't really rooms until you get about 20 miles out of town inland. Crap. The woman started ringing it up, entering whatever all the information was that was needed to book a room. Tyler still wasn't sure. Grace wouldn't want to share a room. But driving while he was tired was dangerous. 1 room was cheaper than 2, and 2 didn't seem to exist. He looked to Grace and found her expression stoic. She wasn't going to make this decision for him. Just then, the door behind him squeaked its way open, and a weary-looking couple came in. We'll take it. It's 2 queen-size beds, is that okay? Yes, he smiled as though it wasn't the only room left and he was actually making a choice. He turned to Grace, are you okay with that? He couldn't tell if Grace was just going along to get along, but he was exhausted and full of greasy food that was threatening to put him to sleep right here at the counter. She might be nervous. She might not know it yet, but he wasn't going to do anything. He booked the room, which took an inordinately long time, and grabbed a spare room key for Grace, acting as if everything was normal. But nothing could be normal with a woman who'd been treated the way she had. It was only in the elevator up to the 4th floor that he realized the clerk had been giving him the side eye and possibly already called the police. Grace had been acting timid, and though he pressed the clerk to find a second room for his companion, it hadn't happened, and Grace was still covered in bruises. Shit. He should have come in and gotten the room by himself. He should have made sure there were 2, but it was too late for any of that now. Tyler carried both their bags, his black leather and hers cheap nylon. He wondered if she'd chosen it for its ugly sturdiness, or maybe it was simply what had been on clearance. In a few moments, they were in the room, and it was smaller than what he'd expected. Of course. There was just enough space between the beds for 1 person to walk. Not much. Trying to put her at ease, he set both bags on 1 bed and asked, "Which one do you want?" When she refused to choose, he asked again. She hadn't had a choice in sharing a room with him, and she needed to feel safe. She pointed to the one closer to the bathroom, and he moved his bag away before saying, "Why don't you take first dibs on the bathroom?" Grace was quiet as she gathered her things and headed in. Despite the price, the place was a bit cheap, and he heard the distinctive sounds of her showering, then brushing her teeth. He realized for the first time that she probably hadn't had a toothbrush on her yesterday morning. How much money had she spent when she'd walked almost 3 miles to get herself clothing and necessities? Her bag was relatively full. Tyler desperately wanted to snoop and see what she'd bought, but he didn't. She certainly had more than just a shirt and jeans now. He turned on the TV, and before one sitcom had finished, she emerged, her newly darker hair wet and hanging loose around her shoulders. He liked the dark chocolate look of it, and the red that shone through, probably better than the blonde. He hadn't asked if this was the color she wanted, or if she was simply trying to make herself harder to recognize. She was back in her jeans and long-sleeved shirt. He started talking, before he thought better of it. "I'll go in the bathroom now, and if you want to change into your pajamas while I'm in there, you can." His words were stilted and rough. Something was off, but he couldn't place it, and nothing was coming out the way he'd intended. Grace only shrugged. Sometimes she was bright and full of life, and sometimes stiff as a statue. He never knew which he'd get, or if it was his fault. "I don't have pajamas." Of course, she didn't buy pajamas. She'd probably thought she'd get a room to herself. He sure had, and she was on limited funds. Pajamas weren't necessary. "Hold on," he said it as though this were any reasonable solution, and pulled his largest t-shirt out of his bag. You can sleep in this if you want. It's up to you." When she didn't take it, Tyler set it on the bed beside her. The bright sunny yellow of the cotton had faded long ago to something indescribable, and the design was half worn off. That was good. It might have been a little bit sexist. He didn't remember. He was nervous as he showered off the day and emerged into the steamy bathroom, rubbing his fingers through his hair. Would she still be here? Did she trust him enough to wear the shirt? He didn't know. Putting on fresh boxer briefs, he added a clean t-shirt, not what he usually slept in. But he told himself he was saving money. Despite the fact that there were 8 more checks coming, the windfall wouldn't last forever. With a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped out into the room. He'd expected Grace would be under the covers and asleep, but instead she was sitting on the edge of the bed wearing his t-shirt, her bare legs tucked up under her. She just sat there, her hands in her lap. She didn't read or look at a phone. Did she even have a phone? Tyler was opening his mouth to say something when he noticed her arm. It was the first time he'd seen so much of her skin, and it bore testament to the evidence on her face. A large purpling handprint wrapped around her bicep. He hadn't seen it until she moved, and it peeked out beneath the sleeve, but he now spotted the matching one on the other side. Smaller bruises walked her forearms, almost like lace. The damage he'd seen peeking out of her sleeves for a day and a half now was now fully realized. He almost said, "Holy shit." But she stepped off the bed and moved right in front of him. Then she shocked the crap out of him as she rose up on her toes and planted a soft, serious kiss on his lips.
14. Grace felt the lightning bolt of shock as her lips touched his. She shuddered at the sensation, then the kiss turned sweet, turning her insides gooey like jam. Was it him? Was it the situation? She didn't know. Did he kiss her back? She didn't quite know that either. So Grace raised up just a little further, and she felt his lips part. Yes. Her tongue darted out, making contact as his mouth moved against hers. Heat shot through her again. Her arms snaked up and around his neck, leveraging the kiss and pulling him closer, down to where their mouths could fuse. Tiny twinges from her muscles reminded her of where she'd come from. But she'd gotten used to it by now. Hell, she'd lived with bruises of one kind or another for the last 5 years. The difference today was that she didn't have any new ones. So she kissed Tyler harder, pressed her body up flush against his, hoping to feel that she'd had some effect on him. She needed this. She needed hope and safety. And she wanted him to want her. His fingers found her waist and dug in just a little. Grace tilted her head to the side, deepening the kiss. She felt his hands trace downward, slowly grabbing her hips and pulling her forward. Her head tipped back to accommodate his touch, her body sliding slowly along his chest. A slight smile began to form on her lips as she thought and felt yes. But even as the taste of victory flooded her, everything stopped. She was hot and then she was suddenly cold. Where his warm breath had touched her face, she now felt nothing. His hands no longer clenched her hips, and she could feel his fingertips slipping around her wrists and peeling her off as he stepped back. "What is this?" he asked. Grace shook her head at him. She wanted to shrug, as if she had no idea what had just happened. But as she was the clear instigator, there was no getting out of this. She simply pressed her lips together, as though she'd just applied lipstick and kept silent. Because honestly, she didn't really know what this was, or she did, but she couldn't make herself say it. She just wanted to feel something. She wanted to be with someone she felt safe with. And here he was, in the same room with her. His t-shirt smelled like him and turned her on. They should be doing this. It felt too good to stop. But Tyler was shaking his head at her now. Though she felt the old sensations coming back, Grace knew he wasn't like Johnny. She understood this feeling wasn't fear so much as it was shame. In the past few years, since she'd gotten herself mentally together and decided she was leaving, she'd invested nothing in Johnny's words. She'd taken nothing to heart, except the things that might help her get to safety. She'd no longer been concerned whether or not he was right about how stupid she was or how she'd screwed something up, or whether or not she deserved what he was doing. Her goal had been to save as much money as she could and get out with as little damage as possible. With Tyler, even though her brain was threatening to shut down and go numb, what she felt was regret. Maybe she shouldn't have done this. Or maybe she could talk him into it. "I just wanted something good," she told him. "You're here. I'm here. It's cheaper in one room." He was still looking at her oddly, not yet sliding back into her arms, not yet making her feel like she could sink under his touch and forget the world for a bit. But she tried again. Grace stepped back into his personal space, pleased when Tyler didn't back away. She pushed up on her toes against his chest. Her mouth fell open at the sensation, and the way his eyes glazed told her he liked it too. Good. She wanted this. She needed to remove Johnny from her life and her memory, to replace it with something better. And she owed Tyler so much. Tipping her head back, she inhaled slowly, tasting the air between them. Her chest rose and fell as they both began to breathe more heavily, the air growing thick with desire. She was fully pressed against him, though her hands still hung loosely at her sides. Tyler, maybe unconsciously, curled his fingers into fists, and she waited for him to let go, as the feeling of wanting a man pooled low in her belly. She hadn't felt this in so long, and she wanted it so badly. And Tyler had done everything. She could kill two birds with one kiss. He wasn't going to make the move, so Grace closed the last inch between them, pressing her lips to his one more time. This time, she felt him melt against her.
15. She felt good in his arms, Tyler thought, as he leaned into the motion and pressed against her body. She felt right. But what even was right? He'd never gotten over Kay, but that didn't mean he'd been celibate. Maybe Grace was simply the first woman in his arms since he'd decided to get on with his life, since he'd told himself he wasn't just looking to get laid. He admired her. What she was doing was brave and bold and scary. Yet here she was, still standing, making a move on him. She seemed to want him, and it was so easy to lean into this feeling and take what she was offering. His body wanted it, and his mind wanted it. The first kiss had made him think, did he just want sex? Or did he want her? For once, he found he wanted this particular woman. And she wanted him. Or did she? Cold reality washed over him again, and Tyler took a big step back. Too far for her, closed the gap with a step and a sweet brush of her lips. "Grace, you don't owe me anything." From the way she jerked back, her eyes darting to the side, he'd hit the nail on the head. Shit. He'd really hoped she would say, "No, that's not what this is about. I just want to be with you. I'm incredibly attracted to you, Tyler." But even in his head, the voice that said those words wasn't hers. That wasn't how Grace would operate. She was here, in a hotel room that he'd paid for. She'd protested to pay her share. He'd done his best to override her, and he'd ended up paying the bill. They ate food that he paid for that. Aside from the goodies at the fair, which he'd offered her straight up, she'd again protested and tried to pay for. She kept trying to pay her own way, and he kept paying for everything. He was trying to take care of her, and he liked being able to do it. But maybe she wasn't taking it quite so well. He knew she didn't have much money, and he didn't expect anything in return. Damn, he'd wondered if she'd feel the need to pay him back. He had his answer now. "You don't owe me anything, Grace." He took 2 more firm steps back, knowing that if he stayed close she could pull him in again. As much as he wanted her, this wasn't how he wanted it. "Grace, if anything happens between us, I want it to be because you want to be with me." "I do want to," she said, but the words were slight and small, not the bold declaration he was hoping for. Tyler didn't answer. He couldn't. Here was this amazing woman, throwing herself at him, and he was saying no. So he just tipped his head and stared pointedly, as if to say he was onto her. Her lips pressed together, rolling inward in the way that said, Grace was thinking. She'd plopped onto the edge of the bed, her hands fidgeting in her lap. They were still so close, but he hoped it was far enough. This room wasn't big enough for his willpower to fail him. He wasn't going to take advantage of her. "Tyler, no matter what you say, I do owe you." She paused and sucked in a breath. She motioned to the walls and the beds. I'm in your room, and eating your food. I'm even wearing your clothing. She plucked at the t-shirt that looked a hell of a lot better on her than it ever had on him. But he ignored that. You don't own anything. From her expression, she clearly disagreed. I'll pay you back. I promise. I've been keeping track. I know exactly how much I owe you. Quickly, she started to move away, almost crab-walking backwards across the comforter in a sudden burst of energy. A glimpse of long, lean legs and a flash of underwear did nothing to help his situation. She slid under the covers and pulled them up over her shoulder, hiding everything except her shiny, freshly altered hair. Good night, Tyler. But he wasn't having it. Listen, Grace. Her body was stiff. Clearly, she wasn't going to sleep, so he was just going to say his piece, and she could respond or not. I offered you a ride. You didn't hitchhike. I know I said that, but it's not true. He paused, but she didn't move. I offered because I wanted to. Though she moved, it was to roll over and glare daggers at him. You offered because you felt sorry for me. He couldn't say she was wrong. The sigh escaped, though he'd been trying to hold it in. That was part of it. But it doesn't change the fact that it's what I wanted to do. I saw you there, and I saw how afraid you were of him. You don't know him, she countered, but he held up a hand as though to ward her off. No, I'm not saying you overreacted, Grace. I think you're right to be as afraid of him as you are. You're safer with me. This time she sighed, so long and deep that he could almost taste tears at the edges of it. I know that. And I like you. I really do. The words bloomed in his chest, hope and springtime, and the same as when he'd felt this a few minutes ago, Tyler carefully squashed them down. The last thing Grace needed was him pushing her. She was still talking, and he brutally stomped out the last of the warmth that had suffused through him. I'm the wounded little bunny you found on the side of the road, and you're nursing it back to health. You still have everything, and I still have nothing. That's not how it is, Grace. But it is. Tears formed in her eyes, her hands balled into fists, and he could feel the pain in her words. I want to be in charge of my own life. I need to be. I escaped Johnny, that was the first hardest part, and I don't think he'll find me. Not with you. Not where we are. Not with me, not even using any cards or phone or anything with my name on it. I don't think he could trace me now, if he tried. So here I am, and I'm actually safe for the first time in a long, long time, and I do owe you for that. It hit him like a brick wall at high speed, though it wasn't him who had been running toward it. She'd smacked it into him, truth as painful as bricks. He wanted to tell her she was wrong. And parts of it were wrong, so he latched onto that. I'm not Johnny. I know that. She yelled it loud enough for someone in the adjoining room to pound a fist on the wall. Though Tyler's immediate thought was to laugh, Grace shrunk down into herself a little more. He hated seeing that. Grace, you and I aren't like you and Johnny at all. You're right, I am paying for things and you're not. But I don't expect to collect. And I don't feel that I have any right over you. I appreciate that. I do. She was sitting up in bed now. Her hands crossed over her heart with the sincerity of her words. He was glad at least she understood that. But you can't change how it feels to owe someone. His heart sank. She was right. He couldn't make this right.
16. Grace woke up early the next morning, a night of uneasy sleep behind her. Nothing had been resolved, except that they now agreed their relationship was completely unequal. And that once again, Grace was on the losing side of things. She listened as Tyler rolled around a little bit, slowly coming awake, restless in his own sleep. She wanted to get up, head into the bathroom and shower, but it would make noise. The last thing she needed to disturb was his sleep. She'd already disturbed everything else about his trip. At least the night before, she'd had her own room and her own schedule. She'd been able to get up and walk around. She'd gone to the store and dyed her hair. None of that could happen while she was in the room with Tyler. Grace stared at the ceiling and tried to be quiet, but eventually she had to pee. If she got up and got dressed, she'd wake him. Then if she left, he'd watch her do it. Would he try to stop her? If he didn't, she'd be okay. She felt that in her bones now, the only thing holding her back was that she didn't quite trust her bones. But the feeling was good. Surely Johnny wouldn't look for her in San Francisco. She needed to find a small town farther inland, somewhere she could wait tables in a stupid pancake shop again. Somewhere a kindly person would take pity on her and give her a place to stay while she worked her first week and tried to earn some money. San Francisco was not that place. She stared at the ceiling until she realized Tyler was watching her. His expression said he was surprised that she was still here. Well, frankly, so was she. "Should we get breakfast?" he asked, as though none of what they'd said last night mattered. She nodded. She needed breakfast. She could pay for her own and his if he'd let her. It was the least she could do in exchange for the room and board, and the days spent vibrating on the back of the bike. She thought she might finally be getting used to it. "I have an idea." His face lit up, but her stomach fell. She'd had an idea last night too, and apparently hers had sucked. She was going to wait and see if she felt as poorly about his plan as he felt about hers. "Here," he said, as though she was going anywhere. "Let's have a moment of honesty." He swung his legs over the side of the bed, the t-shirt clinging to him, and making her think she'd made a really good decision last night, only to be thwarted by the very guy she'd been throwing herself at. But if he didn't want her, he didn't want her. So she threw back her own covers and swung her legs over the edge of the bed, like he had. They were sitting almost knee to knee, both of them in his t-shirts, though hers wasn't doing anywhere near as much for her as his did for him. She wanted to say what, and come at his new plan with an air of disdain, but instead she stayed silent and waited. Her feet didn't quite touch the floor like his, and she pointed her toes down until she felt the carpet underneath. She should enjoy this. The bed was soft, the sheets white and clean. She might not stay anywhere as nice as this for a while. "Here," he said again, only this time he opened the drawer in the nightstand between them and pulled out the little hotel pad and a pen. "I'm writing down how much money I have. And you should too." Oh, this was not going to go well. He scribbled a number, or several. Then peeled the top paper, folded it in half. He pushed the tablet toward her, holding out the pen. "Write down how much you have. Include your savings, but don't include what's available on your credit cards." She almost threw her head back and laughed at the universe. She had no bank savings, Johnny could access that. Everything she had was in cash, in her bag just a few feet away. And credit cards? As if Johnny would have let her have her own credit card. And she couldn't apply for one now. She didn't have a job or home address. Oh dear God, she didn't even have a home address. But Tyler was holding out the pen, waiting on her. So Grace wrote down her number, proud that it was even 4 digits. Peeling the top page from the hotel tablet like he had, she folded it in half. "Now we trade." Right, she thought. She'd been hoping for a math game where you added 5 and then divided by 7 and something and got your original number back. But now he held his folded slip out towards her, pushing her to do the same. Finally she blurted, "I spent about $100 the other night." So it was 100 higher than that. Even though he'd grasped the page she held out, her fingers clenched at it, but he didn't tug. When she let go, he did too. Suddenly, she had his paper in her hand. He'd written not one number, but a large number at the top, and a series of bigger numbers underneath. All the same with a plus sign, and she didn't quite understand. "The hospital botched my knee surgery, remember?" She nodded. She'd been paying attention, even though she didn't remember how that made money. "Well, my mother fought them, and eventually won a settlement. It took a lot of time. The first 3 paychecks went back to her to cover her expenses. She wouldn't take more. It took that much to fight the lawsuit?" Her mouth must have fallen open. "Over the course of 7 years, yes. And I'm not sure how she found the money in the first place. I paid her back with interest. Grace swallowed and nodded. So that's what I have this month. He pointed to the top number. And that's what I get each month after that. This many checks? Grace pointed to the list. Tyler almost flinched. Actually, I get 3 more than that. They didn't fit on the page. Jesus, she thought, must be nice. But you should know, his voice didn't sound as chipper as hers would if she had that kind of money coming. Until last week, I worked in a factory. I didn't even get double minimum wage. If you were a decent server, you were probably pulling more off those tables than I was making. Grace felt her eyes snap wide as she looked at him. That was news. She'd had ideas about how he lived, what with the shiny new Harley and the sweet leather jacket and slick new helmet, and she thought they'd all been new. I get it, he shrugged, you lived in West Covina. So it probably didn't go as far, but you out-earned me. I'm sure of it. How old are you? The question popped into her head and right out her mouth. I'll be 31 next week. Interesting, she thought, but even as she was tucking that information away, he was changing the subject. This is not NFL-style money, but it's more than I've ever had. You shouldn't be wasting it on me, she quickly told him and watched as his face transformed. He didn't have to say anything to make it clear that he completely disagreed. But what was she going to do with that? 17. Actually, Grace, the words seemed to roll off Tyler's tongue. I think you're maybe the best investment I could make. This time, it was her turn to not believe a damn word he said. Fine. What were your plans before you ran into me? This was going to be rich, and it would show exactly how much he'd thrown away to pick her up, not including the money. Well, I left home 6 days ago. I wanted to see the Grand Canyon. I wanted to see LA and the ocean. I wanted to drive the Pacific Coast Highway. Hit San Francisco. He waved his hand around as if to say, and here we are. They'd spent an hour and a half on the pier as it closed down last night, and slept in a very expensive hotel room. That was hardly seeing San Francisco. I decided it was worth spending some of the money to have memories. My plan is to cut across the country, take a northern route, because it's getting warmer, so hopefully it'll be nicer up there, and head over almost all the way to the other side, and then cut down to Florida. Are you going back home at the end? She asked, interested now. It was just a huge vacation, as far as she could tell. That's just it. He looked sad. I can't go home. Kay lives in Fort Collins. And it's just too close. Kay. She paused for a moment. Oh, the ex. Look. He sighed out the word, then reached under the covers for where he'd left his phone and held it out to her. She touched the screen and a picture popped up. A woman with red hair held 2 cherubic blonde boys in her arms in her cover picture. Are the boys yours? Grace asked, wondering if he'd left small kids behind. They aren't, and they never were. She's happily married. If you would like to flip through her photos, you can see her very handsome husband and her lovely home. They are clearly very, very happy in every picture. You can see her 2 children. The oldest will be 8 later this year. And you know this, why? Grace asked him, doubting what he was doing. That's the problem, Grace. I know this is bad. I was looking at her profile last night. She let go of me years ago, and I never let go of her. Grace handed the phone back, new ideas blooming in her brain about why he'd pushed her away last night. You're still in love with her. Have been since high school. The squeeze of his voice made it clear that he was disappointed in himself. Tyler was clearly weary of feelings he couldn't quite shake. You need to let her go. That was the plan. I would make this huge square around the country, and somewhere along the way, I would find something that moved me and I would settle down. Somewhere far enough away, somewhere before I got too close back to home. What do you want to find? She asked, curious what Tyler envisioned for himself. He probably didn't want to work in a factory again. I thought I'd start my own business. He certainly had the money to do it. So she asked the obvious next question. What kind of business? I don't even know. He held his hands up in surrender. I have no freaking clue. So you're on a motorcycle going around the country. You have your route maps.
No, he protested again. See?
I don't even have that. I knew I could come this way. I knew that Pacific Coast Highway existed and would take me up to San Fran, but as of right now, I'm officially out of real plans. I don't even know what route to take to head eastward from here. Like, should we go a little further north first? Should we just cut inland? He said we. Her heart flipped, though she told it not to, and Grace tried to pay attention to the words he was saying instead of the gooey feeling in her chest. I do want to stay here at least another day. I want to see the aquarium and see the city. I've never seen it before. And I never had the money to travel the way I wanted. Grace nodded and handed the phone back. He said I. She must have misheard the we. He would go see the city today, and she would find the nearest bus terminal. It was a good plan, the right plan. She should get dressed, get there as soon as she could. An early morning start gave her more options for what buses to catch, where to go. But his words were pushing his way into her brain again. I saw the Grand Canyon by myself. I'd like to see San Francisco with a friend. She nodded, still struggling with the idea of who that friend might be. Yes. He ducked and dodged and grinned until he caught her gaze. I mean you. He held up the slip she'd written her pitiful total on. And I'm looking at your money here. Once I get my whole payout, your money will be less than 1% of the money I have. So you can pay 1% of the bills. He rattled off an amount of a couple of bucks. That's for the hotel room last night. Pony up. He held out his hand, demanding his few dollars, as Grace almost laughed at him. This still doesn't make any sense, Tyler. Climbing off the other side of the bed, she dug in her bag to where she shoved her purse and pulled out several ones to hand to him. Even as she held it out, grateful he would take even a few dollars, she added, You earned the money you have. No, I didn't. I told you, I'm pretty sure the knee damage was my own fault. I had a bike back then too, and my mother told me it was going to be the death of all my dreams. It was one of the few things that she just didn't believe would work itself out. And you know what? She was wrong about the bike, but she was right that everything could change in a heartbeat. Grace shook her head. She didn't know what that was like. Her own life had changed so gradually that she'd been too deep before she realized she should get out. And when she did finally figure it out, it was too late. Or it might have been, if not for one Tyler Preston. Even so, all of that money is yours. My mother earned the money. I didn't have my shit together well enough to show up for a regular job, let alone keep pushing at a lawsuit like she did. He paused a moment, then added, You're my new investment, Grace. I haven't done jack for 10 years. And before that, I didn't really do jack shit either. The fact is, I was a selfish, arrogant high school football player who had some really nice talent. And honestly, I don't think I had much else to recommend me as a person. He paused again, and she waited patiently, curious. He'd been willing to tell her things that she bet he didn't tell just anyone. Maybe because he knew she'd be gone soon, and he wouldn't have to face her and what he'd shared. Sure enough, he continued. Then, after my knee went out, I was a really arrogant, high school athlete who wasn't even able to play ball. She watched as his face fell. They were hard words for him to get out, and his shoulders slumped with the admission. The edges of his mouth tightened with his self-condemnation. Were you really like that? She didn't see it. I see a great guy who wouldn't let me pay off a hotel room with sex. Who picked me up and took me out of a very dangerous place when I had no one to turn to and nowhere to go. A really great guy who fed me corn dogs and french fries on the pier last night and hasn't asked for anything in exchange. He waved the dollar bills he was still holding. Okay, fine. You got a few dollars out of me. Actually, here. She pulled out another 10. At 1%, that should cover most of my measly share. He threw his head back and laughed. Then, as he seemed to bring himself under control, He turned and looked her in the eyes. I've had way more fun with you than I had on my own. So stay with me as long as you want. While we're together, you pay 1%. And you're right. It's really not fair. So I expect you to earn your keep. She felt her muscles tense, wondering what he was going to ask for. He didn't seem to notice. I'm going to get in the shower. I've seen how you calculate every penny when we're in a convenience store. And I heard you when you told me what % higher this hotel was than the last one. So we'll keep this room for tonight, and you figure out how to get us to the aquarium today. Find out what's the best time to go, how much it's going to cost us, where we should go for food, because I want to do something that's really unique to San Francisco. And tell me what else we should see while we're here. With that proclamation, he stood up and marched himself into the bathroom to shower. And for the first time in a very long time, Grace had a job that she liked.
18. Oh my God, that's good. Tyler leaned back in the booth to take the pressure off his stomach because he'd eaten way too much. But it had tasted so good. He also wasn't working out as much as he used to. He could feel it now. He was going to get fat on this trip with Grace in charge. Even so, that was the best grilled tuna sandwich he'd ever had. How'd you find this place? He gestured to the dark paneled walls in the small family-owned restaurant that was definitely off the beaten path. He would have leaned forward and put his elbows on the table, but he wasn't sure he could fold up that much anymore. He'd insisted they order 3 different sandwiches when they'd initially had too much trouble deciding what to get. And though he had tried to split them down the middle, Grace insisted she couldn't eat that much and had cut herself just a third off of each sandwich. He'd pushed her to eat more, wanting to be certain that she was eating well enough and not limited by her own funds. If she set off on her own, he was confident she'd have to make those sacrifices. She wouldn't be with him forever, so for now he wanted her to eat as much as she could. Still, she pointed out that she was getting a full sandwich from her pieces and more than a full set of sides. They'd also slurped down sodas and chosen a milkshake for their third beverage since it came with the meal. Even Grace had groaned and taken a deep breath, looking like she'd overeaten as badly as he did. I found a list of restaurants that the locals eat at on your phone while you were in the shower. But how did you find that? He tried before he'd come on the trip to find places in the cities he wanted to visit, like San Francisco. But all he'd come up with were ads, chains, and lists he didn't fully trust. Oh, I found a local paper and searched for any awards they offered or reported on. They had lists from the last 3 years. This one was on all 3. Well, I can see why. He would not have thought of searching for the information that way. But it was right. I'm not sure when I'll be able to walk again. Me either. She picked up the last piece of her sandwich, as though to take a bite, then thought better of it, and set it back down. If you Google best places to eat, a lot of those spots are paid for. He felt the grin form on his face. One side of his mouth pulled up, as he congratulated himself on his decision to offer her the job. She was contributing in a way that didn't put them in any untoward situations. He wasn't confident that she didn't still feel that she owed him anything, but at least it was reduced enough that she wasn't still hitting on him. His vacation had already gotten so much better. He'd left Grace in charge and simply followed along. He'd mentioned the things he really wanted to do, and he did all the driving. But he wasn't busy trying to figure out when things opened or closed, and he wasn't concerned that he had overpaid for something or that they would get lost. Grace took care of all of it. She found a discount for the aquarium and called the front desk of the hotel to make sure they were getting the Sunday night rate. He wasn't even sure how she'd acquired these skills, but he was grateful. The way she was going, she might wind up saving him as much as she was costing him. But it didn't matter. She'd seemed alive today, in a way that he hadn't predicted was possible. His gambit had worked. He didn't know why he'd picked her up the first morning. It had definitely been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Maybe it was because he'd come on this trip to fix himself, and 4 days in, he hadn't really felt any better. He'd felt wonderful when his mother told him the lawsuit was finally closed and the money was on its way. It felt good when the first check came, and when the fourth one did, he finally put some into his own bank account. It felt better still when he decided to take this trip, and when he'd sold his things and pulled out of the driveway. But he'd expected to keep feeling better as he traveled, and 4 days in on his own, he hadn't. He'd thought the trip would fix him, but he was discovering it was far easier to fix Grace. As he told her yesterday, he didn't know where he wanted to go, and he didn't know what he wanted to do. He just knew that he needed to get away. He wanted to be his own man, in charge of his own life. Tyler saw it right then, that idea why he identified with Grace so hard. He didn't know why it hit him over a belly full of fast seafood. But it did. He understood her need to be free. He also understood that their situations weren't even close to being on the same level. If any one of them should get payouts of thousands of dollars, it should have been her. He hadn't had an abusive ex. He had an abusive job. Factory work was thankless. He'd been passed over for every promotion, possibly because of his attitude or maybe because his work was somewhat subpar. But he knew what it felt like to never get ahead. While he fully understood that his scale was nowhere near the same as hers, he knew what it was to be tense, wondering what people would ask next. Knowing that he couldn't answer. That he wanted to yell at them and run away, but he couldn't. He had been chained to the only job he had. And he didn't want to relive that pass he threw at that homecoming game sophomore year. He didn't want to rehash the time the school had gone all the way to the championships. It hurt to think about the championship rings he'd left with his mother, even though it should still be a high point of his life. The subtle tension of never knowing who was going to say what and how much it was going to bother you was at least something he understood, if on a much smaller scale. Grace's tension had been mortal fear. He'd only had to deal with locals trying to make him a false hero while he worked his shitty day job. He watched as Grace reached to the middle of the table and picked up the milkshake. It must have melted a little while they'd eaten. San Francisco had been as fun as he had thought, and she had more plans for them if he could stand up and walk. Forcing himself upright, he cleared the trash off the table and fed it into the can nearby. But Grace still hadn't moved, her arms crossed over her belly, as though it would hold the food in or make her stomach calm down. He stood over her and held a hand out to help pull her to her feet. She didn't let go of the milkshake, though. He tugged her out of the front of the restaurant, even as she groaned. "I can't walk." But she was walking. So was he. "I can't eat anymore, but the milkshake is so good." She held it up to him, and sucker that he was, he took a sip. "Oh damn. That's really good." He took another sip, both enjoying and regretting it. In 2 blocks the milkshake was gone, and they were walking. He was starting to feel a little more upright, so he asked her, "What are we doing tomorrow?" He hoped she had an answer, because he found his chest clenching as he waited for her to say she would still be around tomorrow.
19. Grace swung her leg up and over the bike like a pro. Not only was she getting used to the ride, but she was healing. Using her muscles without aching was a huge win. She couldn't remember the last time she hadn't had some new bruise or other. With the bike stopped, her clothing instantly grew too warm. But she was getting used to that too, and she peeled her jacket to give herself some air. She and Tyler had settled into an easy rhythm. He smiled at her as they climbed off and stretched in tandem. Her bruises fading also meant people had stopped giving him dirty looks as though he were responsible for her condition. They'd looked at her with disdain, as though it was her fault for staying with him. None of it had been correct, but it didn't change what Tyler was up against just for taking her on as a companion. She was happy planning the outings, feeling useful for once in her life. She was constantly asking him what kinds of things he wanted to see, and spending her free time looking them up. He'd intended to cut across the country from San Francisco, but Grace had suggested heading up towards Seattle. There was plenty to do there, and they'd enjoyed the scenery along the way. They'd wound the bike through the back roads this time, oohing and ahing their way through the redwood forest. Though she'd known the trees were huge, she'd not been prepared for how big they were. Tyler had stopped the bike more than once so they could stand and crane their necks to try and see the tops. She found clover and dandelions the size of her hands growing at the base of the trees. "I feel like a fairy. Everything is big here." He'd laughed at that, but she'd meant it. Grace half expected to find a mushroom she could carve into a small house. They'd admired the scenery all the way to Seattle, where they'd done some sightseeing like tourists. He'd wanted to see the Sound and spot orca, and had shelled out handsomely for a 3-hour boat ride to whale watch. "We can't do this anywhere else until we hit Maine, and I don't think they have killer whales," he'd protested and handed over his credit card. The best she could do was find a good deal for it. She'd stood at the railing of the boat next to him, her hair getting whipped and tangled by the wind, as they saw visiting humpbacks and more seals than she'd ever seen. Grace made a mental note to see if there were orca in Maine. When they'd returned, he'd stopped at one of the small cellular stores and handed her a phone of her own. It was on his plan, of course. He'd been smart to make sure nothing could trace back to her. She'd finally realized that she wouldn't ever be able to access the money she'd saved in the joint account with Johnny. He'd controlled that, so she'd thrown the card away. She was only spending her untraceable cash, handing over a few dollars here and there to Tyler. Though she was still leery of putting any information into a digital device, Grace stepped aside while Tyler waited for the food and dialed her grandmother. "Hi baby, how are you?" Jesus, this required so much more than she was ready for. "Grandma, I'm on a road trip." "That's nice. How's Johnny?" "I left him." "There." She'd said it. "For God's sakes, why?" Grace steeled herself. "Grandma, I told you, he hit me." "I told you that wasn't really a good enough reason."
Yes, Grandma, it is.
No amount of God was going to change him. He would have killed me. I left. You can support me or not. Her heart was thumping in her chest. Why was this so hard? The conversation was going exactly as she'd predicted it would. "Well, I just wish you'd tried to work it out." Grace gritted her teeth and looked up in time to see Tyler motion through the window that he had their food. "I have to go, Grandma. I love you." It still took a good 5 deep breaths of summer air to even get calm enough to be around people. But at least the deed was done. After lunch, she'd suggested Pike's Place Market, where he'd used her new phone to take her picture with a brass pig. He'd saved her number to his phone with a picture of her face, and she'd laughed at him. "What? Are you going to call me from the other side of the market?" "Well, yeah." It was clear from his expression that he hadn't thought of that before now. "If we wanted, we could go do different things and meet up when we finished." None of that had occurred to her. They'd been together almost 24/7. She'd gone through the market wide-eyed like a kid. She could have been in Georgia by now. Her great-aunt Claire might take her in, or know a cheap place to rent in Atlanta. Without her own phone, she'd lost a lot of the numbers she knew, but she should be able to find Claire. Somehow, she'd figured she'd wait until she got to Georgia to ask if she wound up in Georgia. Johnny could find her once she settled somewhere, but she couldn't live her whole life on the back of Tyler Preston's Harley. It was a risk she'd eventually have to take. Atlanta was as good a place as any. But like Tyler, she was beginning to think she'd find the perfect place somewhere along the line. The more random the place, the less likely it was that Johnny would ever figure it out. All these ideas swirled as she stopped at the flower shops and breathed deeply of the amazing scents. The arrangements were a riot of color. She wanted one of the bouquets so badly, but knew the petals would just blow off violently on the back of the bike. She smiled and said, "No thank you," to the clerk who asked her if she wanted one. She tasted pepper jelly for the first time in 3 flavors: jalapeno, cinnamon, and garlic. "Oh, I didn't even know pepper jelly was a thing." Tyler had tried them with her. He liked the jalapeno, but Grace was sold on the garlic. Maybe she could find some when she settled down somewhere. The list of things she wanted was growing. She saw colorful arrangements of yarn and vegetables. One closet-sized shop had only various honeys, and she taste tested those too. They exited the other end of the market with her hands empty, even though she and Tyler had wandered for several hours. The phone securely in her purse made her feel even more safe. They'd left Seattle that evening and hit a motel a little ways out of town and spent most of the next day on the road. They'd passed Spokane and crossed into Idaho for a short stretch. She'd found them a late lunch in Coeur d'Alene. They were pulled off at the last rest stop before Billings, Montana, when she told him, "We can stay on the northern route or cut south." She'd been pulling up maps all along, finding routes and alternates, trying to figure out what Tyler would most like when even he didn't seem to know what he wanted. "What do you recommend?" "I don't know," she told him. "It's your trip, and I've never been up to this part of the States before, so it's all new to me." "Well, what do you want to see?" "All I know about up here is the biggest ball of twine in Minnesota." He'd replied with a laugh. "That's about all I know too. If we head south, we can see Cheyenne, Omaha, Kansas City, and head into Chicago if you want." She held out the phone he'd given her, tracing the line on the map she'd pulled up. "If we stay to the north, it might be a little cooler, but there are fewer cities to see than if we head right across the middle." "What cities?" he'd asked, and she'd rattled off Minneapolis and St. Paul. "Those are right next to each other. We'll see Bismarck, and then we could cut down to Chicago." He'd shaken his head at that. "Sounds like we need to go through the middle." Grace agreed. With that decided, they'd made their pit stops, grabbed bottles of water and candy bars, and walked around one of the trails while they ate. "My diet has been horrible on this trip," she commented, as she thoroughly enjoyed her caramel and chocolate and cookies. "That's true." He'd taken a bite of his own candy bar, then surprised her when he said, "What if we stop for a good dinner with vegetables or salad every night?" She'd agreed, despite the small hit to her 1% payment plan for a better meal. Grace was still, by far, getting the better end of this deal. And she couldn't afford to get sick. That evening, they'd clocked their first night with salad with their meal, and she'd told him the new route. "We're here on Interstate 90, but we need to cut down 25 toward Cheyenne." She held out her phone and showed him. "So first Cheyenne, then head to. We'll pick up I-80 toward Omaha." Tyler agreed, and tapped the information into his own phone for GPS directions. It had taken a few days for her to get used to it, but she was now confident in what she told him. Confident that he'd listen, and that if he didn't like what she had to say, he wouldn't get angry. She'd believed she'd be long gone before now, leaving Tyler and his little jaunt around the country to run for her own safety. They'd headed out toward the bike, and she realized she'd likely make it to Chicago. Maybe she'd take a bus to Georgia from there, or maybe she'd find the perfect spot along the way. "Hold on," she told him as she lagged behind. She had to put her jacket back on or the bike could get too cold with the wind. And as Tyler had explained, she'd want the jacket on, just in case anything happened. But the fact was, she was safer here with Tyler and his dangerous bike than she'd ever been with Johnny. As she geared up, Grace wondered if she might make it farther than Chicago, if she might find the perfect place. He'd mentioned Maine and she'd never been. Maybe. She liked him more and more each day. And the thought of stealing the bike and running with it, leaving him stranded, got further and further from her mind with each step they took. "Ready now?" he asked, and Grace said yes. Maybe for the first time in her life, she was actually ready for something. Though she pushed it back and tried to fully enjoy the prairie land going by, the doubt still lingered. Could Johnny still find her?
20. Where are we? Tyler pulled to a stop under a small, red metal overhang in front of a barbecue joint. Long wooden rails lined the front porch, and gave the impression that he should hitch his bike up like a horse. "Well," Grace told him, leaning forward so she could be heard around her own helmet and his. "I understand we're at the best barbecue joint in this part of the country." Though he turned the bike off and put the kickstand down, Tyler was still skeptical. Every place claimed to be the best barbecue joint in whatever. Few lived up to it. Still, Grace had yet to steer them wrong. "You're the expert." Her research skills had held up well, even after San Francisco and Seattle. He'd figured those hole-in-the-wall, hidden gems were still relatively easy to find, but she'd managed to get below the layer of paid promotion and hype and ferret out the best places, even on the back roads. Tyler had eaten some of the best food he'd ever had on this trip, and for the most part, paid very little for it. He'd been cautious about buying souvenirs along the way. Having Grace along made it easier. She simply didn't have the money to spare for knickknacks, and though he did and it was tempting, it was simpler not to buy things when she didn't. Instead, she picked up scraps of paper, the clean corner from the corndog paper that said San Francisco, the business card-sized takeout menu from the pizza joint the night before. He wondered what she might pluck from the barbecue place. His girlfriends of the past, even Kay, would have had him loaded down with gifts for their family and friends and themselves by this stage of the game. Grace had barely even picked up the basics. The good news was the bike was a limiting factor. There was simply no place for goodies and collectibles. Had he done this in a car, it was entirely possible that he would have had the entire back seat filled by now. He could have bought gifts for his family at the Seattle market or at the pier, though not anything anyone actually needed. He'd considered sending Wills a redwood tree, one of the small ones. He'd seen them, about 8 inches tall, ready to mail. The steady tree seemed the perfect gift for his older brother, but so far, Tyler had managed to keep his hands off of most everything. Well, there had been one thing in the Seattle market. Grace had found a little stand selling pepper jellies, and the look on her face when she'd tasted the blob of jelly on the stick, well, it had Tyler thinking back to the second night they'd been on the trip. The first night they'd shared a room. Mentally, he knew that he'd done the right thing, but watching her taste test various foods at the little stands made him wonder if he could say no if it happened again. Grace hadn't offered a second time. He didn't know if this was because she'd been turned down or if she'd simply taken him at his word. He'd meant what he said. His resolve to actually do what he meant was weakening, though. It was a good thing she hadn't offered again. They headed inside the old-fashioned-looking barbecue joint. It was small enough that he felt comfortable leaving the helmets hanging on the handlebars of the bike. Not a feeling he usually had. Oh my God. He breathed the words out in a gasp of praise as the door swung open and the glorious scent of perfected barbecue wafted over him. If the smell was any indication, then Grace had another hit on her hands. They stood in line, walking side by side down the counter as the girl in the orange apron talked them through their options. She was chipper enough to act as though she hadn't already said these exact words 50 times in the last 20 minutes. Maybe she was high on the smell of perfectly roasted and sauced meats. Tyler gladly handed over his money for the 4 paper boats of shredded meat, nestled on what looked like homemade buns. Pickles lined the sides of both baskets, and fries filled another one to the brim and just over. A combination of ranch and some orangey-looking sauce drizzled across them. His stomach grumbled just looking at it, and he quickly chose a table and carried the orange plastic tray over to sit. They were halfway through the meal, discussing where they wanted to go next, when he asked, "Wait. Where are we now?" "We are in a little town called Redemption," she told him. Nebraska had been mostly open cornfields. They'd stopped at every rest stop, given that they had never known when the next one was coming. They'd last gassed up at an old station that still had the tall pumps with the antique round logos on the top. Honestly, Tyler half expected Mr. and Mrs. Cleaver to pull up beside him in a Ford Fairlane, but it hadn't happened. Though the cars that did pass by them were old and clunky, he was clearly not that far in the past. "Look," Grace told him, holding her new phone out. He saw the tiny dot and was speculating on the population of Redemption when she said, "This is hitting faster than I thought." It took a moment to realize that she didn't need him to see the dot of the town. Instead, the screen was playing a radar prediction full of swirls of green and red. "Oh shit, that's a huge storm. It's almost definitely going to hit us before tonight." She made the video play again, letting him know it would chase them all the way to the hotel room she had reserved several more hours down the road. "I guess we've been lucky that we haven't hit much rain before this. This is going to be a storm." He hadn't really thought of it that way, and it hadn't occurred to him when he'd planned the trip that rain could become such a hindrance. They'd only hit one light shower on the way into Seattle. It had lasted all of 5 minutes, and the sun was out the entire time. Aside from making him slow down to navigate possibly slick roads, and them getting a little wet in the process, it hadn't posed much problem. They dried off quickly enough. But now, it's going to hit us before we make it to Omaha, isn't it? I think so. She didn't say if she did or didn't want to risk it. Grace always gave him options. Like, we can go north this way, and it'll be cooler, and we'll see these cities, or we can go south. But until he point-blank asked, she didn't offer a preference of her own. He straight up asked her, "I don't think we'll make it. And if we get wet?" She waved her hand around. Though they were clearly in the middle of a small town, he knew she meant the open fields that they'd pass through to get there. Where would we even stop for shelter? It could have high winds and lightning. We'd be left on the side of the road, then running through the rain and knocking on some farmer's door. And he's probably a serial killer. Tyler wanted to laugh. Well, he'd wondered what kind of movies she liked. So, are we staying in Redemption tonight?
21.
Rude and ignorant are about as unbelle as you can get.
Turn right here. Grace called up to Tyler. She pushed her arm out over his shoulder and just aimed her finger for the turn he wanted to take. She'd learned a while back not to make any bold movements to the side, as she could upset the bike. Luckily, nothing had happened when she screwed it up the first time. As Tyler slowly meandered the bike into the small neighborhood, they passed a series of little houses. Maybe 800 to 1,200 square feet each, they dotted the street in various states of repair. Grace was looking at the numbers on the mailboxes and hoping that the one she'd rented at least looked as good as the pictures. 3 down on the right. She leaned forward, speaking loud enough for him to hear. Oh, thank God, she thought as they turned at the driveway. The grass was mowed, the paint wasn't peeling. The front walk looked relatively intact, which hadn't been true of all the houses they'd passed. This was nothing to write home about, but she didn't worry about rats or roaches. Looking to the houses on either side of 2743, she was grateful that they looked good too. She breathed a sigh of relief as Tyler maneuvered over the bumpy gravel driveway. They'd stayed at the barbecue joint for about an hour, while she'd found this place and set up their 2-night stay, then canceled the hotel in Omaha. The emails had quickly flown back and forth, as the owner of this little house seemed grateful to have the place rented out for 2 nights. Tyler had asked her, 2 nights. She'd looked up from where she was on her own phone with the hotel, and motioned him to look at the weather report. They were going to be socked in. She'd asked the owner if a 3rd night was available, and if she could decide later. When she got a yes answer, they'd driven the bike down Main Street and around town, giving the owner a chance to double-check the house before they arrived and the 2 of them time to find a little mom-and-pop grocery for enough food for several days. Honestly, she thought she'd seen pretty much all of Redemption before they'd pulled in the drive. But that was okay, they wouldn't be doing much sightseeing. They climbed off the bike and she stepped back. The bike looked tiny in a space obviously meant for a car or even a large truck, as the neighbors seemed to have. Tyler grabbed both the bags and Grace took the helmets and followed him through the grass. The walkway went to the street, not the driveway. But beggars couldn't be choosers, and bikers needed to find shelter from storms. She thought Tyler looked unbalanced with his own bulky, obviously expensive leather bag in one hand, and her cheap, tiny duffel in the other. She hadn't bought any more clothing. And she'd been snatching the toiletries from the hotels where she could, grateful now that she had stockpiled shampoo and toothpaste, because she wasn't sure this place would have it. At the front steps, he backed up and let her punch the code into the lockbox hanging from the front door. It looked anachronistic on the old house. The front porch ran the whole width of the place and had 2 pristine white wooden rocking chairs decorating it. The railing and trim was stark white against the pale gray of the siding. Grace held her breath as she opened the door. But as she stepped inside, her mouth fell open. She set the helmets on the small antique table just inside the door as she breathed out the words, "Oh, Tyler. This is gorgeous." The inside was painted in warm colors, and an old brown leather couch was pushed up against one wall. Gauzy drapes hung lazily around the windows, indicating that though the town was small, and many of the houses were in ill repair, at least someone here had a sense of style and wanted to show it off. Grace wandered wide-eyed through the place, able to tell that whoever owned it had clearly fixed it up to rent it out. She opened the door to a larger-than-expected bathroom. A freestanding white tub tucked into one corner, all clean modern lines, until she looked at the retro-style chrome piping that held a waterfall shower head over it. The design married the old-fashioned lines of the piping with the clean, modern look of the tub. She was in love. Grace smiled as she breathed in what must have been the scent of a candle the owner had lit shortly before their visit. Someone wanted them to have a good stay, even if she would likely never come back to Redemption again. Then again, maybe she could consider staying. She needed to land somewhere, and this had struck her as the kind of town to have grandmothers more understanding than her own. Maybe it was a place where she could get one of those apartments above the restaurant she was always reading about in romance novels. Grace pushed that thought aside and continued down the hallway. She was expecting the 2 bedrooms, but the pictures online showed dull decor. Now Grace aimed herself into the smaller one, wondering what she would see. It had the listed 2 twin beds tucked into the corners. But now white eyelet comforters draped each bed. One bed had pillows and accents in pops of peacock blue, the other in royal purple. The new carpet squished beneath her feet, and Grace thought she might be able to stay here forever. Not that she could afford it. "Check this out," Tyler hollered from the other room. "Coming," she called back as she tried to decide which bed she would sleep in. Maybe she could try one each night. Heading out into the hallway, she stepped through the doorway to the room Tyler had called from. He was standing in the larger bedroom, which now had a king-sized bed angled into the corner. Deep peachy tones pulled the walls in close, and managed to look both pretty and gender-neutral. Creamy curtains draped windows with blackout shades and were gathered and tied with thick tassels, the fabric pooling at the floor. The same treatment had been given to the mahogany 4-poster bed. "Jesus," she said out loud. This was not in the pictures. Tyler climbed up onto the high bed, relaxing back with his hands tucked behind his head, sinking into the mattress as he groaned. "Oh, that's nice. Oh, look." His head popped up and he pointed over Grace's shoulder. She turned and found the TV had been framed with molding that matched the room. Though it was huge, it was corner-angled, of course, to be seen from the exact spot Tyler was laying. She wanted to crawl up onto the bed, lay next to him and figure out just how good that bed felt, but that would be wildly inappropriate. So she turned and looked at him and grinned. "I think you might have found the honeymoon suite."
22. Grace. Tyler called for her, into the air around him. How had he lost her? The house was less than 1,000 square feet. She couldn't have gone far. Then again, they'd been sharing one bathroom each night along the way, and for the first time Grace had meagerly asked if she could take it over for a short while. Tyler was pretty sure she was making use of the tub and the bubble bath the owner had left out. She deserved it, he thought. She was an excellent trip planner. This rental house was just the latest of her achievements. He'd stayed in the living room watching TV and eating chips directly from the bag. While his mother would have scolded him for poor manners, Grace had done nothing of the sort. He set his now empty beer bottle back on the TV tray Grace had found and sat up between them. She'd eaten a small sandwich with peanut butter and grape jam. He'd thought about surprising her with the garlic pepper jelly he'd bought in Seattle, but it hardly seemed right for white bread and generic grocery peanut butter. She'd finished the small sandwich and left him watching a movie he'd found on streaming. But the movie was rolling the end credits, and it was barely 8 p.m., hardly time for bed unless he wanted to wake up at 4 in the morning. He called her name again, but got no answer. They've been stuck inside, the rain pelting the windows. He'd managed to put his expensive tarp over the bike before the rain hit. It was their only mode of transportation, and Grace had been smart enough to point out that they needed to be prepared to stay in the little rental house until the storm passed. Tyler was grateful for her foresight. He might not have thought of all the details, until it was too wet to leave and he was hungry for dinner. Once again, she'd saved him. They'd been cocooned in here for most of the afternoon. She couldn't have gone far. Standing, he headed down the hallway, leaving the chip bag open on the tray behind him. Curiously, he found the bathroom door open and Grace not occupying the tub. However, the wet footprints on the fluffy rug indicated she'd done exactly as he thought, and he wasn't far behind. He could even see the suds that still streaked the white porcelain, and the smell of bubble bath hung heavy in the air. He stepped back and frowned. Her bedroom door was open too. He stuck his head in, expecting to find her, but she wasn't there either. Odd. She hadn't been in any of the places she should be. There was only a kitchen and living room, his bedroom, her smaller bedroom, and the bathroom. He'd seen all of it except. Even more curious than he'd been before, he padded softly down the hallway and found his own door ajar. Grace was laid back on his bed, still in his t-shirt and not much else, it appeared. She seemed to be testing out the mattress on the king bed. Her mouth was open, and she breathed deeply as she moved slowly around on top of the comforter. He would have laughed, but he didn't want to disturb her, didn't want her to know he was watching. From the expression on her face, the twin beds did not have the memory foam the king bed had been outfitted with. She rolled from one side to the other, her toes pointing his way. The glimpses he was getting as she moved made him think again of when she'd kissed him. Once she appeared to have tested all sides of the bed, she returned to the middle, her arms and legs splayed out as though the bed was best used if she took up the most space. Her hair trailed behind her as she turned, the paler streaks catching the light and begging him to touch it. She'd taken the time to dry it. She lay still for a few moments, and Tyler found himself leaning into the doorframe, enjoying the show. If anyone had told him he would watch someone try out a mattress, and that it would be vastly entertaining, he would have told them they were ridiculous. Now, ridiculous would be walking away. Eventually, she sighed and sat up in the middle of the space. Her face froze in shock as she saw him standing there. This time he did laugh. Her mouth worked, as though she were fighting to find the right words. Rather than wait for her to apologize, he preempted it. "It's a great mattress, isn't it?" His tone seemed to give her the permission she needed, and she flopped backward, the shirt shifting a little and revealing the edge of her underwear. "Oh my God. I've never felt anything like it," she told him, apparently oblivious to the show. "Do you want the room?" he asked, thinking it was probably best if he got out of here. But his body didn't listen, and he walked closer, not quite knowing what he was doing. Or maybe knowing exactly what he was doing, but lying to himself about it. "Oh no. I couldn't take your room." She was starting to climb off, but he cut her off by flopping himself across the foot of the bed and making her bounce a little. She giggled, the first time he'd heard that particular version of her laugh, as she scrambled not to be tossed onto her side. Tyler flopped again, bouncing her back just as she found her balance. "Hey!" she hollered out good-naturedly, but it didn't stop her from grabbing one of the pretty satin throw pillows and bopping him on the head with it. Reaching up, he pushed it off of his face. "Is that what those stupid throw pillows are for?" "Yes," she cried and bopped him with it again. This time, he pulled it from her hand, saving his face from another soft, squishy attack, and chucked the pillow off the end of the bed. Thank God he'd played football. With all the posters and drapes, it was a narrow shot, but he'd made it and not caught the pillow in the gauzy fabric or knocked anything out of place. He quickly reached up, a reflex, and caught the second pillow as it sailed past. Had she meant to throw it at him? He'd snatched it out of the air before it hit the bedpost. He didn't know if it would hurt anything, but he didn't want to damage the place. Thinking better of putting the weapon back into her grasp, he chucked it over his shoulder and off the bed too. He dove at her and tipped her backwards, laughing and thinking it was a game before he realized what he was doing.
23. Grace felt the touch of his lips and everything changed. Like a riptide, desire pulled her under. She was reaching for Tyler, her arms and legs wrapping around him and holding him close before she thought about what she was doing. A small back corner of her brain kept posing questions. Has he decided it's okay to pay him back with sex? Is he just having fun or, God forbid, falling for her? He couldn't be. Tyler Preston was still in love with Kay, whatever her new last name was. He had her profile page bookmarked and probably looked at it every morning to see what she'd made the kiddos for breakfast. No, his mouth on her neck wasn't anything more than his mouth on her neck. Tipping her head back, Grace gave him greater access, her mouth falling open as her breath came in small gasps. Her fingers dug into his shoulders as he found her hips and shifted her closer. Yes, he wanted her. If the gleam in his eyes and the way his body rolled against hers hadn't been clue enough, this certainly was. She pressed against him, letting him know with her hips that she wanted this as badly as he did. Placing her own lips against his neck, she kissed her way along the corded muscles until she reached his jawline. His hand snaked under the loose t-shirt, marking a trail similar to the one she laid. She nibbled his jaw, the stubble rough along her lips, and as her mouth closed over his, heat flooded her at the intimate touch, and she arched her back, silently asking for more. She'd forgotten what it felt like to abandon herself to a man's touch, or maybe she'd never known. She might have made a noise, somewhere between a whimper and a moan, because right then Tyler moved. If she cried out, he didn't hear because his tongue was sweeping her mouth, and her hands were on his head, holding him close as if she could inhale him. Grace rocked her own hips against him now, repeating the movement and silently begging for more. His palms, a little weathered and calloused, slid up her arms until his fingers laced through hers. With their joined hands pressed into the bed, Tyler leveraged himself until he moved against her fully. She wanted more, so much more, but they still had their clothes on, or as much clothing as they'd been wearing before, and she didn't know how to ask for what she wanted. He raised up above her, putting even more pressure in just the right place. Her lungs jerked and she gasped. Her legs wrapped around his thighs and she hooked her feet together, settling him even closer, and watching his face as he felt what she did. Breathing heavily, he threw his head back and stayed in that one position, unmoving for a moment. Then, suddenly, the spell broke and he erupted in a flurry of movement. Grace grabbed the hem of his shirt and tugged it upward only to get caught when his arms wouldn't move. Tyler, she breathed out his name, begging him, "Help me." But he was staring at her, looking her up and down as she writhed on the bed beneath his gaze. She was down to only her stupid, brightly colored, cheap lace she'd bought on her middle-of-the-night run. You're beautiful." The words were soft, as though he hadn't quite meant to speak them. She would have liked to have stayed there under his gaze all night, but she needed more than just him looking at her, and that was his fault. If he hadn't lit this damn fire, she wouldn't have needed to put it out. Running one foot lightly up the back of his leg, she used the other to push into the soft bed and leverage her hips up to his again. Yes. She wanted to hiss out her satisfaction as she felt him against her. Rolling her hips, she made them both gasp. He moaned. "You're killing me here." "Then help me help you out of this shirt," she demanded, her fingers still fisted in the soft fabric. This time he leaned back, raised his arms and peeled the shirt himself. It also went sailing beyond the sheer drapes that seemed to keep the world at bay, and say this was a safe space. She could be who she wanted to be in here, and she could do what she wanted. What Grace wanted to do was Tyler Preston. Holy shit. Tyler was a sight to behold. She'd seen the scars around his left knee, caught a glimpse of shoulder the other night, but this was prime glorious man, and she saw the sleeve of tattoos in their full glory for the first time. She rolled to the side to check out his skin and ink when he backed off the bed saying crap crap as he rummaged through his bag. At least he had a nice ass, but was he done? Was he going to leave her hanging? Needing him? She hadn't moved for fear he was backing out of everything, so it was more than easy for him to hook her ankles and drag her to the edge of the bed. Her back arched, her breath came out on a whimper, and her hands fisted in the comforter. Again. Was she begging? Did she care? She was pretty certain that the pounding rain outside was the only thing that kept the neighbors from learning his name at high decibel.
Thank you so much for listening to Reckless. Please remember to like and comment on this video. It helps us get more free audiobooks out to you.
24. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Tyler felt the words roll hard and heavy through his mind like a freight train. The words coming in time to his heavy breathing. When he opened his mouth, it was the other thing he was thinking that came out. That was amazing. Grace lay beside him, her hand flat on her stomach, her own chest heaving up and down. And what a glorious chest it was, he thought. If he'd had the energy, he would have rolled over and kissed her, but he didn't. Instead, he stayed where he was and looked. Her skin was smooth and tanned, and he could barely see the marks anymore. He was grateful that she'd healed up nicely, and people weren't giving him dirty looks every time they went inside somewhere. When he checked more carefully, he found the last of the faint delineations of what had happened to her. He saw the shadows because he knew where to look, and because she was lying next to him. He was grateful for all of it. On the one hand, he wasn't sure how much he would have been able to touch her with another man's violent handprints still marking her. Then again, as per the oh shit, oh shit, oh shit that was still rolling through his brain, maybe it would have been better if he hadn't. His breathing hadn't quite yet returned to normal. He told himself he had to do this. He had to say something, and there was no time like the present. The rain was pulsing outside the window, a deluge that kept them trapped here with only his bike for transportation. He was fairly confident that she didn't even know how to drive it. Though, given what he'd learned of Grace in the past week, he wouldn't be surprised if she did. Grace. He said her name into the air above him, letting out the air between his breaths. Still, he wondered if it sounded too harsh. Her response was an odd combination of sated and wary. Yes. He wanted to say, "Please tell me you didn't do that to repay me," but that seemed too much like leading the conversation. He knew that when push came to shove, literal push and shove maybe, that Grace would say what she needed to say to survive. And she should, but what he needed was honesty. "Do you still feel like you owe me?" His breathing kicked up a notch again. It was supposed to be evening out, but his nerves added the hitch back into it as he waited for her to answer. Sure enough, she was slow responding. Finally, she said one word, slowly and clearly. Yes. Crap, he thought. But Grace continued talking. "I can't even begin to repay you what I owe you." She was still looking at the ceiling, her hands resting on her abdomen, and he didn't dare turn his head and look at her directly again. "I can't put into words what you've done for me. I expected to leave that morning, frightened and alone, and running for my life. Afraid of Johnny and police officers." "Police officers?" "Yes. Johnny has friends." She let it trail off, and Tyler waited, wondering if he'd understand later. "The first time I left, it was Johnny who dragged me back. I'd gone to my grandmother's, and he told me he'd kill her. The second time, I don't know what he told the cops. Maybe that I was missing or that I'd run away. I don't know. But one of his best friends was a local officer, and the whole unit came knocking on doors until they found me." Oh shit. He'd been thinking those words from the moment he'd touched her, but this wasn't why he'd thought he would say it. No wonder she'd been so tense the day they left, ready to climb out of her own clothing and leave it on the ground behind her. She'd probably expected to get pulled over at any moment and dragged back to the man she was leaving. "You were rightfully afraid, and I didn't realize you were also escaping the local PD." "I don't have a record," she assured him. "I never got in trouble. I was good." He hadn't fully realized before now just how much had been going on, and honestly, he wasn't quite sure if he would have believed her if she'd told him before. But now he knew her well enough to know that she wasn't prone to exaggeration. In fact, if it was anything, she was more likely underselling the story. His heart thumped hard again. "But I wasn't alone," she said, "because of you. It made a huge difference." They were both still looking up at the fabric draped over the bed, as though speaking these words directly to each other was something they weren't ready to face yet. "You didn't deserve to be in the middle of anything between me and Johnny, but I got the feeling you would have put yourself there." He would have, he thought. No question about it. Most of my money would have likely been gone by today. Instead, I still have most of it left. She sighed. Because of you, I'm well fed. I'm seeing the country, and I'm safe from the rain in the cutest little house. She waved her hands around, indicating the canopy overhead. Would she have been literally out in the rain? You could have been to Georgia already, safe with your family. She's my great-aunt, my grandfather's sister, and she doesn't like my grandma much. I don't know if she'll take me in. I looked up her number, but I haven't called her yet. So really, I don't know where I'll stop. Finally, Grace rolled her head to the side and looked him in the eyes. Tyler wasn't sure he was prepared for the honesty there. I don't know where you'll stop, she added. And you're welcome to kick me out along the way. Anywhere you want. But even if you gave me the boot right now, I'm much further along than I would have been. Because of you. I'm not giving you the boot. The comment was reflexive, especially with both of them lying there, peeling back the layers of things it had been easier to just not talk about. Looking at the truth was harder than he'd expected. I hoped I could get a job when I ran. That was the plan, but I didn't realize I'd need a whole week just to look decent enough to walk in the door. She waved her hand up and down her body, as though to indicate her skin. He looked now, glad again that the cuts were healed and the harsh colors faded. She was even prettier than when he met her the first day. He wanted to think she would have been okay even without his offer. Wanted to believe she wouldn't have run into anyone predatory. But here he was in bed beside her, and he had to say it again. Grace, you don't owe me this. You don't owe me anything. She was still facing him, and at his words, he watched her expression turn horrifyingly neutral. He had no idea what she would say. The first words out of her mouth were, "Oh, Tyler."
25. Grace pushed herself to a sitting position, then wrapped her arms around her knees, forming the tightest ball she could. For a moment, she considered reaching out and seeing if she could grab her t-shirt, his t-shirt, and cover herself. But it was nowhere to be found. If she remembered correctly, it had gone sailing at some point, and was probably in the far corner of the room. She should have said something more, finished the sentence, but it was hard to do. So she made herself as small as possible. Tyler, I owe you everything. When he didn't respond, she took a deep breath and tried again. I don't know what to say to make you all right with this, except tell you that I'm all right with it. Well, she was way better than just all right. Even curled in her own little ball, her blood still sang through her system. She was glad she remembered how good it could be, or maybe Tyler was showing her for the first time tonight. It had been a long time since she'd been with anyone but Johnny. And it was so good to feel that she was with someone she trusted. It doesn't matter if you're okay with it, Grace. Tyler's words were shocking. She'd been feeling pretty good until then. He sat up, cross-legged, far more comfortable in his nudity than she was in hers. I'm not okay with it. Well, that sucks, she thought, because that had been amazing. She clenched her jaw as though that could hold back tears. Maybe for a minute. As much as it was fantastic, wonderful, mind-blowing. He made a rolling motion with his hand, as though he could just keep going on. Grace fought the strange giggle that threatened to surface. Maybe it was just a nervous sound, but she managed to quell it and not spill the tears that threatened. I can't handle you having sex with me out of a sense of duty. I want anything that happens between us to be real. I don't want you coming on to me because you owe me. She let go of her feet, her knees falling to one side as she leaned in toward him, her hands coming down to prop herself closer, her nudity and her tears forgotten. You told me before that this, she motioned between them, couldn't happen because I owe you. She fought the urge to shrug or throw up her hands. How could she even convince him? This happened because it happened. I owe you everything, but I will pay off that debt to you some other way, at some other time. It's the best I can do. I'll pay you back what I owe for this trip. But not with sex. You told me not with sex, so that's not what this is. He laughed at her, reaching out, pushing at her shoulder as though she were being silly. Even that small contact felt wonderful. You're already paying your share. Being my vacation planner is absolutely the best thing you could have done for me. And being company. It's hardly enough, she whispered. Why not? The money I'm spending is a bit of a windfall. I won't miss it, and this is how I want to spend it. His tone rose again, as though he were seriously protesting her 1% payment plan. Maybe what you're doing isn't that high value to you, but it means a lot to me. This wasn't much of a vacation before you joined me. She smiled at that. He didn't say he rescued her, or that she'd hitched a ride. Instead, it was stated almost as though they had planned to meet up somewhere along the way. You saw the Grand Canyon, she pointed out. In her heart, she wished she could have been there for that one too. I did, but I was alone. I said hi to a few of the other tourists and took some lame pictures. I mean, I saw things, but I didn't stay very long, and afterward I found out I should have booked some ride that I didn't do. I don't feel like I've missed anything with you here. I hate that you're still working while we travel. I wish you could be on vacation too. This time, she let the laughter erupt. The initial bark of it turned quickly into full belly laughs. I am on vacation, Tyler. This is the most relaxed I've been in 5 years. She could see the look on his face. He was curious, as though his math wasn't adding up. Maybe sitting there wasn't the best time to say this, but here was where they were. She and Tyler sure as hell hadn't had the best timing for much of anything. Johnny was amazing at first. Sweet. Always looking out for me, very protective. Never let me pay for anything. She watched as understanding dawned, and he gave a small nod but didn't interrupt what she was saying. I thought it was wonderful. And it was good. Well, he was good. Looking back, it started when he got fired. He was upset. I still don't even know if he was legitimately let go or if it shouldn't have happened, but I took the brunt of it. The first time he slammed me into a wall, I thought it was an accident, and I let it go. I thought he'd get over it, and things would go back to being good. Well, it sounds like your grandmother told you the same thing. Then he surprised her. Did she say the same thing on the phone the other day? Grace nodded, wondering how he knew. It was the expression on your face when you came back in. I was trying to figure out what she could possibly have said, to make you grind your teeth like you were going to wear them down to dust. That was an apt description. She pulled her knees back up and grabbed her toes as though to anchor herself again. She knew what was coming next, and she wasn't sure that Tyler did. I read somewhere that abused women get their brains damaged. Grace wasn't sure that was the right word. She reached up toward her forehead. The frontal lobe takes a hit when you get slammed against a wall or sometimes take a hard smack. She could see it in his eyes, the understanding that she knew those hits intimately. Your brain gets a little bruised and that alters your decision-making ability and lowers your self-esteem. Taking a breath, she looked upward into the gauzy drapes, and the feeling of being cocooned here with Tyler helped. The blackout curtains were pulled and beyond them the world was dark and stormy, but inside this space she was safe enough to say it. I didn't think I was that abused woman they were talking about. I believed my decisions were my own, but I kept reading. And finally, one of the articles didn't say abuse. It said, shoved into a wall so your head smacks, backhand across the cheekbone, you know? It was too clinical and accurate. It wasn't just a label that I didn't want, and that made things so clear I couldn't ignore it anymore. That's when I knew I had to get out, that my decisions to stay weren't good ones. That was really smart for you to recognize it. She rolled her eyes at him. I had to read it in a magazine. If I was really smart, I would have recognized it the first 5 times I read it. From what I hear, no one does. She smiled at him, grateful that he didn't seem to think she was stupid. Grateful that he didn't pretend to be some expert man who'd never been there, but clearly knew better than she did. She'd had enough of that from Johnny. Grace turned back to face him. She'd said more than enough, but maybe she could be done with Johnny now. She'd wanted to be rid of him for so long. Her escape had been more than a year in the planning. Riding out the storm tonight with a man who made her toes curl, and a safe, beautiful cocoon, made her question if leaving had been too easy. But she wanted to let go. She'd never forget, but she didn't want what Johnny had done to rule her life going forward. She wasn't sure she'd ever be able to afford a therapist to spill her guts to. But for right now, she felt better than she had in a long, long time. Maybe ever. It turned out she wasn't done talking yet. I want you to understand that this isn't me owing you. Involuntarily, her fingers clenched down on her feet, her nerves getting the best of her. Is there any chance, she motioned between the two of them, that this? Jesus, she should just say she wanted him again. But she did not have the words that she needed. Was he done with her? Some guys were like that, they only liked the chase. She tried again, unless this means that you'd rather I go my own way after redemption. No, Grace. That's not what I want. Tyler rolled slowly toward her, his movements leonine, almost stalking, but not threatening. Not to her. Do you think we could? She let the question trail off as she looked into his eyes.
26. Tyler woke up as sunlight poured in around the edges of the blackout shades. Maybe they weren't as blackout as he'd thought. Despite seeing the sun for the first time in over 36 hours, he found himself disappointed. Grace had asked the owner if they could stay a third night. That, of course, had been because they didn't know how long the storm would hover over this particular section of Nebraska. Next to him in the king bed, she sighed softly. He hadn't expected any of this. Not this adorable little house that made Grace light up like Christmas. The rental pictures she'd shown involved serviceable gray walls and ordinary furniture, perfectly adequate but not charming and whimsical. It wasn't just the house, but the time here that turned out to be amazing. He hadn't planned to have a companion, but even just having someone to talk to, a sharp mind to bounce ideas off, a trip planner, it was more like what he'd expected his future to be. Except he'd expected it with Kay. He decided to do the trip alone, but this was so much better. Tyler found he was grateful the rain had stranded them here. It had given them a forced reckoning. The house was too tiny for them to truly escape each other. They would have had to talk about it, sooner or later. He figured the rain and lack of transportation had kept Grace from running from him the first night. She'd seemed more than a little skittish after she'd blown his mind. Her insistence that she still owed him more wasn't anything he liked, but it had set him free to touch her any way she wanted him to. Jesus, he thought as the morning light came up, the way she'd welcomed him had been stunning. She wasn't even awake. Not looking at him, not reaching for him, just breathing slowly, and his desire for her was already swirling through him. His blood was singing through his system, and for the first time in a long time it wasn't just about slacking a thirst. He didn't want sex so much as he wanted her. But she was sleeping, so he kept his hands to himself and his eyes to the ceiling. He wasn't sure how long he stayed there with his own little mental fantasies churning, as he held tight to his integrity, and did not roll over and wake her up with slow, soft, seductive kisses. He was so caught up in it that it surprised him when her voice said, "Morning." Tyler didn't even get to respond before she was looking wide-eyed at the window. "Oh, it's light outside." "It is." He tried to sound as happy as she did about it. The storm broke. Before she could reach for her phone to check the radar, he reached his own hand out, placing his fingertips on her wrist. "I checked. It's gone." "Then we can head out today." "Yes, we can," he replied, not quite managing to keep the disappointment from the words. "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take," he told himself. So he rolled his head to the side, looked her in the eyes and said, "We could stay another night." The sparkle in her eyes and her sly grin told him she knew exactly what he was talking about. He hoped she'd say yes. Instead, she said, "We have to get to Omaha in order to get to Kansas City and Wichita on time." There is no time. He hoped that was true. He wasn't running on any real clock other than ride when it was clear, stop when it wasn't. Time is real, and if you want to make the antique car show in Kansas City and grilled cheese festival in Wichita, we need to hit the road today. Those are things? They sounded awesome. But were they more amazing than spending the day in bed with Grace, just like he'd done yesterday? She seemed anxious to get on the road. Maybe this stop in redemption was only a little interlude, and now it was over. The cute house had felt like a moment out of time, as if they'd stepped through the looking glass and nothing here would follow them back to the real world. "We have to be out of here by 11, she said, rolling to the side, her long bare legs swinging toward the floor but not quite making it. He watched her cute butt as she hopped off. When she turned and he was still sitting there watching her, she waved a hand through the air. "Let's get on the road. We have a little time, and we could check out the town." His desire didn't dissipate as she walked away from him. It simply wasn't going to be, he thought. If Grace caught on to what he was thinking, she didn't let it show. "There's a bakery here that's supposed to be amazing. And some B&B just around the corner. We can walk by while we eat our pastries." Tyler stood now in the corner of the room, hovering over his bag and deciding if he should reach for his underwear or get in the shower. Shower, he thought, and walked by her toward the big bathroom. "I thought about staying at the inn, but we can't. It's not open right now. The owner died," she informed him. "But we need to go see it." Grace shrugged. "It's listed as worth seeing, and the neighborhood is some historical site. Also, it's right next to the bakery." He laughed at her then, and did the usual dance of asking if she needed the restroom first or if he could have it. As he showered, it occurred to him that he had to go to the bakery. It was the first thing Grace had really said she wanted. Well, she still hadn't said, "I want this," but it was the first time she'd made a real suggestion. Tyler liked it. An hour later, he was on the bike with Grace wrapped around him again. Though it felt comfortable and reassuring and normal to have her there, it also felt different. He knew what it felt like to have Grace wrapped around him in other ways now. As he headed down the road towards the little bakery she mentioned, he wondered if he'd ever feel that again.
27. "Here, try this." Grace laughed as she pushed her ice cream cone toward him. Sure, it was a grilled cheese festival, but who was she to say no ice cream? She'd readily handed over her several dollars for her portion of the day, and she'd enjoyed every minute of it. They ate small bites of a variety of sandwiches. She'd had a grilled blue cheese sandwich for the first time, and a homemade cheddar on garlic rye and more. The day was just a little cloudy, keeping it from being too hot, and the festival was crowded with people having as much fun as she was. "It's really good," Tyler told her as he grabbed her wrist and dove back for a second taste of blackberries and cream. Grace was laughing as she spotted a young mother with her elementary-aged son walking up to the ice cream booth. The son had asked for his own cone, but the mother replied, "We'll share one." When he protested, bordering on tears, she'd simply said, "We can't afford it." The words pierced Grace like a knife. The sweetness of the ice cream soured on her tongue as she realized she didn't belong here. She was eating little taster sandwiches and roasted corn on the cob as though she could afford it. She couldn't. Something about the little house had made it seem as if she belonged. Tyler's offer of 1% had her easily spending her money. Though it was still far less than she would have spent to ride a bus and find cheap motels were she trying to flee on her own, it didn't mean she could gallivant around the country as though she had Tyler's money. While he was very generous with it, it wasn't hers. But here she was, stuffing her face with tiny grilled cheeses and collecting votes on the punch card that Tyler had paid for. Because that's what it came down to. She was still only able to do what someone else paid for. Until she got her own job and her own life, she wouldn't be her own person. Her fingers clenched at the huge waffle cone, the ice cream threatening to melt and run down her hand. Tyler hadn't heard the mother, or maybe he had and it didn't mean anything to him. He held out his own cone toward her. "Here, try mine." His was chocolate, of course, and rich. She tried to pretend she was normal, that she wasn't having an existential crisis in the middle of a festival. "That's good too." Tyler looked at her oddly, as though he could read that something had happened in the moment between when she held out her ice cream and when he had taken a bite. Clearly, he only knew she was suddenly upset. And she couldn't tell him that she'd heard a mother tell her son they couldn't afford 2 ice cream cones. "Are you okay, Grace?" "I'm fine." She turned away, as though that was anything but immature. She simply didn't have the bandwidth to explain herself right now. Surely, he understood that she was just brushing him off. But Tyler didn't let it go. "Does it bother you sharing your food?" At least Grace had to laugh at that. "After everything else we shared?" "No." Lord, his tongue on her ice cream made her wonder if she was blushing hard in the middle of the grilled cheese festival. He had to know that wasn't the issue, but what could she say? He would tell her again that he didn't mind paying for everything. But she did. Grace was racking up huge debt, and she wasn't sure she could ever repay even the cash, let alone the kindness. Maybe Tyler realized he wasn't going to get it out of her, so he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Come on. Let's go get drinks." She tried to have fun. And really, she did. She rubbed his shoulders and felt his hands on hers as they reapplied their sunscreen. They ordered tasters of beer and hard soda from a local brewery. She decided that the money was already spent, at least for today. She could make better decisions tomorrow, right? She could save more of what she had and take advantage of the fact that she was traveling around the country for pennies on the dollar. Grace looked around the festival as Tyler found a bench to sit on and leaned back. He looked like he was about to moan in pain. "How many grilled cheeses did I eat?" "Maybe 40, she snarked. At least they were small bites. Maybe he'd had more than that, but she hadn't been counting. She would have joined him, but she spent so much time sitting on the back of the bike these days that she didn't want to sit while she was out and about. As he closed his eyes, she looked around. She couldn't see anything beyond the white and yellow festival tents. She'd hardly gotten an impression of Wichita from the drive-in. It looked like a lot of other cities. So how could she tell if this was where she wanted to stay? She didn't know. There should be more available jobs in a city, and it would be easier to disappear if she had to. But there were probably fewer kind hearts, fewer people willing to take a chance on a stranger. She would need some luck and helping hands, she knew. She probably needed to be in the kind of place where everyone knew she was the new girl. Tyler had just declared, "I'll get back up in a minute," making her laugh as her phone rang in her pocket. Grace pulled it out. No one had this number. It was probably a bot. But it wasn't. Her grandmother was calling her. Why would her grandmother call her? Maybe just to see that Grace was okay, now that she was out on her own. "Grandma? Oh baby, I'm so glad to hear your voice. Are you okay?" Her concern was far too deep for a casual call. "I'm fine, Grandma. Where are you?" The older woman pressed as though this was suddenly of grave concern. Wanting to placate her, Grace tried to keep her voice sunny. "Wichita, if you'll believe it." "Oh good." Grace was finally relaxing when her grandmother's next words almost made her drop the phone. "I was afraid something had happened to you in Seattle." "What?" Grace asked, stopping dead. The paper cup of soda in her other hand sloshed as she involuntarily squeezed her fingers. It splashed near her feet and Grace jumped back, spilling even more. She would have let out a string of swears, but her blood was turning to ice. Why would her grandmother ask about Seattle? "Poor Johnny was so worried about you. He said he was going to come find you."
28. Tyler jumped to his feet, as Grace's normally tan skin paled to ghost white as he watched. "Are you okay?" "Yes." But the word was unconvincing. Clearly, something was very wrong. Grace held up her hand as though to ward him off, once again sloshing her drink and not paying attention. Reaching out, he gently lifted the mangled paper cup from her hand and turned to set it down somewhere. He didn't care if someone picked it up or if he lost it. He was more concerned about her. He tried to grab her hand and hold on, but she pulled it away and turned, giving him her back. "Grandma," he heard. "What did you tell him?" It had to be about Johnny. Even though Tyler was looking at her back, he could see that she was starting to shake, whether it was anger or fear, he didn't know. His hands touched her shoulders, and again she shrugged him off, only this time more violently, as though his touch scared her. "That's not okay." You can't tell him these things." Her words were loud enough to attract the attention of people around them. For a moment, Tyler considered telling her to be quieter, but only because Grace didn't tend to like that kind of attention. Then he realized it didn't matter. From what he was putting together, her grandmother had told Johnny where she was. "Goodbye, Grandma." The words were harsh, and he watched her disconnect the call in an angry jab. Then she spun around to face him, frantic. "I have to leave." Grace turned and ran away. Holy shit! What was going on? Tyler chased her, and he should have caught her, but she was short and slim, and she disappeared easily through the crowds. Each time he caught a glimpse of her, she'd put a little more distance between them. She was out the gate, heading into the parking area before he even made it to the line to leave. He tried to circumvent the line, but was stopped by an overly friendly attendant who wanted him to wait in line for a hand stamp. He waved them off and jumped the fence as he was warned he wouldn't be able to re-enter, but he ran after Grace, who was beelining for the bike. Because they hadn't needed a full parking spot, he'd left the bike under the shade of a large tree. Luckily, it was away from everything else, and he could see her as she picked at the straps at the back of the bike. Was she just going to take her bag and run? He yelled out to her. "Grace, where are you going?" "It's better if no one knows." Her voice seemed calm, but her hands were shaking. She was clearly terrified. Finally, he caught up. Standing in front of her, he clenched his hands. He wanted to grab onto her wrist and physically hold her in place so she couldn't leave. But that was absolutely the worst thing he could do. Instead, he begged, "Stay with me. We're safe together. He doesn't know about me, does he?" Grace shook her head, shrugged, and began crying all in one move. "I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe." Please take a deep breath. He so badly wanted to grab her shoulders and pull her to him. He believed if he could hug her, he could make her feel better, calmer, safer. Then again, he wasn't dumb enough to believe he could fix 5 years with that asshole. Is he here right now? I don't know. And that's the problem. She sounded frantic. If only he could stop her from running. And if she decided to leave him, there was nothing he could do about it. So he talked her down, as if his own life depended on it. Tyler didn't admit that it might. What happened? Grace took a deep breath, the sound wet and scared. She was trying to keep it together, but she'd been more together on the morning they met. He could only imagine this was worse, yet he couldn't imagine what worse would actually be. "I threw out my debit card in Seattle. I couldn't use it anyway, because it linked to an account that Johnny and I shared. I threw it away." She sucked in air again, tears leaking from her eyes. "Maybe someone saw me. But someone got it, and they used it. In Seattle. So he got alerted that I had spent money there." "But you didn't, did you?" Tyler asked, then realized that made it sound like her fault if she had. But she'd been so careful. "I didn't, but it doesn't matter. Johnny knows." "I don't understand what that has to do with your grandmother." Tyler was struggling, hoping that if he could put all the pieces put together, he could find an argument that would keep her with him. "He called my grandmother, probably just to get information out of her. It worked. She told him that we were on a road trip. So he'll put it together and figure out I actually was in Seattle." Okay, he thought, not so bad. They weren't in Seattle anymore. So why did Grace still look like she was ready to bolt? She'd gotten her bag loose, and the strap was clutched tightly in her fist. Then he thought he understood. "Did you tell your grandmother about Wichita?" "I did." It was the first thing she asked. "Where was I?" "I told her." It was before she told me she talked to Johnny. I. Grace was frantic at the mistake. "It's okay. She hasn't told Johnny that. You don't know her. She loves him. She believes whatever awful bullshit comes out of his mouth. She will tell him. As soon as he asks nicely, she might already be calling him and giving him my number." "Oh shit." She dug in her purse for the phone and jammed it into his hands. The touch of her skin on his lit him up despite the dire situation. "Get rid of it," she told him, "or Johnny will find you." Grace. Tyler waited until he had her attention, then tossed the phone on the ground and stomped on it. Her eyes grew wide at his rash action, but what was a phone compared to her fear? "Let's get on the bike and go. There are 15 directions we can go from here." "No, there aren't," she protested, her hands pleading, the bag still clutched in her grasp. "We can go north, south, east, or west." He was just reciting directions, as though that would calm her down. "We're not going to go west. That's right back toward Johnny. My grandmother knows we're on a cross-country trip, and she'll tell him. There are really only a few major roads out of here. You didn't see the map." She nearly yelled the last part, as though he didn't understand how the U.S. road system worked. On a normal day, it would have irritated him, but right now he was doing everything he could just to hold it together. Grace jerked backward as soon as she said it. Was it some embedded reaction to telling him what she thought? Tyler carefully didn't react other than to say, "You're right, I didn't." She gestured with one hand. Her feet were planted so firmly into the sparse grass that he could almost see her toes curling inside her sneakers, ready to run at a moment's notice. "The only road west is a state road. I don't want to get stuck in tiny towns." "You're right. Where should we go?" As soon as he said the words, she nodded. Something about her expression made him realize she thought he was agreeing with everything she said. So she told him, "The only place to go is away. Thank you for everything." Grace turned and ran as fast as she could.
29. Grace waited at the corner of a large intersection. The light was red, and the "Don't Walk" sign was up in both directions. Her bag was clenched in her fist as she held on to everything she owned. Her eyes darted in every direction, and she had to look paranoid as hell, but she was paranoid as hell. Her fear made taking a deep breath impossible, and it didn't change the fact that she needed to make a decision about which direction to go. Well, she thought she was going to see Cheyenne. Given the limited amount of cash she had, that was probably where she would wind up staying. But she couldn't stay here. Her grandma could have given her number to Johnny, and he could have already traced her to the festival, which was only a block behind her. No, she thought. She needed to make it to a smaller city nearby. Or maybe further away. Where was the bus station? And why didn't her brain work? She reached into her back pocket and remembered she no longer had the phone she'd practically shoved into Tyler's hands. The one that he'd stomped on. She wouldn't get tracked any further than the festival, but she'd just given up the device she needed to get as far from here as possible. Grace wanted to scream in frustration, but she couldn't do that either. The last thing she needed was to draw attention to herself. The revving sound of the bike grabbed her attention, and she turned around, already shaking her head. It was Tyler. She felt his presence before she saw him, or maybe she wasn't psychic or even smart, and he was just the only person who would be pulling his Harley up next to her. She protested before he'd fully stopped. "You can't stay with me. It's not safe." "This isn't safe," he told her, motioning up and down as if to indicate that this was everything she was doing. Tyler leaned the bike a bit, his foot planted on the sidewalk balancing it. "You're not safe like this." She wasn't. He was right. But she couldn't handle it if she was the thing that brought Johnny to him. Grace had survived Johnny up until now. She told herself she could do it again, and she told herself that her hands weren't shaking. "Grace." Tyler's voice was soft, but something about it demanded her attention. "We'll go any direction you want." "I'm thinking." He grabbed his phone and held it up to her, showing the map of the United States that he'd pulled up. "Let's go north. Let's aim toward Chicago, then Cleveland. We'll hit big cities. We can get lost. What if he knows about you? Then he'll come find me." Tyler's expression was stern, as if to say, "Let him. What's he going to do when he does find me?" Shit, Grace thought, that was the worst. Johnny would have no compunction about letting Tyler have it. He would come at Tyler for being with her, not because Johnny cared about her, but because he thought she was his. Because he would think that Tyler had stolen from him. Johnny would shake Tyler down until he admitted that he didn't know where Grace was. So her leaving would keep her safer, but not him. "We don't know that he knows about me," Tyler was saying. "Did you tell your grandmother about me?" She thought back to the first conversation. "No. I told her I was on a road trip, but I didn't mention your name." "What about your boss at the pancake house? Would she tell him?" Maybe. There was an unfortunate possibility there. Maybe if Johnny got to her and threatened her, she might tell what she knew. Good point. Tyler clearly didn't like that any better than she did. For the first time, Grace was worried about Mara. Was Johnny threatening everyone she knew? Would he be able to get my name? She thought about it for a minute. Maybe. She didn't like these maybe answers. If she was scared enough, she could have pulled the receipts and gotten your name that way. Okay, let's assume he has my name. How would he trace me? Grace took a deep breath. I don't know, but I do know that underestimating him is a bad idea. Which was exactly what she'd been doing for the last week. While Johnny had been calling her grandmother and setting alerts on their shared bank account, she'd been living as though he wasn't on her heels. If he's tracking me, he's underestimating me. Tyler let the sentence hang between them. Grace was stuck in a tangle of contradictory feelings. She'd been so proud of herself for finally striking out on her own, even if she'd done it because of the fear that pierced her heart. But once again, here she was, safer with a man. It was not where she wanted to be. But getting away from Johnny had to be her first priority. Being her own person didn't matter if he found her later. She conceded. Maybe not a big city. Maybe small towns. Tyler nodded, the tension draining from his expression. He could tell she was giving in. This time, he pushed the kickstand down right there on the side of the road, letting traffic continue to flow around the bike. Let's get your bag back on the bike. We can leave now. We'll get you a new phone. I don't like you being out here without a way to communicate. Good Lord, she said, you sound like a dad. As if she knew what a dad sounded like, but he sounded like the ones on TV. He sounded like her grandfather. The last thing she wanted from Tyler Preston was to think of her like a kid. Trust me, he said, his voice thick and gravelly. I don't sound like a dad. I sound like anyone who cares. She almost lost it right there on the sidewalk. He was right. That's what it sounded like when someone cared. You shouldn't do this, she protested one more time, attempting to pull the bag back from his grip even as he moved to clip it to the back of the bike. He stood there in front of her with his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. Look, you're your own person. You can go if that's what you really want. He motioned to the back of the bike, as though she could just lean over and unclip it and walk. But she didn't want to do that. He kept talking. I understand. I do. Johnny's a menace. While I believe I can hold my own, you know him and it sounds like he fights dirty. He does, she whispered, watching as Tyler nodded his understanding. For the first time, she realized he was actually listening to her. A guy like Tyler wouldn't want to believe there was anyone he couldn't win against, but at least he was listening. He probably doesn't know about me. So, we don't tell your grandmother where you are anymore. In fact, don't give her your new number. It sucks. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't call your grandmother while she's talking to Johnny. Not until you're safe. Trust me. I won't. Though her heart broke to lose contact with her grandmother, Grace knew she had to keep herself safe. Second, we'll go through big cities but stay in small towns overnight, if that's okay? She nodded, not sure why she believed that. Did she think she'd be safer in smaller cities, or was she looking for places to stay, put down roots and buy a gun? He'd agreed to all this almost too easily. She was so used to Johnny saying no, just to be contrary. Then Tyler added, we'll go to the police station and file whatever we can against him. A restraining order, whatever. Those don't work, she told him. I know they don't. Anything shy of prison won't stop him, but once he makes a move, that order will make it possible to arrest him. And Tyler's voice got tighter. However he finds us, we're safer if there's two of us. Her heart was thumping in her chest as Tyler held out his hand and waited to see if she took it. Did she climb on the back of that bike again and risk feeling safe while she ran from the mess she'd made of her life? Or go off on her own and hope she could hide, hope that her past didn't catch up to Tyler? Gritting her teeth, she tried to choose. She was standing on a street corner in Wichita, about to make a decision that would change the rest of her life. 30. Grace found it hard to sleep that night. She jolted at every sound, every set of footsteps beyond the door, and even the air conditioner coming on. Tyler had sprung for a hotel, not wanting them to have a door that opened onto a parking lot. If Johnny found them at a motel, he could go directly to them without passing any cameras. She hated to admit it, but she felt safer this way. She felt safer still with Tyler in the bed next to her. She'd asked for the single king bed. But Tyler hadn't made a move. She wasn't sure if she'd wanted him to or not. While making love to him would have made the world and Johnny go away for a while, she was far too scared to let down her guard. Even for a short while. Twice she fell asleep and twice she jolted awake. Eventually, they made it through the night with no word of Johnny. Both were cautious on the walk down the stairs the next morning, the early morning foggy and cold. Despite the clinging blanket of white, they made it to the bike and were driving away without incident. They arrived at the store before it opened, and waited an hour for her to get a new phone, new number, everything. Tyler signed for it without compunction, and Grace felt more and more like she was taking advantage of him. As someone who'd been taken advantage of before, it made her sick to her stomach. She remembered the day she realized that everything she'd willingly given had been taken without thought to returning the favor or even appreciating it. What would she do when Tyler saw the imbalance between them? But she couldn't afford to worry about questions like that now. Next stop, Tyler said as he handed her yet another shiny new phone, the police station. Grace liked this even less. Her heart became a walnut in her chest, and when they walked through the doors of the precinct, it quit beating altogether. She didn't realize until now just how much the uniform had left a mark on her. It hadn't been that way when she was a kid, and she'd been told to find an officer if she was in trouble. But now she couldn't stop thinking about the two officers who found her at her best friend's house the last time she'd escaped Johnny. They'd banged on the door in the middle of the night, waking up the entire apartment complex, yelling that it was the police. She'd opened the door, certain that something terrible was wrong. Immediately, they'd ID'd her and dragged her outside. Johnny had been waiting in the parking lot below. The officer who helped them now seemed to understand that Grace was hanging back, and she gently explained what their options were. Not much, I'm afraid. You're out of state. We can't get pictures of what you claim. Though Grace bristled at the idea that she was merely claiming things, she jumped in. I have pictures. Logging into her email, she pulled up some of her greatest embarrassments and showed them. You should forward them to me. The officer was firm but at least kind. But they don't mean as much because we didn't take them here at the station. I understand. It was all Grace could say. And she did understand that there was nothing more she could do. In the end, they didn't even get a restraining order, only a statement filed that could get pulled up later. At least maybe when she was dead, everyone would know that Johnny was responsible. Tyler placed his hand on the small of her back, gently aiming the two of them out of the station. He seemed just as disappointed as she was. But with no more stops, they'd aimed for the freeway, trying to leave the bad experience behind them. They stopped only for food and a place to stay the night. By the second evening, they were on the far side of Pittsburgh, barely having seen any place in between. Over fast food burgers, Grace brought up the absurdity of what they were doing. We are far enough from Wichita now that he shouldn't be able to find us. She didn't make Tyler say it, that if Johnny could track Tyler, it didn't matter where they went. What do you want to do? What do you mean? We haven't done anything fun for 2 days. Do we need to? He asked it as though she were crazy. This is your road trip. This is your vacation, and I've completely hijacked it. It was all she could do not to wail in despair. No, he countered gently, as much as it was a vacation, it was more about me finding myself. I have to get away from Kay. Get away from checking on her and her beautiful little kids, and what color they decided to paint the dining room. He waved his hand around as if to indicate all the ridiculous things his ex was doing. The sarcasm in his voice almost made her laugh. Well, how's that working out for you? She snarked back, glad for the distraction and the finally enjoyable conversation. This time it was Tyler who laughed, his smile wide, the dimple finally re-emerging. She hadn't seen it since the festival, and it made her heart flip in her chest. She never wanted to go this long without seeing it again. He didn't deserve her doing that to him. Actually, he said, it's been working out quite well. There's plenty going on in my life now that has nothing to do with Kay. Do you know how long it has been since I had to clock in at the factory? Grace shook her head, suddenly curious. 18 days. He said it with pride. Over 2 weeks since I put on that uniform and did the same stupid thing over and over and over, for 8 hours with a mandatory break in the middle. He leaned back, taking a deep breath. Though Grace wanted to smile, she couldn't shake the image of Johnny around every corner. Look, Tyler leaned forward, his elbows precariously close to the waxed paper that covered his food, but his meal was gone. I want you to feel safe. His eyes darted left and right, letting her know that he understood, that she didn't feel it yet. That means we hit the road. It means we put as much distance between us and the place he could find us as possible. I have to say this, life with you isn't boring. She couldn't eat the second half of her burger, and she wondered if he'd noticed how her appetite had waned since the festival. Thank God she'd eaten enough there to make up for this. Though she smiled outwardly at his comment, she had a moment where she wished for boring. What a wonderful life boring would be. Come on. He held out his hand for her, inviting her along with him as he always did. Throw out the trash and let's hit the road. Grace could see through the large windows that the bike was standing alone. Johnny wasn't next to it, waiting for her. And she was still okay. She pulled up the map on her new phone, and as she did, she realized Tyler hadn't asked for his 1% since Wichita. She added it to her mental tally, her debt getting bigger each day. At the rate she earned money, it would take years to work it all off. But if she was safe and living her own life because of this man's generosity, she would gladly write him a check each month for the rest of her life. Here. She showed him the screen of her phone and pointed to a route she'd mapped toward New York City with little stops in between. What about this? She'd never been to any of these places. And as Tyler agreed that these would be good cities to visit, she crossed her fingers that Johnny would never find her in any of them.
31. Hold on. Tyler called back to Grace as he sped up. He felt the pressure as she squeezed her arms tighter around his waist, as the inside of her thighs pressed against his legs. And he wondered if they'd ever find what they had in redemption. She'd finally slept better the night before. The last thing he wanted was to interrupt that. And he didn't want to ask for anything she wasn't ready to give. Even though they'd been spending the nights next to each other in the same bed, they'd both been keeping their hands to themselves. Grace's roots had been taking more and more of these small 2-lane highways through the backcountry of Pennsylvania. The weather was perfect, and the bike was a glorious way to experience it. He wondered what the area would look like in the fall, and for the first time Tyler wondered if this might be the place he'd like to stay. They stopped for an impromptu hike at a state park, and he'd watched as Grace had taken her first real deep breaths in several days. They'd eaten sandwiches on a high rock overlooking a waterfall. She'd seemed to feel safer in the woods, as if Johnny would never come looking for her there. Though Tyler didn't doubt that her fear was very real and very appropriate, he was beginning to wonder if Johnny was going to catch up to them at all. Maybe he'd decided Grace wasn't worth the effort. She was now all the way across the country, and it would be so much work to find her. But unfortunately, if he did, what a shock Tyler would get. He was trying his best to both enjoy the trip and yet stay alert for a possibly psychopathic asshole who thought Grace belonged to him like property. Tyler had pushed the concerning thoughts out of his mind on the climb back down the mountain. As they got back on the bike, they wound up behind a dump truck, the grit or sand it carried hitting his face shield. The constancy of it sounded almost like white noise. The truck lumbered along the otherwise beautiful and twisting back road, making the ride miserable. He told Grace to hold on once again, and again felt the rush of her wrapping herself even more tightly around him. Once he cleared the truck, the road was open, and he rocked the bike just a little bit, enjoying her squeal from the back. He thought again, for probably the 1000th time, that the trip had not turned out how he'd expected, but it was so much better. The roads didn't change. The trees passed by in a blur of greens and golds. The air and the open space was exactly what he needed. He watched as Grace snaked one arm over his shoulder to point to his right, and he noticed the creek burbling along next to them. They got caught behind another truck, once again slowing down. This one looked like it belonged to a band, and as they passed it, Tyler tried to see if it was anyone he recognized. Grace hollered into his ear, "Ooh, it's Haley Watkins," and he grinned as he headed around the lumbering bus. Grace's tension lessened with every mile they passed, which made it easy for him to keep going. "Here." She pointed to the upcoming exit sign. According to the billboard advertising the town, the place looked almost Amish. But the sign said True Springs, and that's where Grace wanted to stay the night. At the top of the exit, where the road crossed over the freeway, they pulled up to a stop sign. "What is that?" Grace asked, leaning out and pointing. Tyler looked over to the litter on the ground. Far too uniform to be random trash, it caught his attention as it had Grace's. "Oh my God. Hold on." This time it was Grace telling him, so he waited as she hopped right off the bike and headed for the grass. Pulling onto the shoulder, he set the kickstand. This was going to take a minute, but he didn't have anywhere he had to be. "Oh no," she sounded distraught as she picked up the first one, and then the second and the third white page, gathering the litter herself. Tyler found himself leaving the bike and joining her. Piece by piece, they picked up what he found were oversized tickets to an elementary school play. Though they were professionally printed and appeared to have blown out a car window or such, each one was written on in crayon, inviting a different person to the show. Each one was signed lovingly by Kelvin or Kevin. Tyler wasn't sure. The handwriting looked very kindergarten, and that apparently was what was breaking Grace's heart. As the wind kicked one white slip into the air and threatened to carry it away, Grace bolted after it. Kevin, and his family must have just come through here. Tyler wanted to stop and read one, but piece by piece the wind was scattering them further. They didn't all have invited names, but little Kelvin had managed to put his Crayola marker signature on each. Grace finally stood up with all the tickets clutched together. She pulled leaves out from in between them. Luckily, the ground was dry and the weather wasn't too windy. But as she stood and surveyed the area for any that had gotten away, her shirt hem gently lifted in the same breeze that had stolen Kelvin's carefully crafted invites. "Oh, one more," she called and started down the slope. Tyler didn't see any others, so he organized the ones he held, lining them up and reading. Charlotte's Web was being performed at True Springs Elementary. "Okay," Grace said, a little winded as she climbed back up the slope. "That's all of them that I can see. Now what do we do?" Tyler held up one of the tickets to her. "It looks like the play starts tonight. How would you like to attend Charlotte's Web at the local elementary?" He watched as her eyes lit up. "That was my favorite book." She grinned and held up her own batch of tickets as she replied, "Let's go find Kevin." Tyler didn't correct her.
32. "Oh no," Grace declared as she looked around the parking lot and the school grounds. The elementary looked empty. "Shouldn't someone be here?" Tyler told her, "Let's drive around the building, maybe we can spot something." Eventually, they found the theater entrance and knocked on a door with no window in it. They were left waiting for a while until someone finally answered, "Can I help you?" "We're looking for a little boy named Kevin, or Kelvin." The woman narrowed her eyes as Grace realized her mistake. It was probably not a good idea for strangers to ask for one of the school children, without a good reason. She held up the invite. "These fell out of a car, we think. We found them on the side of the road, coming into town. The tickets have this address and tonight's date." The woman's expressions changed 180 degrees with the explanation. "Can you give these back to him?" "Oh honey, I can't. I'm actually just waiting to let the director in. Why don't you come back at 5 o'clock? That's the cast call. Kelvin will be here for that. I just know he'll be worried sick about the tickets, but each kid gets extra." She was grinning now, and tapping at the printed cards Grace was still holding. "I bet Kelvin and his mama will gladly give you tickets to the show, as a thank you." The woman said it as though it was obvious that two out-of-town strangers would want to see an elementary school production, and Grace found herself grinning. Of course she did. She fully expected Charlotte's Web to turn into a comedy of errors. "Thank you, ma'am." She turned back to Tyler, but the woman was still talking. "You should head down Main Street and see the shops. The town's not that big, so you can enjoy the local scenery, and then come back to the play." Grace thanked the woman, but once the door was closed, Tyler raised one eyebrow at her. "Come on, it'll be fun," she told him. In a few minutes, they were back on the bike and driving through True Springs. "Wow," Tyler hollered back as they rolled slowly down the main street. Tyler almost had to put his feet on the ground for balance, the speed limit was so low. She was right. "I'm pretty sure I can see the other end of town, from right here." Grace was laughing, but she spotted a fountain. "Let's stop and throw some pennies in." Tyler pulled over, finding a spot on a side street. As Grace looked around, she realized there were no other bikes here. Was there an ordinance against them? This seemed like the kind of place that would do that. But there were Audis parked nearby, and even a Ferrari in the middle of the other older cars. The bike didn't look quite so out of place. Walking back toward the square, Grace circled the fountain and read all the plaques out loud to Tyler. Then she pulled 2 pennies from her wallet. As much as she would have loved to throw a quarter in and wish for the true love the water promised, she didn't have it to spare. She did hand one of the pennies to Tyler, who looked at her skeptically, even as he flipped his coin over his shoulder. Of course, it sailed end over end, landing with a perfect splash in the very top portion of the fountain. "Oh my God!" Grace busted out, almost irritated. "You weren't even looking." She tried to toss her penny up there as well, but sure enough it whizzed right over the top. Luckily, it hit the rim on the other side and bounced into the fountain rather than out. Tyler, of course, was now laughing hysterically and trying to explain to her that she shouldn't play football. "Thank you, I already knew that." They walked a little further down the street, but the heat was starting to get to them as the clouds cleared and the day became almost a little too sunny. Grace pointed to a small shop that boasted souvenirs, quilts, and snacks. "That looks like an old-timey soda fountain." As the words came out of her mouth, Grace realized that she sounded like she was hinting to Tyler to buy her one more thing. She clamped her jaw shut. "That is a good idea." Tyler took the bait, even though she hadn't intended it that way. He grabbed her hand and beelined directly for the back of the store where a little white-haired woman, who introduced herself as Mabel, served up a cherry Coke for Grace and a root beer float for Tyler. "I put a little something special in it for you too." The older woman offered what must be her version of a devilish grin, as she pointed to a sign stating again that the water in True Springs would lead anyone who drank it to true love. Grace dug up a nice "oh thank you," but Tyler politely handed over the cash and a tip and led Grace out the front door. "Should we even drink this?" he asked when they were on the street again. Grace, however, was already 10 steps down the block and sipping at her soda, because she was thirsty. He was still looking at his cup oddly and not drinking when he asked, "Do you think the special ingredient is love or weed or LSD?" Grace almost spit out her nice, fizzy drink as she considered that thought. "No, silly, it's the fountain water." "That doesn't sound sanitary." Well, it's too late for me. They headed into the Sweetwater Inn to look around. Grace admired the sunny front lobby and the homey but sumptuous decor, but as she turned to say something to Tyler, she spotted him across the lobby at the front desk. He returned quickly with a grin. "I got us a room here for the night." She wanted to protest. It was too expensive, but she was paying only 1%, so she didn't have room to complain. Until her share cost more than a full cheap room, she was coming out ahead and she got to stay here. She looked around at the place. Her grandparents hadn't been rich, and she'd never stayed anywhere this nice before. So she just said, "It looks wonderful." As their hour was up, they headed back to the elementary school and found the place swamped. This time, when Grace explained about the tickets, they were directed to a couple who shook their hands and called their young tow-headed boy over immediately. "Kelvin? Kelvin. These nice people brought your tickets back." Kelvin, who looked to be in the middle of hair and makeup, ran up and hugged Grace before even taking the tickets back. "Thank you, miss." When Tyler handed his over, he didn't get quite as warm a reception, but little Kelvin was too excited. "Look, Mommy. They found my tickets. You should give two to the nice people who brought them back to you." His mother ruffled his hair. Grace and Tyler waited an interminable length of time while Kelvin found two tickets without names, and then asked for their names, borrowed a pen from his mother, and carefully misspelled each of them. "Thank you so much," Grace said, or maybe she was Grack now, she wasn't sure. They found their seats at the back of the theater, and Tyler commented about being ready to make a hasty escape, if necessary. Then they watched as the pig and the spider told their story with halting delivery. At one point the spider, perched on a fence rail, fell off and thunked ungracefully to the stage. The entire audience gasped, but the little girl stood up and said, "It's okay. I'm okay." Then she stood frozen, staring at the audience for a moment before yelling, "Line?" A disembodied voice off stage immediately fed it to her, and it was clear to the audience that the stagehand was trying as hard not to laugh as the audience was. By the time they exited the theater, Grace's sides were hurting from laughing, and Tyler decided they needed dinner at whatever local spot was the best. He left it up to Grace to stop the theatergoers and get the intel. Later, full and tired, they entered their room at the inn. Tyler turned and looked at her. "Hey, I kept my ticket. I noticed you've been saving little things as we go. I thought you might want this for a souvenir." Grace grinned and held out her hand, but as she took the ticket from him, something traveled between them. Wild and fierce, it moved like an arc she couldn't see, but it felt as if it bound her to him.
33. Tyler headed into the shower first. He'd gotten a little sticky during the day, and the antique bed was giving him ideas. Something had passed between him and Grace. Some moment that changed the way Grace was looking at him. It made him think that maybe tonight he could convince her they could be something more than just traveling buddies. He washed his hair and sniffed at the soap, wondering what he would smell like if Grace wanted him again. He dried himself off, then decided that a towel would be enough. It wasn't as if they'd never been together before. But when he came out, she was facing away and wasn't paying him any attention. When she spoke, he almost responded before realizing she was on the phone. "Thank you so much, Aunt Claire." "Thank you." She turned around as she hung up, sucking in a little breath at the sight of him. Now he was concerned. Grace didn't make phone calls. What was that? "My Aunt Claire, the one who's in Georgia." "Is that safe?" Grace nodded. "I told her she couldn't talk to my grandma. They never liked each other much anyway." "She was glad to know where you were." He sat on the edge of the bed as he asked. This wasn't what he'd imagined when he'd emerged from the shower. "She was glad." Grace paused a moment. "And I think I've made a decision." Tyler's heart dropped from his chest to his stomach like a sour ball. "I'm going to stay in Georgia with my Aunt Claire." Grace announced it with gusto. "I don't have enough money to really start over on my own. You know, unless I get romance novel lucky, and someone gives me the randomly empty apartment over their failing restaurant." and then decided to gift the diner to me when they die. Tyler was laughing at that, even though he didn't read romance novels. Even though she'd just made their trip together final, in a way that he had managed to ignore until now. Should we head down toward Florida, and then back up to Georgia? After we hit New York tomorrow. It was the longest route he could think of, before arriving near Atlanta. That sounds good. She paused for a moment, looking shy. I told her about you. I told her that I didn't know when I'd get there. Oh, he said, that's fantastic. He hoped she could hear how much he wanted her on this trip with him, even though the end point of Georgia was already too close. I don't know how long it will take me, she said with a heavy breath in, but I'll pay you back for my half of the trip, I promise. Tyler tipped his head back and looked up. This ceiling was just a ceiling. As beautiful as the room was, there were no gossamer drapes around the bed. He thought about that room, and how she'd wanted him then. Sitting on the edge of the bed near her, his towel wrapped around his waist, he wondered if she could see what she was doing to him. Please don't. She scooted closer, but looked as though she were going to protest. Tyler had had enough. He knew her situation, and she knew his. He didn't want to be paid back. So he leaned over to shut her up with a kiss. As their lips met, the wild arc from earlier flared between them again, and he sucked in a gasp of surprise. But it didn't stop her from reaching for him. Wrapping his arms around her. Tyler pulled Grace closer. He wanted that again. The connection they'd had in redemption. The feel of her next to him. The electric flare that told him this was different from anything before. The rest of the world fell away. He'd wanted to be slow and seductive, but her hands were on his chest, trailing along his biceps, then down his abs. He was far too turned on, far too desperate to take things slowly. Luckily, Grace seemed to feel the same way. Her kisses were desperate, drugging. He felt more than saw her kick off her shoes, as she was still dressed from the day. His hands moved to her waist. She wanted this as much as he did. But as she stood in front of him, her expression turned shy. Maybe she was seeing what he was feeling, that he wanted her. He wanted Grace. And he didn't just want it for today. Maybe it was that jolt he'd felt earlier. Maybe it was because she'd said she was going to live in Atlanta with her aunt. Maybe it was because he was finally done being a dumbass and living in a past that didn't exist anymore, but whatever it was here now. Reaching out, he pulled her close, his mouth making contact with her sweet, soft skin. His hands ran up her back as she stood in front of him. Her fingers clenched into his shoulders, telling him that she liked what he was doing. He turned, laying her down onto the comforter. As he moved to crawl over her, he felt his knee catch on the towel and it slipped away. Tyler let it. She'd seen all of him before. And he let her know just how much he wanted her, in case she was still unsure. Her hands roamed his body, as though memorizing what he felt like, and it felt amazing to be wanted the way she wanted him. He felt the sigh of contentment as she rolled her head back, welcoming his touch. At last, when they lay together, panting heavily, limbs still intertwined, Tyler thought they'd made a declaration of sorts. The nights they'd spent in redemption had been about letting go of their pasts and being open to something new. But this was about finding their futures. He wanted his to be with Grace.
34.
Every belle should know how to cross-stitch, embroider, knit, and/or crochet. It's not necessary that she ever do it, but she should know how.
Grace woke up the next morning warm and next to Tyler. Even though she stretched and harbored fantasies of a morning repeat, Tyler was out cold. She wondered if he was making up for the nights he hadn't slept. She knew he'd stayed awake, watching over her, constantly pulled from his own sleep by her nightmares. She hadn't had any bad dreams last night. Gently, she stretched as she came alert, still trying not to bother the sleeping hunk of man next to her. Even though they'd been together before, she knew what it was like to be touched and cared for by Tyler Preston. Last night had exceeded her expectations. She was beginning to wish she hadn't called her aunt, that she hadn't told Tyler that she would be going to Georgia. How had she managed to set an end date on the very same night she realized she was at the beginning? Even as she wondered how to rescind what she'd said, Tyler rolled over in his sleep and mumbled. She wasn't sure exactly what he said, but she caught enough to get the gist of it. Her jaw clenched, her nails cut into the palms of her hands, and she called herself 7 kinds of stupid as she recognized the name on her lover's lips. K. As her heart cracked in two and the gooey insides turned cold as they oozed through her body, Grace slowly slid out of bed. Pressure mounted against the back of her eyes, but she fought not to cry. It had been lovely for about 2 minutes while she believed that maybe he could love her back. But the fact remained that this whole trip was about another woman. The woman he'd never gotten over. He hadn't even lied about it. Grace hadn't had to figure it out for herself. Tyler had told her to her face how everything was about Kay. And she had still managed to be stupid enough to fall hard for him. Quickly, she got dressed and slipped quietly out the door and down the stairs. She passed the front desk where the clerk asked if she wanted breakfast. "Oh no thank you. I'm going out for a walk." She was proud of herself for getting the words out in English, and not in some kind of sobbing garble. "There's a trail that starts about a block over, just go down the side street right here." The cheerful employee pointed at the wall behind her. Grace understood and offered a tight smile in response. She wondered if she looked like she was about to burst into tears at any moment, because she felt like she would. Heading out the door and down the recommended side street, she found the trail easily and lost herself in the comfort of trees and dirt as best she could. Grace would have liked to see the little town come alive in the morning, but it was all she could do to hold it together. She wanted to be away from people, away from prying eyes and questions. Somewhere she would be alone when the sobs came. And they would. She was about 5 minutes into her walk when her phone rang. It was probably Tyler calling to see where she'd gone, maybe to see if she wanted to come back and have more fun. But the fact was, she couldn't. It wasn't fun for her anymore. She hurt like hell right now, even if it was her own damn fault. She'd been stupid, so stupid, she thought, even as she flipped the phone open and said, "Hello." He'd been honest from the start. He'd even showed her that gorgeous Facebook page, with a beautiful woman and her adorable kids and handsome husband in the large house, and every picture Tyler wanted to insert himself into. "Hello, baby." The voice was low and dark and froze her in her tracks. Grace would have sucked in a breath, but her lungs locked at the sound. She whirled around to see if he was standing behind her. That was also dumb, as he was on the phone, but she didn't put that kind of crap past Johnny. Her legs tensed. Did she need to run? "Baby?" he asked, almost laughing. He had to know that she was petrified. "How's New York?" Simultaneously, she registered that she couldn't see him, and that she wasn't in New York. Though she was close, she wasn't even in the state. Why would he think she was in New York? She didn't answer, and began wondering if he was tracing the call. Immediately, she hit the hang-up button. In a blind panic, Grace threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it, which of course didn't have quite the same effect it had when Tyler had done it. The phone still looked relatively intact. Looking around to be sure no one was watching her, she reached down and grabbed a rock from the side of the trail and bashed at the device until it was in pieces. Racing back to the Sweetwater Inn, she bolted up the stairs and only stopped her mad dash at the door to their room, opening it as carefully as she could. Tyler was still asleep in the bed. All of her regrets were right there, rolled up in the thick antique comforter. Grabbing her bag, she scanned the room. In an effort to stay small and unobtrusive, Grace never left her things on the counter in the bathroom or her clothing draped over the chair. This morning, because Tyler had tossed her clothes haphazardly around the room, she'd already made the effort and gathered them up when she got dressed, hoping to be the perfect traveling companion. Now, all she had to do was grope for the straps of her bag. She didn't even dare zip it, as the noise might wake Tyler. Bolting from the room, she almost forgot the sparkly purple helmet, but she turned back and snatched it from its spot in the corner. Her heart ached at what she was doing, but it didn't stop her. Tyler might miss the companionship, but he wouldn't miss her specifically. He would only continue to miss Kay. But that would be nothing new for him, only that Grace wasn't here to help him pretend he wasn't still hung up on his ex. She was down the steps and out the front door, ignoring the inquiries of the woman at the front desk. In the parking lot, she strapped on the helmet and tied down her bag with shaking hands. She hated how the helmet obscured some of her peripheral vision, but getting pulled over on a stolen bike would be worse. Climbing on, she reminded herself that she knew how to do this. Besides, she'd seen Tyler handle this bike so many times. The bike was too large for her, but she was going to have to make it work. It was awkward, backing the bike out of the neat parking job Tyler had done. Grace was careful, knowing that as long as she kept the Harley upright, she could be okay. It took far too long before she got turned around and aimed toward the street. Rolling out of the lot, she hung a right-hand turn and peeled out as she overdid it. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that the power of the bike was her own safety. She wasn't safe here. Not from Johnny, and not from Tyler and her own foolish heart. Tyler would simply have to understand.
35. Tyler woke up alone in the bed. It didn't bother him. He'd learned a while ago that Grace was an early riser. More mornings than not, he woke up to find the bed and now the pillow next to him without Grace in it. He listened for sounds from the bathroom. When he didn't find any, he thought she might have taken advantage of the full-service breakfast the inn was offering. Grace, whose appetite waxed and waned, had seemed to eat better last night. Maybe she was finally hungry enough to make up for all the food she'd skipped. As he climbed out of the large bed and went about getting dressed, something nagged at him about the room, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He was still barefoot when he figured it out. Her bag was gone. He froze where he sat on the end of the bed. His eyes darted through the open bathroom door to see only his own things on the counter. But Grace didn't leave her toiletries in the bathroom, so it hadn't surprised him not to see anything lying around. But the bag she always shoved far into the corner, almost as though to hide it, wasn't there now. Frantic, Tyler scanned the room. The purple helmet, which often rested next to the bag, was also gone. Shoving feet into his shoes without socks, he raced downstairs, only stopping his frenzied forward momentum by splaying his hands out on the dining doorframe, as though to catch himself. His eyes darted left and right, searching the relatively unpopulated area. Grace wasn't there. "Are you looking for your wife?" the woman at the front desk asked from behind him. Though none of the words seemed to register initially, as Tyler put it together, he realized this person might know where Grace was, or at least where she'd gone. He nodded even as he thought, wife. Jesus. He'd not imagined he'd ever have one of those. Not for the last decade, at least. Yet here he was, easily able to envision it. And as he thought it for the first time, Grace was gone. She flew out of here. The woman seemed surprised with the retelling, almost an hour ago now. She seemed panicked. There was only one thing Tyler knew that would make Grace frantic. The question was, how had Johnny found her? Tyler forced himself not to run out the door, but stayed and asked as calmly as he could, "Did you have a stranger come through here?" With a smile, meant to be gentle rather than mocking, the desk clerk waved her hand back toward the crowd at breakfast. Yes, Tyler thought, dumb question. They were all strangers. Single man, blonde hair, low ponytail. Tall, thin, tends to wear a lot of black. No. Her answer was solid, and that was a relief. So unless Johnny had changed his looks, he hadn't found Grace face to face. At least she wasn't leaving against her will. Still, something had spooked her. She hadn't even said goodbye. Tyler headed out toward the parking lot, his heart pounding slow and heavy, knowing what he would find, but not believing it until he saw the empty parking spot. He couldn't even chase her. What did you do, Grace? His first thought was to pull his phone out of his pocket and call her number. But it rang, and nothing happened. She should have answered, but at least he could feel better that she had the phone on her. He would have left a message, but they'd never set up a voicemail, thinking that if Johnny got the number they wouldn't want him to know he'd reached the right place. Now, Tyler regretted it. It would seem that Johnny had likely gotten the number, or found her location anyway. Tyler now had no way of leaving Grace a message to let her know that he was looking for her. Trying not to appear as if his life was falling apart in the middle of the beautiful little town, he headed back inside and thanked the clerk. The words came out like gravel. Alone, and scared for Grace and feeling as if he was about to vomit, he headed back upstairs where he sat on the edge of his bed and tried to figure out how to get Grace back. 36. 3 hours later, Tyler had packed up and found a car. First, he'd tried to rent a bike, but no one rented those. Next, he'd tried to rent a car, but the closest places that had cars ready were at least an hour away. There was no way he could find a cab or a bus or a friendly ride 2 towns over in the time he needed. He'd next gotten his sorry ass together and asked the new clerk at the front desk where he could find a car. He was directed to Mac's repair shop and offered a ride by another visitor, which he'd graciously accepted. Once there, however, he was given the choice of several older cars that Mac had gotten running again. None looked like anything Tyler could quite trust, but he didn't have many other options. He'd spent far too much money to purchase the only one of the 3 that had air conditioning. What he wouldn't give, to have his Harley back. Still, he wasn't angry at Grace, he was just surprised that she'd made it out of here on the bike. It was a good bit too big for her, and he'd assumed she couldn't drive it. What else hadn't he known about her? Sucking in a deep breath, he prayed that she stayed safe. Driving the new-to-him clunker with the steering that felt more than squishy after the bike, Tyler headed back to the inn. He tossed his bags in the trunk and was about to pull out when he remembered the cell service he'd signed up for. Luckily, the Wi-Fi reached out to the parking lot, and he pulled out his phone and logged into the cell website. They'd both entered their phone information online, so they could check the location of the phone if it, or God forbid, Grace was lost. Or so they could see what number had called her last. Sure enough, Tyler could see a call made from her phone last night, which matched when he'd seen Grace talking to her aunt. When he checked the area code, it matched up to Atlanta. But another call had come into her line this morning. Tyler thought back to when he'd woken up and bolted downstairs. The clerk had told him that Grace had left almost an hour earlier. That lined up exactly 5 or so minutes after the mystery call. The call had lasted barely a minute, and the area code matched to West Covina, California. A reverse search had pulled up the name Johnny Rubio. Tyler had almost thrown the phone against the window, punishing the device and the car for the information they relayed. Somehow that bastard had found her and stolen her from him. Tyler couldn't even trace whether the call had originated in the LA area or if Johnny was possibly calling from somewhere closer. Somewhere far more dangerous. Taking another deep breath, Tyler tried for a second task. Where was Grace's phone now? Off. Son of a bitch, it was off. And the last known location was 1 block over. Firing up the old boat of a Cadillac, he backed out of the spot and headed toward the phone. But the location wasn't narrow enough, and he looked up and down the whole street, unsurprised to find that Grace wasn't there either. She was probably miles out of town by now. He dangerously watched the data while he drove. Nothing else had pinged on the phone. In fact, the program said it had remained off since less than 1 minute after Johnny's call came in. None of that made Tyler feel any better. He just hoped she had the cell with her. At least if she was stuck or in trouble, she'd be able to call someone. He also hoped she hadn't laid the bike down on a sharp curve. The roads in and out of here weren't the easiest. At the only stoplight in town, he found he didn't know which way to go. Back the way they'd come. Or onward to New York City. In the end, he chose New York. Grace wanted to get out of here. She'd called her aunt last night and said she was coming to stay. Georgia should still be pretty safe. So she'd likely headed that direction. And she probably wouldn't want to keep the bike the whole time. Tyler felt that logic was pretty sound. She wouldn't be able to afford to just buy a car like he had, even though it had been the cheapest car probably available. Grace would take the bus, and she could afford a ticket. New York was the perfect place to get lost in the crowd. So Tyler aimed his boat of a car in that direction. Though he was confident that he wouldn't catch up to her given her lead, he hoped he could get there before she found a bus ride. He made it into the city, though he'd berated himself the whole way for managing to sleep through Grace's crisis. Still, he felt his chances of finding her were pretty solid. He was standing in the middle of Grand Central Station several hours later when it began to sink in that she was already long gone and he wouldn't find her. He watched as throngs of people passed by. Some stopped and sat down and ate. A few read printed newspapers at small tables or sat on benches paying attention to phones or tablets. None of them was Grace. Tyler knew that if he could just see a sliver of her, a hand, a wisp of hair, a shadow of movement in the distance, he would recognize her instantly. But he saw nothing. If Grace was here, she wasn't showing herself to him. Just then, his phone buzzed.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to Reckless. Please help us out by subscribing to this channel. We appreciate you listening to this audiobook.
37. Grace stared out the window of the bus, watching the trees go by, in a monotonous view that was only cut by the occasional city. They were all starting to look the same. She was on her way to Atlanta, exactly where she'd expected to be well over a week ago. But somehow, the intervening days had changed everything. The problem was, she was now just as petrified as she was a week ago, maybe more so. She'd believed, falsely, that she'd gotten away, yet Johnny's voice on her phone had proved her oh so wrong. She was on her second phone, with an entirely different number, associated with an account for a man Johnny didn't even know. Still, somehow, he'd gotten it. Grace had hated breaking the phone Tyler paid for, again. It had been bad enough the first time when it was Tyler's decision, and Tyler's boot destroying the expensive little piece of hardware. Now Grace owed him for 2 phones. At each stop the bus made, about every 2 to 3 hours, they parked at a large gas station, convenience store, fast food place. The stores were often designed for long-haul truckers and had items like audiobooks and gifts, and burner phones. She'd bought 2 at the first stop. And at the last stop, she'd used one before getting on the bus. She'd memorized Tyler's number over the days, so it was relatively technically easy to turn the phone on and send him a quick text. Emotionally, it was one of the most difficult things she'd done. She tapped out message after message, only to erase them, and finally settle on the simple but harsh-sounding "Your bike is at the bus station in Pittsburgh." In a second message, she included information about how to retrieve his keys. Once that was done, she'd powered down the phone and thrown it in the trash. It was another painful decision, but she couldn't have Johnny tracking her. Grace regretted taking Tyler's bike, but she hadn't seen a way around it. She regretted taking the bus to Atlanta, but again, there had been few other options. She wasn't sure she regretted taking the trip though. Her problem wasn't just Johnny though. She'd reached a point where there were no decisions she could make without regretting something. If she stayed with Tyler, Johnny would eventually find them, probably sooner rather than later. What would she do if something happened to Tyler? Johnny was still pursuing her, and given that she'd evaded him for so long, his rage would be incredibly high. If he hurt Tyler or killed him, Grace wouldn't be able to say she hadn't seen it coming. She'd never be able to live with that. But leaving meant that she left Tyler behind. That was a regret, in and of itself. And if she stayed and found herself falling more and more in love with him, that would break her heart all over again. Worse than she already hurt now. Worse than Johnny had ever hurt her, since with Johnny she'd broken her own heart. With her boyfriend, Grace had put all her hopes and dreams on a man she didn't really know. It had taken a good 2 years to understand the kind of man he really was. Though she was pretty confident she'd known inside of 2 days the kind of man Tyler was, well, the downside was that she knew all the good things she was leaving behind. He was loyal to a fault, and clearly still in love with the girl he'd fallen for in high school. Grace could stay with Tyler. He would let her ride around the country with him. He would let her fall harder for him, until she was so far under she was drowning. But how long before she regretted it? She warned herself, when she had her toes in the Pacific Ocean, to never belong to anyone again. She'd spoken the promise out loud. Even Tyler had heard her. Maybe being on her own was the best bet. If Johnny caught up with her, she'd have to be ready to defend herself. She knew how to use a gun and had already more than considered getting one, but she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in jail for killing a man who deserved it. She would have to think of other options. The ride went by in a blur of cities and freeways. She would have stared out the window for hours, her chin resting in her hand, but the vibration of the bus made that impossible. She lost focus, listened to the few quiet conversations around her, and slept a little bit, waking when the vehicle stopped again. One by one, bus riders filed inside the large convenience store and waited for their food. The driver again issued strict orders about their stop time, but it never worked, and the trip was already more than an hour behind schedule. Grace didn't have a book or an iPad. She hadn't even opened the new phone yet, so she tackled the last leg of the trip the same as the first by watching out the window. Her brain churned, trying to figure out exactly how it was that Johnny had gotten her new number. It had been bothering her that he asked how she liked New York. She hadn't ever been to New York, but it was next on their list. When she first figured it out, her blood turned cold. Hopping up, she grabbed her bag from the empty seat beside her. She scrambled toward the front of the bus, and the driver looked at her sharply as she crossed the yellow line. "I'm sorry." She wheezed the words out around the fear that was choking her, and stepped back behind the painted bar. "I need to get off." "We don't stop the bus," the driver said. "It's an emergency." "We don't stop the bus," the driver repeated with the same inflection and lack of concern. Grace got the feeling she was running into a brick wall. "Please, ma'am." Though she begged, the driver didn't change her mind. "We're almost to Atlanta. We'll be there in 45 minutes. We don't stop the bus." Grace slowly headed back to her seat, her heart beating a rapid staccato as her stomach sank into a deep pit inside her. She had to figure out what to do when she got off the bus, because Johnny would be waiting. 38. Grace stepped carefully off the bus, purposefully staying behind a taller rider and working hard to mingle with the crowd emerging. The number of riders had dwindled during the day, so the group getting off at the dark parking lot in Atlanta wasn't quite big enough to disappear into. Family and friends waited in the parking lot. Some of the cars idled and people stood against them, keys in hand, watching for a particular rider. Her fellow travelers crowded around the side of the bus while the driver opened the storage units and fetched bags. But Grace carried everything she owned. She looked across the small crowd of cars, and though the woman was older, her hair a paler shade of gray, Aunt Claire was easily recognizable. Her aunt waved, having spotted Grace easily too, but Grace wasn't quite ready to wave back. Her heart was in her throat as she scanned the crowd looking for that dirty blonde hair, the sneer, the thin build. Luckily, she didn't see Johnny here waiting. Taking her chance, she headed over and hugged her aunt. "It's so good to see you, Aunt Claire." On the one hand, the words were true. On the other, Grace was petrified of what might wait in the shadows at the edge of the lot. Aunt Claire didn't notice. "It's good to have you here. Let's get in the car, I'll take you home. I'll call your grandma and let her know you're safe." Grace stiffened. Her great-aunt had just confirmed what she'd figured out 100 miles back. Claire stepped back, noticing the change. "What is it, honey?" "You called my grandma and told her I was coming, right?" "Of course." Claire looked at Grace as though how could she not? "She and I may not get along, but you're her child. You're practically her daughter, and she was worried about you. I was so glad I called." She reached out to hug Grace again, as though the explanation made everything okay. But Grace stood firm, her bag still clutched her hand. The words were hard to get out, but she had to do it. "I can't stay with you, Aunt Claire." "I don't understand." "I told you." Grace emphasized the words. "I told you that you couldn't call my grandmother. And the first thing you did was call my grandmother. She's your grandmother." Grace cut her off. "She's been talking to my ex-boyfriend, my abusive ex-boyfriend." It was the first time Grace had used the words that way, and something settled inside her, finally. That was exactly what the situation was, and the doubt she had always harbored vaporized. Would you like to see the pictures of what he did to me, Aunt Claire? No. Though her aunt seemed upset and turned her head away, Grace had had enough of everyone treating her as though she didn't understand her own life. No wonder she'd fallen for Johnny's bullshit. Everyone in her family treated her as if she were 5, and that whatever decisions she made needed to be overridden, because she simply didn't know what she was talking about. Fuming mad now, she whipped out the phone. She turned it on and had it ready to call 911. If she spotted Johnny, she wouldn't be able to wait for it to power up. She checked her email knowing it might ping her, and hoping that Johnny hadn't gained any new tech skills while she'd been gone. Pulling up the pictures from her account, she shoved the phone into her aunt's face. Look, Aunt Claire. Claire closed her eyes and turned her head. Look at it. Grace held the phone out, angry at everyone who hadn't believed her. I told you not to call my grandmother. She's been talking to him because she doesn't believe me either. Grace had drawn attention, but she no longer cared. If Johnny was here, he'd already seen her. She was probably safest ranting about her abusive ex-boyfriend. Now he knows where I am. He knows where you are too. You brought this to my doorstep and maybe to yours. You shouldn't stay at home either. I didn't know, Claire said, suddenly remorseful, but Grace was so tired of everyone deciding that they knew better than her. And she said so. You did know. You didn't have all the details, but I told you exactly what not to do. And you didn't trust me. Baby? No. That's the problem. I'm not a baby anymore. I am an adult, and I am making decisions about my own life, and you have to trust that. If you can't do that, then you don't get to be a part of it. My grandma doesn't get to be a part of it, no matter how much I want her to be, because she keeps giving information to the man who is trying to kill me. She held the phone firmly outward into Claire's face again, her anger rolling off of her in waves. I'm staying somewhere on my own tonight. And I'm leaving town. I recommend that you don't stay at home until I figure out where he is. She pulled up another picture. This is him. His name is Johnny Rubio. Oh, but I'm not in danger, Claire replied, as though everything could be brushed off with a phrase or a wish. Oh, yes you are. He thinks he owns me, and he'll do anything in his power to make you tell him where I am, which is why you no longer get to know where I'm going. Grace took a deep breath and conceded a little ground. I love you, Aunt Claire, but I can't stay with you if I can't trust you. She stepped forward, hugged the older woman briefly, and turned and walked away. The question now was that it was almost 11 p.m., and she was in a strange city. Where the hell was she going to go? And how was she even going to get there?
39. Tyler looked up at the strip of sky he could see between the tall buildings in New York. The city bustled around him, cyclists weaving agilely in and out of traffic. Unfortunately, his kind of bike wasn't the majority here. While the noise it made was a safety feature while he was on the freeway, here it obscured the sound of delivery drivers and pedestrians coming up behind or beside him. If he could find a place to park, he would get out and walk around Times Square on foot. It took far too long to find a place to legally park the bike, and the spot he eventually found was a good 7 blocks from the crush of people and lights. He walked the distance playing solo tourist, passing by theaters, sushi places, and hole-in-the-wall restaurants offering every kind of food imaginable. Tyler didn't stop at any of them. He wasn't hungry, and he wasn't really interested in any of it. As he approached the last block, he passed no fewer than 5 people trying to hand him flyers. They suggested he attend shows from opera to comedy to one-man memoirs and more. He turned them all down, several times finding the flyer shoved into his hand anyway or fluttering to the ground at his feet. What a waste! He maneuvered through the throngs that lined the sidewalks, stepping around huge trash bags left sitting in front of the hotels and restaurants. It must be trash day, he thought. But here, there were no bins wheeled to the curb waiting for the truck to come by. It was all just left there on the sidewalk. Tyler found himself developing a deep-seated fear that he would trip and go face first into one of the piles. He must be more of a country kid than he'd thought. He arrived at Times Square and was immediately assaulted by the glare and flash of lights, each one beckoning him to buy something or enter some store or try a new show. He peeked in the storefronts as he passed by, seeing stuffed animals or candy, clothes or souvenirs. None of it appealed. He didn't know anything about New York, other than the names of the boroughs and that he ought to see Times Square. Well, he was here. He was seeing it. He wasn't hungry, but it was going on 4 in the afternoon, and he hadn't eaten since breakfast. So he ducked into a little sandwich shop with a maroon and white sign and wound up reading all the labels. Everything was organic this, cranberry and melon that, or something with chia seeds. He eventually found a chicken salad sandwich with some exotic cheese on whole wheat, the simplest thing in the whole shop. He grabbed a soda he didn't recognize for far more money than he was used to spending and headed out to eat it as he walked down the street. This was not the New York he had intended to visit. He had no field guide anymore, and he realized had Grace been here with him, he would have loved the place because she did. He would have happily wandered through the stuffed animal shop and probably wound up with something to mail back to Will's daughters. They would have bought a small bag of candy, because that was all that would fit in the bags on the back of the bike, next to the jar of pepper jelly he was still saving for her. They would have carefully chosen their sandwiches, and Grace would have explained what the cheese was, probably just cheddar with a fancy name, and even the strange soda would have tasted better. Tyler looked for an open trash bin for the empty wrapper and bottle. The irony, of course, was that he passed 15 full stinky bags of trash on the way to finding an open bin where he could throw his own. That was it. He was done. The city held no meaning without Grace. Something had happened between them in True Springs, and he didn't think it was just because he'd splurged on the room or told her again that she didn't owe him anything. He and Grace had found each other there, despite the fact that they'd been traveling pressed together for days. Despite the fact that it wasn't the first time they'd slept together or made love. Maybe it was the water in that silly fountain that said it helped lovers find their true love. Grace had splashed them both with her bad penny toss. And that older woman said she'd put something in their sodas. Maybe it was just that he'd finally found the right person, and she hadn't stayed around. Grace had sworn she would never belong to anyone again, but he'd felt like she belonged to him that night. Maybe it had scared her off. Maybe Johnny had threatened her. But Tyler didn't know, because she hadn't told him. Maybe she'd fallen for him, and that scared the shit out of her. Then again, maybe she'd seen that he'd fallen for her, and that had scared the shit out of her more. It didn't matter, because he wouldn't know what it was. She was up and gone before he'd even opened his eyes. She'd stolen his bike and run. And he, dipshit that he was, hadn't even figured out she'd head back to Pittsburgh. No, he'd come all the way to New York and Grand Central Station, then spent another 2 days driving back and forth across Pennsylvania to pick up the bike and sell the crappy car at a huge loss. Aside from messaging him to tell him where his bike was and how to retrieve it, Grace hadn't contacted him at all. He'd immediately replied to her messages, and messaged and tried calling repeatedly since then, but the strange number didn't even have a voicemail, and Grace didn't reply. The trip had sucked from the moment that he'd woken up and realized she disappeared. First, he'd been frantic thinking something had happened. Then, when she didn't respond, he'd called the Pittsburgh bus station and tried desperately to get them to tell him which route she was on. They'd stood firm, not giving out the names of their passengers. As frustrating as that was, ultimately, he was grateful. If he couldn't get her information, maybe Johnny couldn't either. But while he was glad that she was safe, the rest of his trip now held little appeal. So he climbed on the bike and headed south. He was going to go toward Florida, just like they had planned. Nothing else that they had planned would be happening, because he wasn't capable of organizing the trip the way Grace was. And also because he just didn't care anymore. What he did know was that he needed to find somewhere to stop. He had his route. He had the money. And it was well past time that he picked a place to start his new life. Tyler still had no clue where that would be.
40. Grace arrived at her front door after her shift at work. Her feet were tired. She needed new sneakers, as she was still wearing the same ones she'd worn at the pancake house. There wasn't time or money for that, not yet. Sliding the key into the lock, she hoped that her late entry didn't wake her neighbors. The unit next door to hers held a cute couple that were early risers, their schedule the opposite of hers. The two men were very much in love. She knew this because their bedroom wall abutted her studio wall. There was nowhere in her apartment she could go to avoid hearing the noise. On the other side was another studio like hers, and the young woman talked her way through her thesis, sometimes aggressively. Marla was a student at Emory, getting a Master's of Fine Arts in writing and holed up in the cheapest apartment she could find. Marla told her it was cheaper to live here in Breathless, work online, and drive into Atlanta only once in a while for a meeting, than to try to live in the city. Grace had nodded, as though she understood the dilemma. The little row of units sat facing another identical row across the street. Grace knew 3 of those renters by name, and behind her, over a chain-link fence and a few poorly tended shrubs, was a family. The mother was single, and a stripper who managed to keep even later hours than Grace did. Grace had taken a chance. She'd introduced herself to all of them, and shown them all Johnny's pictures and the pictures of herself. She hated showing those, but after what her grandmother and Aunt Claire had done, Grace knew she couldn't afford to take the chance again. She had to make her neighbors understand. She'd apologize to all of them in advance. I know you've got 3 boys, and I'm so sorry I brought this to your neighborhood. Ever had waved the worry away. You have no idea what I brought to this neighborhood. My job is not a piece of cake. She'd looked Grace up and down. In fact, if you're interested, you could make a lot of money stripping. Grace considered it a compliment, and for a while she considered it a job option. If she made it 7 days without landing something that paid, she would call her new neighbor and ask about it. She'd spent almost all her money on the deposit for the studio. There had been only one other place in this cute little town that she could afford. It hadn't required a deposit, but she got the feeling the owner would press for some more disturbing kind of payment in the future. So she'd signed the lease here and declared Breathless, Georgia, her new hometown. She didn't know what Georgia Grace would be like, but she was already better than California Grace had ever been. The very last of her money had gone toward buying a used Yamaha. She wasn't even sure they made these things anymore. The gas tank was a yellow that came from another era. The owner, an old man, had taken loving care of it. He told her it ran like a dream, and that he liked that someone young wanted it. She wanted it. The fact that it was a bike reminded her of her days with Tyler. It also didn't take much in gas. She'd secured transportation and a place to live, but if she hadn't landed that job on day 6, food would have gotten hard to come by. Still, it had been a week now that she'd been delivering pizzas out the side window, serving pasta at the tables, and talking up Risola's world-famous fried green beans. Her tips covered her groceries, and by next week, she hoped to have enough saved up to cover the rent that was due in 2 more weeks. Being a week early on the rent was something she'd never even dreamed of before. Johnny always ran their finances into the ground. After working for just a week on her own, Grace was stunned at how much it added up to without someone dipping into it every time she turned her back, and sometimes right in front of her face. Inside, she locked and bolted the door, checked the locks on all the windows, and climbed into the tiny shower stall. Thinking back to the large white tub she'd luxuriated in Redemption, Nebraska made her sigh as she hit her elbow against the tile. That tub had reclined at one end, so she could almost lay down in the bubbles. This shower was hers, though. The cracked olive green tiles reminded her that they were the best she could afford. But she afforded it. She had clean water, hotel toiletries, and a bed to sleep in. She had only 2 towels, she'd spent a little on them and didn't even own a hand towel yet, but she was free. Being her own person didn't mean the job wasn't exhausting, though, and she fell face first into the bed with her towel still wrapped around her torso. As she bounced up from the slightly too firm mattress, she was grateful she'd flipped it over that first day. There was no telling who had lived here before her, only that they had spilled things on the carpet more than once. When she had the money, she would rent one of those steam cleaners. A girl's got to have dreams, she thought, but was asleep before she could get to the next one. At 3 a.m., a pounding on the door woke her up. Sitting bolt upright in bed, Grace felt her heart racing to match the fist that seemed to be making the whole wall move. She suddenly wished she had a bedroom, because that would be an extra door to put between her and whoever was angrily knocking. Quickly, she slipped out of the towel and into a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. She would have liked to put on underwear, but the sound of fury against her door made speed the most important thing. She slid her feet into sneakers with no socks. And just as she tied the second shoelace, she heard her name shouted loud enough to wake the street. Grace froze. There was no mistaking the angry voice. Johnny had found her. 41. You need to leave now, Johnny. Grace yelled the words back through the door, trying to make her voice sound angry rather than petrified. Her hands shook and her brain raced. She'd never wanted to wake or disturb her neighbors, but she hoped that they heard her now. Go away, Johnny. I don't want you here. She used his name, so they would be on alert if they were up. I'm not going anywhere, Grace. You open this door because I'm coming in whether you let me in or not. She didn't reply. She didn't know what to say. Grace was sweating and the tremors that racked her made it hard to dial the phone. She'd shoved it in the back pocket of her jeans as she'd gotten dressed in a rush. Now it became clear her best option was calling the police. She dialed 911 and stepped back from the door. With one hand clutching the phone, the other snaked out and wrapped around the heavy wooden baseball bat she'd picked up at a yard sale. She'd left it just beside the door, hoping to never need it, but it was too late for so many wishes now. 911. What's your emergency? My name is Grace Rodriguez. She rattled off her address, certain that no one could possibly understand the gush of words she was spewing. My ex-boyfriend Johnny Rubio is at the door. She didn't even finish. He was pounding again, yelling for her, and she hoped the dispatch operator could hear it. She had never called the police on Johnny before. Surely he couldn't know any of these officers, could he? Is he threatening you right now? Yes. Grace almost screamed the words, wondering if the call was helping or if she was just bringing more trouble on herself. He's at the door. He said if I don't come out, he'll bust the door down. Her voice was shaking. She wasn't even sure anyone would understand her. But the operator did. Far too calm for the situation, she asked, Is there somewhere safe you can get to? No, ma'am. It's a studio apartment. Tears were streaming down her face, and Grace wanted to yell at the operator to get upset, to be as scared as she was. But she sucked in a breath, and tried to force some semblance of calm over herself. Maybe a closet? Or a bathroom? Yes. The bathroom. Grace replied as she bolted the 5 steps it took to cross her apartment. Get in the bathroom. Can you lock the door? No, ma'am. She hadn't thought of that. Why hadn't she thought of that? She'd worried about the bolts on the windows and on the front door. She'd inspected the place when she'd come in, making sure that the door was solid and locks well set, but it had never occurred to her that she would need to bolt the bathroom door from the inside as well. The lock is too flimsy. What should I do? Do you have a wooden chair or metal one? Can you bring it into the bathroom and slip it under the doorknob? Yes. Then her heart sank. The bathroom was too small and the chair wouldn't work. But the door opens out. For a fleeting moment, she'd thought she might be able to stay safe until someone could arrive and help. She'd been ready to turn around and grab one of the 2 rickety old kitchen chairs that had come with the furnished unit. She glanced around the small apartment, still hearing Johnny banging on the door. She jolted straight as she heard the wood crack, and watched as the door bowed further inward but didn't yet fully give way. This was her apartment. Her bed. Her tiny kitchenette. The clock beside the bed read 4:13 a.m., and she wondered if Ever was just getting home from a shift at the club. She wondered if Tad and Billy next door would hear her. She wondered if this was where she would die. Grace. Johnny demanded. Open this door right now, bitch. I hear him, the dispatch woman said, still far too calm for the situation. Officers are on the way. You need to get into the bathroom and do whatever you can to brace the door closed. Grace turned then, ducking into the bathroom, the heavy baseball bat still clutched in her fist. She closed and locked the door behind her, pushing the button in the center of the brass-colored knob, and knowing it wouldn't do much of anything. As she stepped back, she heard the crack of the front door giving way. The change in the volume of Johnny's voice told her that he was now inside the unit. Oh my God! Grace tried to eat the words as they tumbled from her lips. He would hear her. It would be her own fault that he found her so quickly. Then again, where else could she be? The apartment was one small room. She heard the angry clomps of his boots as he came directly for her. Her jaw ached from grinding her teeth, her shoulders were already cramped, her eyes burned with unshed tears. Grace didn't know how to save herself, but she didn't want to die tonight. And she didn't want to die at Johnny's hands. Do you have a weapon? Dispatch asked, and Grace said yes. The one question turned off all the fear. She might die here tonight, but it would not be with her hands thrown up in front of her face. If she went down, she would go down fighting. Dispatch had asked her if she had the weapon. Maybe she wouldn't go to jail. Put the phone on speaker, the dispatcher told her, and Grace wondered why she hadn't thought of that herself. Climbing up on the toilet, she set the phone on top of the tank, where hopefully it would be safe. She raised the baseball bat just as the knob began to rattle. Grace, I'm coming in. This door won't stop me. He didn't threaten that he was going to bring her back with him, or make her pay, or any of his usual threats. He was going to kill her. Choking up on the bat, Grace forced her breathing to slow down, though she couldn't calm her heart rate. She watched as the door jerked once, twice, and on the third try, the lock gave way. The door swung wide, and she heard it slam against the wall on the other side. Johnny stood there in the middle of the frame, but only for a second. He didn't stay there just looking at her for long. He had barely 3 feet to cover. As he charged, Grace brought the bat down squarely on his head.
42.
Lovely and sweet aren't compliments.
Tyler had stopped in Myrtle Beach for one evening and most of the next day. He'd ridden roller coasters, sat in a rented beach chair, and watched the waves for hours. He'd eaten corn dogs and burgers and fries, and read most of a book that he didn't finish. It wasn't the same without Grace. The food was so-so, but whether that was because he didn't have the inside scoop on the best places anymore, or because he just couldn't muster any excitement, he didn't know. He'd left the beach after just under 24 hours and headed south again. He'd done everything he could in Florida, forcing himself to make stops all the way down to Miami. Next, he'd taken the passage up the Gulf side. He ate very expensive Cuban food in Ybor City. He stopped and spent half a day at Weeki Wachee Springs and tried to tell himself that he didn't give a shit if Grace would have loved it. He did all of these things almost out of spite. She didn't want to belong to anyone. He had come on this trip to be on his own. So why did it all suck? This was exactly what he'd thought he wanted in the first place. He waffled between being worried about her and being mad that she'd left. Tyler knew he had no right to be angry, but it didn't change how he felt. Hell, he probably had no right to worry about her either, but he did that too. He still hadn't found anywhere he wanted to stay. As he went up Interstate 75 and hit Valdosta, Georgia, it occurred to him that he was probably in Grace's new home state. She'd said she was coming to Atlanta to live with her aunt. Tyler decided that what he was doing wasn't working, so he booked the nicest hotel room he could find, made sure they had solid Wi-Fi, then bought himself a shiny new laptop. This was it. He was either taking one of the interstates back across the country, heading home and giving up, or he was going to figure this shit out. It took hours to set up the new laptop. And after that, he started his research. Logging into the phone company records, he found the numbers that Grace's phone had registered. He back-calculated the dates and checked his credit card receipts for when they'd stayed in True Springs. He found a number that had to belong to her Aunt Claire. Nervous, Tyler picked up his own phone. The voice answered tentatively, and he appreciated that the older generation didn't seem to mind answering unknown numbers. "Hello. I'm looking for Grace Rodriguez's Aunt Claire." "I'm sorry," the woman said softly. "I've made this mistake before. I'm not supposed to talk to you, Johnny." Oh dear Lord. It hadn't occurred to him that she would think he was Johnny. But then his heart soared. This was Aunt Claire, and Grace had found her and talked to her. She clearly hadn't met Johnny if she thought Tyler was him. "My name is Tyler Preston. I'm a friend of Grace's. I'm not giving out her information." There was a pause. "Wait. Did you say Tyler?" "Yes, ma'am." He figured his best manners were in order, as his heart thumped hard against his ribs. The way she'd said it made it sound like she'd heard his name before. Her next words confirmed it. "Grace talked about you. Is she okay?" There was another pause, as though even that amount of information required thought. "Yes. She's doing well." The sigh of relief that breathed out of him was bigger than he would have thought possible. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "He was waiting for you seemed like a nice young man." Instead, her voice got a little bit colder. "What is it that you want?" He wanted to say, "I just want to know that she's okay," but he'd already gotten that information. Now that he'd found it out, he realized that wasn't even close to everything he wanted to know. He decided maybe his best bet was to be honest with the woman. "I miss her." Then he added, "I was worried." "I understand, but I'm not going to tell you where she is. I will tell you this. She got a place for herself, and she got a job. She's waiting tables." Aunt Claire sounded proud, and Tyler felt each bit of information seep into his bones. Grace really would be okay. She's serving up pizza and beer, and fried green beans and the best ravioli in Georgia. And she's safe. Tyler wondered how Aunt Claire could know that Grace was safe, but he didn't ask. Instead, he asked, "Do you get to see her?" "I have seen her," Claire said as though hedging her bets. Then she added, "She was gracious enough to forgive me. I keep an eye on her. If you'd like, I'll tell her that you called." Tyler decided to take it for a win, and agreed. He thanked her, hung up, and added her into his contacts in case he needed to call again. If Aunt Claire was keeping an eye on her, then Grace was near Atlanta or in it. She was serving the best ravioli in Georgia. Tyler cut his stay short in Valdosta, and 3 days later, he'd been through most of the urban sections of Atlanta. He'd seen every pizza and pasta joint that he could find. He checked the menus for fried green beans and searched online for the best ravioli in Georgia. Every time a place looked promising, he went inside. He asked for Grace. Most of the time they told him, "No one named Grace works here." At 3 different pizza joints, he'd gotten lucky. Twice Grace had come out to meet him, only she hadn't been his Grace. The 3rd time he'd come back the next day. When it wasn't his Grace, his disappointment had simmered. By the time he worked his way up to Buckhead, he'd gotten smarter. He asked for Grace. If they told him that Grace wasn't there, he showed the picture of her and him together, smiling. He wished he had more of those shots. They'd only taken a few. "Oh no, that's not our Grace," they told him, and he headed on his way without waiting. When his tight circle of all the major Atlanta divisions didn't work, he widened his scope, checking out all the towns nearby. If that failed, he might call Aunt Claire back. He'd hoped Grace would talk to her aunt and reach out to him. But she hadn't. He still had the same number, but he told himself maybe she'd just been busy with the new job. Maybe Aunt Claire hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. It had only been a few days. When the 5th pizza joint crapped out on him for the day, he rented a room for the night, crawled into bed, and crashed. But the next morning, he pulled up the map and headed to the next small town. 3 more days and 14 pizza places later, he walked through the doors of Risola's in Breathless, Georgia. Though he'd been smelling pizza and pasta repeatedly for days on end, this place actually made him want to sit down and eat some. He waited at the front counter for the hostess, and when she showed up, he requested Grace. "She's not here right now." "Okay," he said agreeably, though this time his heart pounded. This had to be the place. He'd circled most of Atlanta. If she wasn't here, There were only 2 remaining towns just to the north. He would call Aunt Claire or have to widen his search. He hadn't even remembered to pull out his phone and show the hostess the picture when the woman replied, "She's working the evening shift tonight. Would you like a table now? Why don't I come back this evening?" His heart pounded. He should have shown the picture, but he felt that he had finally found her.
43. Grace headed in the back door of Risola's to start her shift. She put her purse into one of the little lockers and grabbed an apron from a hook by the back door. She was tying it on when Sharon came around the corner. "Hey Grace. I'm so glad I caught you." Grace looked up, concerned at her boss's worried tone. "I know you said you took care of the ex," Sharon explained, "but there was a man in here earlier looking for you." Grace stilled. Could it be one of Johnny's friends? Did he say who he was? Sharon shook her head no but added, "Good-looking guy, dark hair, blue eyes." Grace's heart did a somersault. Tyler. It had to be Tyler. Sharon babbled on. "I wasn't thinking. I mean, you said you'd taken care of Johnny. And I told this guy you were working the night shift, and of course, after I said that, I realized I was an idiot. I think he's coming back." Sharon sucked in a breath, but Grace was still in shock. Tyler had found her. "So look, if you don't want to work tonight." "I do," Grace answered without thinking. "That's Tyler. He's okay." He was more than okay. "Oh good." Sharon put her hand to her chest, breathed a visible sigh of relief. "I felt like such an idiot. It made so much sense at the time. And you know, I can totally understand now how these guys just get the information they want." Grace nodded. She'd known that for quite some time. Sharon headed back out front to check the tables, and left Grace to her jumbled thoughts. Deciding it was best to go about her normal routine. What if he didn't come back? She grabbed pens and napkins, shoving them into the pockets of her apron. Her brain scrambled, she didn't pay attention, and the pens went all over the floor. Grace could only be grateful that Sharon had finally walked away, and didn't see what a mess her newest server was. With everything finally in place, she stood still and took deep breaths. Tyler was coming. Sharon's voice cut through her concerned mantra, "You've got a table." Number 27, and Grace was off. The work was physically and mentally demanding, more than most people gave it credit for. Keeping track of all of the orders, making sure she checked on her tables regularly, and getting the food delivered while it was hot, kept her brain busy. But not busy enough to keep out all thoughts of the man she'd fallen so hard for. She had only 2 tables in the first hour, pretty normal, as the afternoon rolled into evening. As the second one cleared out, she heard Hillary, the hostess, call her name. "Yes?" Grace turned to look, but even before she saw him, she knew he was waiting. She could sense his presence from across the room. Tyler Preston was there in the flesh, his blue eyes finding hers, his smile wide, the dimple showing. Oh, thank God for that smile. There was every possibility he was here to collect. She owed him for the bike. For running away. For everything he'd spent on her. She had her rent saved up, but maybe she could make her first payment to him. She'd been planning to, though she'd hoped to start next month. But that smile looked as if he wasn't here for her payment. Slowly Grace walked toward him. Amber sidled up beside her. "Oh my God. Is that him?" Grace didn't even have to answer. "Go get him, honey. I've got your tables," Amber said, patting her on the shoulder before giving her a little shove. Grace smiled. She'd made friends here. She would be okay, no matter what happened with Tyler. So she walked toward him slowly, telling herself she could handle whatever he said. "I know you're at work," he started, not offering any friendlier greeting. "I was hoping maybe you could talk later." "She can talk now," Amber said, somehow still right behind her. Grace almost laughed, but Hillary was purring up against him. "Hello." As Grace nodded at him, still unsure, Hillary changed her tune. "Take your break, Grace. I'll call you if we get too busy, and we need you to take a table." "Thank you," Grace called over her shoulder. Her insides twisting as she tried to smile, she added, "I'll just be right out front." Tyler followed her out the front door, away from the air conditioning, and into the sultry Georgia heat. She liked Breathless. Though it was definitely more humid than Southern California, it was so much greener. Even here at a little family-owned Italian place in a strip mall, green trees dotted the corners, a few hung with Spanish moss. She avoided looking at Tyler, and let the sound of traffic going by calm her. This is what she'd grown used to over the past several weeks. "I saw you come into work," he said shyly. "You have a little yellow and black Yamaha, right? Looks like a bumblebee." She laughed at that, even though she had no idea what he wanted. Did he want payment? Was he going to yell at her for disappearing? But he said next, "I saw that purple sparkly helmet and I knew it was you." Oh shit, she thought. She hadn't even thought about the helmet. "You can have it back. I'll get another one. I'm not sure I can make a payment to you this month, but next month." He waved a hand and cut her off. "Grace, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, you don't owe me anything." For a moment, they simply stared at each other. Finally she asked, "Then why are you here?" The words were a whisper from her heart. She couldn't think and couldn't breathe with Tyler standing in front of her. She was certain that she cut him in the worst possible way. But he'd cut her too, not being able to let go of his past. It would have been easier if they'd never seen each other again. Or if she dropped dead of a heart attack or an aneurysm right now. It wouldn't surprise her if she did. Her heart was pounding, and her skin was clammy in the wet Georgia heat. "I missed you," he said. "I traveled down the East Coast all the way to Miami, then back up through Tampa. And all I did was miss you." There were only 4 words she could say to that. "I missed you too." He nodded. "I don't know what we did. I don't know how it worked, but it did." He was right. They'd been good to each other, and good for each other. But there's a problem, Tyler. If he was going to tell her he missed her, she had to tell him why it couldn't work. "I can't be with you. No matter what I feel, I can't be with a man who's still in love with someone else."
44. Tyler's muscles clenched at Grace's words. "Grace, I'm not still in love with Kay." "But you are," she replied immediately. "I saw you. I saw how you were always checking in on her. You talked about her in your sleep." The strain in her voice gave him a hideous thread of hope. Was she upset because she didn't want him to still have feelings for Kay? He could only dream that that's what upset her. "I started this trip to get away from that. And do you know what I realized?" Grace crossed her arms and shrugged as if to say, "No, no one knows." So Tyler told her. "I haven't been in love with Kay in a long time. Being with her was a dream I had about things I've always wanted. A family of my own, a nice house, a job that I liked, someone who loved me. And I was so mad at her for leaving. I thought our breakup was entirely her fault, but I see now it was probably my own. I was so caught up in the mess of it that I didn't even realize it wasn't her I wanted. And I didn't realize that until I understood that it was actually you that I wanted." There, he thought he'd put the words out into the air for her to grab. Grace didn't respond. For a moment, they stood staring at each other. His heart tripped as his declaration hung between them, neither of them knowing quite what to do with it. Instead of being smart and backpedaling or just waiting, he made a really dumb move. "Grace, I'm in love with you." Still, she stared at him. Maybe she didn't believe what he said. He so desperately wanted to convince her to give him a chance, but he understood full well what she'd been through. He knew that if she didn't want him, he would have to walk away. He also knew that this would break his heart, harder and more permanently than football and Kay had ever broken him. So Tyler reached into his back pocket. This had been a bold move, or a stupid one, for a man who seemed to now have more money than sense. He pulled out a small black velvet box. The way her eyes widened, he figured this was a mistake. Buying an engagement ring at this stage of the game was not his best move, But Tyler could say for certain that he had not been making his best moves at all on this trip. He hadn't handled Redemption, Nebraska well, nor had he handled True Springs any better. If he'd been smart and told her what he was feeling, as he realized it, she might not have run. The best decision he'd made the whole time was offering her a ride that first morning. So now, he followed through with his bad choices. He held out the box, opening it and watching as her eyes widened even further. Getting down on one knee, he put it all out there for everyone driving by on the street. For the faces now plastered to the window of Risola's pasta and pizza. They all watched as he proposed to a woman he wasn't even sure loved him back. "Grace," he said, "I know you promised yourself you would never belong to anyone again. But I belong to you. You won't ever belong to me, you shouldn't, but I'm hoping maybe you can belong with me."
45. She didn't say yes. Her hands flew to her mouth in surprise. In her peripheral vision, Grace could see all of her co-workers motioning for her to accept. She practically heard Amber yelling, "Say yes." Grace laughed nervously, but she took a deep breath and did what she had to do. "How can you be sure you're not still in love with Kay?" Staying down on one knee, Tyler shrugged and shook his head and said, "Because I'm an idiot. I haven't really been in love with Kay for years, and I didn't realize it until I found you. Or actually, until I lost you." She took a deep breath. He motioned with a small box. "Are you going to leave me here forever?" "Maybe," she replied. "Is there any chance you can love me back? Because I really do want to spend the rest of my life with you. We can stay here. It looks like a great town." Was Tyler babbling? Nervous? The always calm and never flappable Tyler Preston? He was. "We can figure out what kind of business they need. Open it together." Grace nodded. God, she loved this man. Though she'd come here on her own, she'd never stopped thinking about him. And she had tried. Actually, school starts in a month here. His brows drew together, probably wondering why in hell she was mentioning that. He was still down on one knee, holding up the most gorgeous engagement ring she'd ever seen. So she told him what she'd thought. They need a high school football coach. His eyes flew wide at the suggestion. She'd been thinking it was perfect for him. She'd even contemplated calling him. But something about his expression made her realize he hadn't considered that before. With his extra money, he could take a high school teacher salary and live quite comfortably. And he'd probably love it. That sounds like a really good idea. If I take the job, will you say yes? Sweet Jesus, she thought. What was she doing leaving this poor man hanging? No, she answered and watched as his face fell. Oh shit, that's not what she meant. She scrambled, reaching out, grabbing onto his hands. I mean, no, you don't have to take the job. It was just an idea I had, because I keep thinking about you. I saw it, and I thought you'd be perfect. But you don't have to take the job. I'll say yes anyway. Just like she'd said yes the first morning, when he offered her an escape. Now she didn't need an escape. She would tell him later that Johnny was in the hospital with a severe concussion. She would tell Tyler that she hadn't told the police how good it had felt to deliver that concussion. Grace would tell him everything. That she'd stayed in the bathroom, trapped by the fallen body, wondering if she killed him, and wondering if she should feel bad about it. She'd waited until the ambulance came and the EMTs had dragged him away, declaring him still alive. With Johnny in the hospital, the police had time to gather witness statements from all her neighbors. Though the detectives couldn't prove that Johnny was responsible for the bruises and cuts in the older photos, Grace had handed them all over. She'd mentioned the police report filed in Chicago. And when they asked for extra witnesses, she'd given them Mara's name from the pancake house, and Jenny, her friend she'd stayed with. It had taken a full week and a half, but when Johnny woke up, they'd arrested him. Grace would tell Tyler that they could be safe. That Johnny was, at least for the most part, a thing of the past. Yes, she said again, and watched as Tyler grinned until the dimple dented his cheek. He stood up a little awkwardly on the bad knee, pulled the ring from the box and motioned with it, asking if she would hold out her hand. She found herself grinning wider than she'd ever thought possible as he slid it onto her finger. Behind her, fists banged on the windows of Risola's and cheers went up. Grace turned and flashed the ring to her new friends, then she was in Tyler's arms. "Oh," he whispered into her ear. "I also have this." He set her down, reached into his jacket pocket and produced a small, heavy jewel-tone jar. Garlic pepper jelly. Her heart flipped. This silly little jar meant everything. He'd gotten this for her in Seattle, when they were just starting out. He got it because she loved it. It wasn't his favorite. And he'd held onto it, even though she'd run, even though she'd hidden, and he hadn't known if he would ever find her again. He'd saved it, and he'd thought of her even when she wasn't there. That was the kind of man she could belong with. He swung her around and whispered in her ear, "Let's do this." Hugging him back tightly, her hands and heart full, she didn't know quite what her future would look like, only that it was better with him. She whispered back, "We'll figure it out together."
Carlyle sucked in cold night air and sat upright, her lungs heaving, her heart pounding in her chest. The cold pressed in on her as she fought for breath and couldn't find it. Though the dream, a memory really, was starting to slough away, it was something else that had woken her. This had to pass. Didn't it? She'd survived. She was thriving. Jane even had a brilliant idea, all because Carlyle had to be rescued from a sinking car. The potholes had been filled in, and the streets were getting some much-needed repairs as a benefit from her accident too. So she told herself not to spook so easily, and tried to get her racing heart to calm the hell down. Sucking in a deep breath, she repeated to herself, "I am okay. I am alive. I am safe." Her eyes flew wide at the sound of someone or something pounding on the front door. Her head snapped to the side where her clock told her it was 2:30 a.m. Who would even be here? Her heart rate kicked up again. This couldn't be healthy. She'd lived in dorms and in apartments with roommates, and for the last several years she'd had a unit of her own. But she never truly felt alone like this. There had always been someone on the other side of the wall, or so she told herself. Throwing off the covers, she snuck down the short hallway and peeked to the living room. A man stood on the front porch, dark curls blowing in the night wind, a long coat wrapped tight against the chill. He looked back over his shoulder, and then tried to peer through the break she'd left in the curtains. "Are you okay?" he called out. Shit. What had she done? She knew better, but her heart had calmed. The chances that he was a serial killer were low, Carlyle told herself before opening the door to let him know she was fine. The sharp cold of the air slapped at her, and reminded her she was in only a nightgown. Great. Local nurse survives car drowning, only to be hacked to bits by serial killer weeks later. Stupid. I'm fine. She might have said that a little too harshly. He peered over her shoulder into the dark room behind her, dark eyes untrusting. Are you sure? I thought I heard a scream. She sighed and felt her eyes drop closed. She'd screamed in the dream, or she'd tried to. She must have let it out in real life. She breathed out the word, nightmare. Then she looked around. She didn't recognize this man. Had he been walking on her little cul-de-sac at 2 a.m? And for what reason? She must have had a very suspicious look on her face, because he answered her question immediately. I'm your new neighbor. He pointed to the house separated from hers by a mere strip of grass. The gap was just big enough to hold the 2 trees she'd strung her hammock from when she'd first moved in, and the days had been warmer. She must have still looked a little suspicious because he added, I just painted the bedrooms, so I was sleeping in the front room. Yeah, he would have heard her. Her bedroom window faced the street. She'd figured that was okay because the street itself was so quiet. Who knew she'd be making the noise? Carlyle must not have responded fast enough because he said, Well, I'm glad you're okay. And then he smiled. Holy crap, she must have been way too asleep. Who the hell had moved in next door? And how had she not noticed that his legs were bare under that long coat? He must have grabbed the jacket and rushed out the door as soon as he heard the scream. She had been pulled from the water by a virtual stranger who was now her friend. And tonight, another stranger had come to check on her. Though too many people had stood on the shore while she'd nearly drowned, she reminded herself there was clearly still good in the world. Working in the ER had given her too many views of the evil that people could do and the randomness of death. She looked up and tried to offer her best middle-of-the-night sincerity. "I am okay. Thank you for checking on me." He nodded once as the wind kicked at his hair, and clearly decided he'd done his duty and they were finished. Turning, he jogged down her front steps and started across the lawn. Only then did she look down to see she was wearing a Halloween, rhymes with witch nightshirt and 2 neon fuzzy socks. That didn't match. Then she looked up at the man, strolling across her lawn in the dark. "I'm Carlisle, by the way," she called out, then immediately felt like a fool. Lifting a hand, he didn't turn around, but she heard, "Simon." Then the wind caught his coat, and it billowed up behind him. She had to wonder if any of the neighbors down the street were getting the front view. Had they just learned if he wore boxers or briefs or what?
Get ready for Carlisle to meet her match. At 2 a.m. He'd heard her scream and simply come running. Only after she turned him away, protesting that she was fine, did Simon stop to think that he'd gone striding across her lawn like this. In only his open coat, his boots, and his boxers. Carlisle knows to guard her heart. Life can change at any moment, and she's still recovering from the last shock. Simon has too many obligations to be what she needs. She can see heartache coming at her like a freight train. But she can't step out of the way. Listen to Saved next, and be sure to subscribe to this channel to get alerts when new books release. Thank you so much for reading Tyler and Grace's story. I hope you loved all the ups and downs as they found their way to each other. Thank you so much for listening. Love always, Savannah Kate.